Harry Crow, a Harry Potter fanfiction, by Robert, Part 7. Chapter 67, Blood on the Sand. Inside Hogwarts' room of requirements, Emma's scream of terror instantly turned what had been a happy occasion into a nightmare. Whatever she was now doing with the mirror made it useless for viewing events in Crawley, but both Harry and Hermione instantly recognized Dragonbreath's voice, and all four understood exactly what he meant by that threat. Dobby's intervention left Hermione wanting to kiss the little guy, while the first blast of the shotgun had all four of them ready to punch the air in celebration. Each knew that weapon in Dan's hands just swung the balance of the fight in the Grangers' favor. They clearly heard Emma order Dobby to get them out of there, and only Dragonbreath's yell of triumph stopped the four doing some triumphant screaming of their own. Harry had snatched the mirror out of Hermione's hand and was now repeatedly screaming, "Dragonbreath!" into it, being finally rewarded when the goblin picked up the mirror. "You fucking cowardly bastard. I warned you what would happen the next time you messed with my family. I will cut your ears off and wear them on my belt. You will live only long enough to see this happen, and your father will die shortly after he has witnessed his son's total disgrace and death. I'm coming for you, Dragonbreath, and this time there will be no one to save you." The mirror suddenly went blank and Harry's focus shifted once more to the room they were in, a room that held his mate who was currently being comforted by their best friends. Before he could say anything, a high-pitched screech began being emitted from his concealed holster. Harry's knife was out as he instantly signaled his acknowledgement. "That's the emergency recall signal from my father. It means get yourself to Gringotts as quickly as possible. I hope Dobby took them to father. Either way, he knows something is wrong. Neville, could you tell?" "No, not happening, Harry. We're coming too. Dan and Emma mean the world to all of us. We will not sit here and wait on news, and you might need us." "I didn't want you getting into trouble." Padma shot that excuse down too. "Our orders of Merlin mean that we're considered adults now. We won't get into trouble for this. The Lady Ravenclaw and Sir Nicholas can take messages for us." At that, another door appeared in the room and Helena quickly explained its function. "There is a passage out of Hogwarts connected to this room. You will feel when you pass from the wards, and then your portkey will be able to activate." A determined Hermione was now at Harry's side. "We're wasting time." At that, the four ran for the door. Neither girl was dressed for battle, but both were more than ready to fight one. All felt the tingle that indicated they had passed from the powerful Hogwarts wards, and they touched Harry's portkey to be whisked away to Gringotts. On hearing that their children had been witnesses to the Crawley attack, this immediately had a cursing Barchoke racing to the point Harry's portkey would deliver them into Gringotts. They would be demanding answers and certainly in no mood to be denied those answers. Tonight would be a massive test of his diplomatic skills to stop this situation escalating. He reached the location just as the portkey set them down. Hermione came racing into his arms as he held his daughter close. "Dobby brought Dan and Emma to me. Your mother is wounded, but I don't have any more information at the moment. The healers are looking at her while Dan stands guard over Emma with his shotgun poised for action. Dobby's right by his side and ready to hand Dan its loaded partner. We need to get up there right away. One wrong move or word and innocent blood is going to be spilt." The tension in the infirmary was palpable. Dan barely relaxed his stance as they entered the large room, and he wouldn't relax until that bloody great goblin knife was removed from his wife. Harry also couldn't miss the ornate hilt sticking out of Emma's belly, and it was Centurion Crow who demanded to know the reason why it was still there. The command in Harry's voice produced an instant answer from the healer. "It's a family ritual knife, Centurion Crow, and has a deeply serrated edge. We would usually transfigure the blade to something safer for removal, but none of us here has the power to overcome the enchantments on the knife. Trying to remove it by other means could kill the patient." Harry drew his sword and felt the shotgun move to cover him. After the night he'd just had, Harry didn't blame Dan one bit for that reaction. The only people in the room Dan truly trusted at the moment were his daughter, who was now at her unconscious mother's bedside, and the faithful elf who'd saved his family tonight. Harry needed to get through the trust issue in order to help Emma. "Dan, I want this knife out of Emma as much as you do. You know my sword is more powerful than my knife." This was the attacker's ultimate objective, Dan, to turn us all against each other. "I swear to you they will pay for this with their lives, but Emma's life is far more important to all of us at the moment. Let's get her healed, and then we'll see about making every one of those bastards who broke into your house tonight pay for this. The shotgun slowly lowered, and they could all see just how close to the edge Dan Granger actually was. The gentle dentist who had never used his shooting skills to even hunt rabbits had blown 2 attackers apart, yet still couldn't prevent his wife's injury. Just get my Emma healed, son. That's all I care about. We'll get her healed, Dan. And then make sure this never happens again. Hermione was sitting beside her mother and now holding Emma's hand. Padma and Neville were standing beside her to offer support. Harry held his sword over the hilt of the knife and began pouring his magic into the spell. Beads of sweat were soon peppering his forehead, but there was no quitting in this endeavor. If it took every scrap of magic he had to break the enchantments on the knife, then that's what he was going to pour into his sword. The enchantments finally surrendered with an audible crack, leaving the blade section transfigured to be a replica of his own knife. The stiletto blade would now be straightforward for the healers to remove. Harry thought he might actually need the healer's services too, as he was left feeling lightheaded and staggering until his father led him to a chair. The knife being removed relaxed a lot of the tension in the room. Dan, though, still desperately sought some assurances. Will she be okay now? Won't that blade have done a lot of internal damage? Seeing that his son was just temporarily exhausted allowed Barchoke to deal with that question, and the healers to concentrate their efforts on Emma. His answer was for everyone's benefit. A knife like that is a slashing weapon, designed to cause major damage as it rips open someone's torso. Using it as a stabbing or throwing weapon will certainly reduce its effectiveness, unless you yank the weapon out the wound you just created. Emma has still been stabbed, though, and will need to wait and see what the actual damage is before we can predict her recovery with any confidence. Hermione managed a wan smile of thanks to her mate for his efforts. All her attention, though, was focused on the deathly pale figure lying on the bed and what the healers were doing to her mother. They had cut her clothes to leave her midriff bare with a blue sheet protecting her modesty. The knife had entered just beneath and to the left of her belly button, but the healers had quickly staunched the flow of blood now that the blade had been removed. The potion that the healer then poured into the cleaned wound began to fizz, and Hermione was just about to ask what was happening when the first fiber from the blue jumper her mother had been wearing came to the surface. The process was repeated until there was nothing left to expel. Then the healers began to close the wound. Harry had said before that goblin healers were the best at dealing with these kind of wounds, and their expertise as they teased the gash closed was there for all to see. Emma would be left with a scar that was nothing more than a very thin line. It would be a couple of hours before the healers could predict Emma's recovery with any degree of certainty, so they settled down to wait. Dobby left his master's side for a moment to provide refreshments for everyone. Even as they settled to wait, Dan still had the broken shotgun across his lap, ready to snap closed and fire in an instant. Hermione then asked the first of many questions she had about tonight's attack. "Dad, why didn't you and Mum just use the emergency portkeys Harry provided to escape?" It was a rather sheepish Dan who answered his daughter honestly. "Probably because they're both sitting on the hall table. We kept them beside the car keys so we wouldn't leave the house without them. I thought they were for protection outside the wards. I couldn't imagine needing them in our own lounge. They should never have been able to get through your wards. They clearly meant you harm, so that should have barred their entrance, goblin or not. We need that question answered very quickly, as those same wards now protect Hogwarts, the Ministry, and many homes, including Amelia's and the Minister of Magic's." While he could appreciate Barchoke's point, at the moment Dan wasn't concerned with the wider implications of this. He just wanted a healer to come and tell him his wife would be okay. Their lives had changed dramatically over the last few years, and this had left Dan with the impression he could just about cope with anything now. Fate must have been laughing her arse off at that. Watching the woman he loved lying there fighting for her life dramatically emphasized how unprepared he was to deal with this. In all honesty, Dan thought if he lived to be 100, he still could never prepare himself to deal with the possibility of losing Emma. He had so many conflicting emotions rushing through him that when the door crashed open, Dan automatically began cocking and moving the shotgun. That was until a golden gauntlet clamped down on it. "Dan, pointing your gun at the director would be a death sentence. I have no intention of explaining your absence to Mum later." Harry's words got through to the man. Though Ragnarok was so angry he had missed the entire byplay. He headed straight for Barchoke. "Your squad of warriors were on them before they cleared the wards. We have all of them in cells, except for the two Miss Granger's father blasted to bits. That's some weapon, but also a discussion for another time. How they breached the wards is far more important. Bloodfang had a Loki talisman. Barchoke exploded at the implications of Ragnar's words. That profitless, genderless, short-eared, motherless, arse-kissing, ignorant, lump of future dragon shit. He was trying to start a war. This is treason. A Harry who was every bit as shocked as his father explained to the others just what was going on. A Loki talisman is the most restricted item in the nation. Even possessing the knowledge of how one is made will see you and your family wiped out. It's a very powerful artifact that will literally bend wards around it, and whoever is touching it. Not only is it banned by the nation, it's banned by Ministerial Treaty 2 specifically because it allows goblins to do what Bloodfang did tonight to any ward at home. Think of it like a skeleton key, only it works on wards rather than locks. The mystery of how such a mediocre family amassed wealth and power is explained. They stole it. Harry then left Hermione's side and gave a centurion salute to Ragnar before surprising everyone present. Director, I know they are now sentenced to death, but I respectfully submit I have a prior claim. I swore to kill Dragontooth and his father. I don't know what magical consequences I would face if I stood back and let them be executed. And why should I let these traitors enter the pit? They deserve no such honor. Again, with respect, Director, I had no intention of paying them any. They will be slaughtered like the traitors they are, and in so doing my hope is that my family will never again be targeted by a member of our nation. Barchoke desperately wanted to talk his son out of this course of action but could see from the determined set of his jaw it would be an exercise in futility. Only one person had any hope of changing his mind, but Hermione was still holding Emma's hand, as if doing so could keep her mother anchored to this plane of existence and prevent Emma from leaving them. She was paying scant regard to whatever else went on around her. Ragnar, meanwhile, was considering the matter from a political point of view, preventing a war over this matter being his top priority. A citizen of the nation possessing a device that allowed them to pass through wards was more than enough provocation to start a war between wizard and goblins. It had before. That the same device could also pass through goblin wards was what led to there being such severe penalties for having any involvement with one. A Loki talisman was basically a master key for access to the bank too. That there hadn't been an incident involving one for at least half a millennium had led to complacency on their part. Here, though, was a golden opportunity to show the nation just what Centurion Crow was capable of, and also let the Ministry of Magic see just how serious they were taking this situation. He needed one more piece of information before making his decision and sent for the healer in charge. Ragnar wanted a report on the prognosis of the woman. The next few hours are critical, Director. If she makes it through the night, I would be confident in predicting a full recovery. The patient is strong and healthy, which will certainly help her case. I can't be more specific than that. I'll have a better idea, say, around midnight. I want to hear that report. I have a feeling this will be a long night. Ragnar then turned to Barchoke and his son. I am leaning toward granting this request. I do not want to lose a centurion from the nation because he has legitimate concerns his family will not be safe. I also don't want this to become a revenge situation, though. If your mate's mother doesn't make it through the night, then the dragons will feast on those murderers for breakfast. Either way, they will die tomorrow morning. You have some visitors, and I will return later to hear how things are progressing. As Ragnar left, Sirius, Henrika, and Amelia were escorted into the room. Sirius headed directly for Harry while his wife held Hermione in her arms. Amelia wanted information and reckoned her best bet for that was Barchoke. She had heard stories about these amulets that could pass through any wards but assumed they were nothing more than myths. She could instantly see how serious a situation this was from the goblin's demeanor. Amelia, the amulet will have already been destroyed, and those who used it will not see another day of banking. Harry has challenged them to the pit, and intends to make a statement that his family is off limits. Harry fighting in the pit? Is this wise? Killing someone is a hard thing to live with, just look at Dan. I would have recommended a calming draft for him, but I know he wouldn't take it, at least until we know about Emma. I can't fault Harry's logic. He fought and killed their champion, yet they still attacked his family. He intends this time to be more of a deterrent. Being responsible for ending 5 lives before you turn 14 is a lot to bear though. It's certainly a burden I would rather spare him by providing the dragons with breakfast. Either way, would you witness the event for the ministry? If Harry is fighting, I'll be there. I would be perfectly happy though to accept your word if they get fed to dragons instead. That's not something I really want to see. Like Barchoke, Sirius could see his godson was determined to go through with this. Unlike Barchoke, he was going to talk to Harry and try to dissuade him from this course of action. Being eaten alive by a dragon is a fitting punishment. Harry, it's a punishment they certainly deserve. I agree, Sirius, but it's been done before, so I'm not sure how much of a deterrent it will be. The dragon is only having breakfast. I intend to make this a lot more painful for them. My only other alternative is to leave Gringotts forever. Not an option I want to consider. What would you do to protect Henrika, to allow your unborn children to grow up in safety? That's what's at stake here, Sirius. I need to have this talked about for generations. Not just for weeks or months. Henrika considered Hermione an incredibly brave, focused and mature young witch, all that had vanished at the moment with her mother lying unconscious on the bed. Hermione had reverted to a little girl who needed her mum, and Henrika couldn't blame her one bit for that. The situation was even worse though as Hermione spoke. It's my fault she's lying there. I embarrassed the goblin who did this. And that gave him the right to break into your home and stick a ruddy great knife into Emma? You know better than that, Hermione. You've shown it not only in my class but the way you live your life. These people hate for whatever reason and wanted power, that's why they attacked. Without you, would your family have a house elf? Without you, would they have access to this medical facility? If you're blaming yourself for the attack, then you need to also take the credit for their escape and recovery. But I did nothing. Just like you played no part in them being attacked. We both know enough about goblins to recognize this is a political attack against Harry, Barchoke, and the director. All 3 of them certainly do. She looked toward her mate, currently deep in discussion with his godfather. Harry's reaction will be brutal. I sometimes think he loves my mum more than he loves me. He'll react as only a goblin can. He wants to face all of them in the pit. There was a part of Hermione that was crying at what her mate would now have to face. Another part, though, thought Harry would give dragon breath and his father exactly what they deserved. Anyone who's ever spent time in any medical facility waiting on news knows just how excruciatingly slowly time passes. Conversations were started, but no one had really anything to say. Hermione thanked Sirius for his wonderful present but refused to open any more until her mum was here with them. When the senior healer did return, it was to Harry that he imparted the news. Your mate's mother has survived through the critical period, and I would now expect continual improvements throughout the night. It will be morning before I can guarantee a full recovery, but that is the result I am now expecting. The transfiguring of the ritual knife was key to this positive result. Thank you for that, Centurion. Hermione now released floods of tears, but these were of the relief variety. Harry held her close until she was over the worst of it before passing her over to Dan. He needed to harden his heart now and meet with the director. There were decisions to be made. Amelia found herself sitting in a group that contained Sirius, Henrika, Neville, Padma, Tonks, and Alastair Moody. The goblins easily recognizing it would be advantageous to have Harry's tutor witness this. Tonks had arrived at Gringotts claiming she was still on protection duty and wasn't bloody leaving Harry's side. The head of the DMLE also thought the pit was well named. She couldn't imagine it being called anything else. Amelia found the terror one must feel on entering that arena to be beyond the scope of her imagination. Knowing that the only way you were going to survive the experience was to kill everyone else in there with you was simply mind-blowing. Harry entered the chamber with Hermione on his arm. Barchoke and the biggest goblin she'd ever seen followed on behind. Hearing from Padma that this was Master Sharpshard settled her nerves just a smidgen. If Harry could defeat such a ferocious goblin, then these others shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Her relief soon proved to be temporary, though. The galleries that surrounded the pit were now jam-packed, and they knew the proceedings were about to start when Ragnarok entered. In typical goblin fashion, he didn't keep anyone waiting. We are here this morning more to explain why these 4 traitors are not dragon food rather than to assess their undeniable guilt. To assist with that endeavor, we will watch a short memory first. This memory came from the Muggle father of Miss Granger, friend of our nation and mate of Centurion Crow. a witch who celebrated her 14th birthday yesterday. The memory showed an image of a smiling and happy Hermione inside some magical mirror just before their home came under attack. All of the attackers were recognized by the goblins watching, and Dragontooth made the intruder's intentions crystal clear. That's when the house elf appeared. There was some derisive laughter at the attackers being thwarted by an elf, but that all stopped the instant the boom of the shotgun was introduced. Or rather, they all saw the effect this weapon had on someone who would have been considered a dangerous goblin to cross. As if to prove this wasn't a fluke, the Muggle quickly dispatched a second warrior as the little elf was poised ready to hand over another identical weapon. Only the female ordering the elf to get them out of there prevented the Muggle slaughtering the entire group, and then Dragontooth threw that terrible knife. The elf brought them straight to Barchoke, and the memory faded as the ambassador was ordering a squad of goblins to Crawley while shouting for healers to be brought at once for the seriously injured female. All 6 broke into that Muggle home with the sole intention of slaughtering Miss Granger's parents on her birthday. That they used a Loki talisman during this cowardly and despicable act immediately signaled their deaths under our laws. This led to a lot of rumbling from the crowd, but Ragnarok closed this down fast. I know what you are all thinking. It was my first reaction too. Why should these traitorous cowards receive the honor of fighting in the pit? It is hard to refute Centurion Crow's challenge that he has a prior claim in this case. We all heard him swear to both Bloodfang and Dragontooth what would happen if they ever went near his mate again. Trying to murder his mate's parents on her birthday would certainly invoke that oath, so I have decided to allow this. My main reason though was that Centurion Crow assured me he intended to pay them no honor, and would leave all 4 of them wishing they had faced our dragons instead. That is something I think we all would want to see. The director knew his people. Something that would leave a goblin begging to be a dragon's breakfast was also certainly something they would want to witness, carried out on someone else of course. With some last-minute words of advice from Master Sharpshard ringing in his ears, Harry entered the pit. He was in full attack mode, shield on his forearm while clutching his knife with Godric's sword held ready in his other hand. His white tunic and the bright plume on his helmet were such a contrast to his surroundings that Harry appeared like a ray of sunshine in the dusty gloom of the pit, and that was before he activated his golden armor. Do you have a specific order you would like to face them, Centurion? Harry's reply had his family and friends present wringing their now sweating hands with worry. I would like to face them all at once, Director. This started some rumblings, and Harry knew a lot of money would be changing hands in the galleries today. Spotting White Fang in the audience, he nodded in his former mentor's direction, trusting the old goblin would be smart enough to get in quick while the offered odds were at their highest. With respect, Director, had my mate's mother not ordered their elf to get them out of the house, my mate's father would have dispatched all of them. Had he been allowed, he and his elf would like to have taken my place in the pit this morning and finished the job they started. The derogatory chuckles were back even stronger now. Meeting your end at the hands of a Muggle and a house elf held nothing but shame to any warrior. How could I not face the remaining 4 at once when a Muggle and a house elf took on all 6? Allow them whatever weapons they want, and then I will face them. As final preparations were being made to get all 4 armed and into the pit, Harry was using the time to mentally prepare himself for what he was about to do. Every time his thoughts turned to Emma lying injured in the medical facility allowed Harry's heart to harden slightly. He just hoped it would be enough. If he balked at what he planned to do today, then he might as well pack his bags and go live on his island. As Plan Bs go, this was a pretty good one, but it was not how he wanted to live for the rest of his life. The quartet strode into the pit as if they had a reprieve. Compared to facing a dragon with your bare hands, this was way more preferable. They had no idea their golden foe was every bit as deadly. As Ragnarok read out the charges against them, all 4 publicly accepted this alternative to being a fire-breathing monster's breakfast. As the combatants faced each other across the floor of the pit, Ragnarok got proceedings underway. To the death, fight! The last syllable had barely left the director's lips when a powerful beam of light shot out Harry's sword. The largest goblin facing him was known as Bone Crusher. No one was sure if that was the name his parents had given him, and Bone Crusher was not the type of goblin you would ask that question of. Master Sharpshard had warned Harry that Bone Crusher was by far and away the most dangerous opponent he faced today. That was why that particular goblin would be the first to die. It was common knowledge that Crow was a wizard who could cast spells from a specially crafted knife. That he could also use his sword to perform magic was not. Bone Crusher had been studying his opponent from about 20 feet away, with no intention of getting much closer until he had some measure of this pup's capabilities. The spell from the sword was a complete surprise. The spell hit Bone Crusher at the shoulder and traveled as Crow flicked his sword. The cutting curse lopped off his arm, along with a chunk of shoulder, an instant before finding its real target. As the large body flopped down onto the sand, the head bloodily parted at the neck and rolled a few times before coming to rest. Dragontooth had just spent the worst night of his life inside a dungeon cell. He could hear his father ranting about how they would have to live with the shame of being bested by a muggle and a house elf. Dragontooth just wanted to live. On hearing they would now face Crow in the pit, his father had been ecstatic. Here was the way out he'd spent the night searching for. Dragontooth, though, again just wanted to survive, and was counting heavily on Bone Crusher to help turn that hope into reality. As that big head rolled across the sand and stopped at his boot, Dragontooth's hope drained away quicker than that same sand could soak up his now dead supposed savior's blood. Dragoontooth knew he was going to die, and Crow would make his death a horrible one. That was what he'd promised, and the Centurion seemed more than capable of keeping that promise. The once proud Dragoontooth sank to his knees and sobbed. He was out of the fight and simply awaited his fate. Along with everyone watching this contest, Bloodfang understood the rules had changed. How could you possibly fight an opponent who can cut you to ribbons before you even get close enough to use your own weapon? Unlike his son, though, Bloodfang was made of sterner stuff and tried to unsettle his opponent. So this is Ragnarok's great champion? Where is the honor in firing a spell at your opponent? The goblin's words died in his throat as Crow just annihilated his remaining hired muscle in a terrifying fashion. In a move he'd practiced on countless occasions, Harry attacked this second opponent as if the goblin was a dueling dummy. Curses were coming from his knife and sword as he covered the distance between them incredibly quickly, allowing his target no time to do anything more than react as best he could to the relentless onslaught. The now bleeding goblin did manage a swipe with his sword as Harry came into range. It was weak and uncoordinated, though, allowing Harry to deflect the attempted blow on his shield, while his knife then slashed across the goblin's chest. This left his opponent open for the killing blow with his sword. Harry then braced himself and used the blasting curse to get his sword clear of the torso. He'd just implanted it in and throw his now dead opponent across the pit. Rather than verbally spar with Bloodfang, Harry next did the one thing certain to send the goblin crazy. He was already moving while the stunned audience tried to contemplate what the Centurion had just done to a capable opponent. Dragoontooth offered no resistance as Harry's blade sang through the air toward him. Bloodfang watched helplessly as Crow's sword expertly sliced open his son's belly, spilling Dragoontooth's intestines onto the sand. "You human bastard! You just killed my son!" Charging the golden figure with a battle axe that was desperate to taste revenge, Bloodfang met an opponent who was stronger, far more skilled and every bit as motivated as he was. Harry met the charge, deflected the axe away with his shield before driving his sword into Bloodfang's shoulder. His knife then slashed across the pinned goblin, gutting him like a fish. As the last opponent sank to the sand, Harry girded his loins for his final act of brutality. He couldn't fail now, or this would all be for naught. The life was slowly leaving Dragoontooth's eyes as Harry's knife expertly flashed twice to remove his ears. Standing holding his prize, he addressed the now stunned audience. The entire fight had only lasted a few minutes. Most of you will have seen me fight in the pit before. On that occasion I fought an honorable though misguided warrior. I fought that day with the same honor shown me. I fought with the honor of a proud centurion. These four have no honor and received none from me. Like any goblin I will protect my family, and the same fate awaits any that would dare attack them, be that wizard or goblin. Standing there splattered in fresh blood, and with four bodies lying around him, Centurion Crow certainly made his point. He wasn't finished yet, though. He had one final humiliation for the dying Bloodfang. "Director, by law I am allowed to claim that family's fortune, and now do so. I do not want one canute for myself, but wish to see everything converted into gold coin and placed in the square. Then every child is allowed to take away as much as they can carry on their own, with as many repeat visits as necessary allowed until it is all gone. Not content with killing and dishonoring his son, Bloodfang now faced death, knowing that the fortune his family had spent generations carefully stealing would be snatched away by the hands of children. His last breath was spent hoping his ancestors weren't waiting on him when he died. Since Ragnar and Harry had already discussed this action earlier, the director agreed and announced a date 2 weeks from now to allow time for treasures and gems to be converted into gold coin. He also expected his subjects to use this time to contact relatives living abroad and have them return to London for a visit. As much free gold as their children could carry was one almighty incentive for organizing a family trip to Britain. This morning really couldn't have gone much better for Ragnar. A politically powerful enemy had bled their lifeblood into the sand. His sponsored Centurion had performed beyond all expectations, and Gringotts would soon be flooded by goblin visitors from around the world. That the traitors were dead and the offending artifact destroyed should also appease the ministry. A charitable donation to St. Mungo's would help as well. Now all he had to do was convince some of this influx of goblin visitors to stay in a changing Britain. Harry threw his grisly trophies away. Master Sharpshard's axe may hang on his wall, but he could never perceive of any circumstances where he would collect trophies like that. He walked toward Hermione, his father and Master Sharpshard, as all four then left the chamber with their heads held high. They had barely traveled halfway down the first corridor when Harry spoke. The command in his voice was obvious. "Hermione, you go and see if Mum's awake yet. I'm going to need a long shower and a change of clothes before I can go anywhere near the medical facility." He marched away at the next junction, leaving Hermione perplexed. Then she made her mind up. "Father, I need to go to him. Tell my dad that Harry's fine and will be there shortly." Both goblins watched her leave, but it was Sharpshard who spoke first. "She is such a brave lass, perfect for your son. They will provide you with grandchildren that will change our world, my old friend. I have a feeling that by the time those grandchildren appear, their parents may have changed the world so much already that our parents wouldn't recognize it." Amelia understood what she'd just watched. She was having a hard time recognizing the young man who was such a good friend to her niece as being the same person who carried out those terrible acts. Seeing that particular attack carried out on a dueling dummy was scary enough. Witnessing it used on a living being was terrifying. The other four had shot off to Emma's bedside in the hope of seeing Harry there, leaving a stunned Amelia sitting here with her 2 oars. She gratefully accepted Alastair's flask and took a long pull. "Amelia, today I saw proof of what I had only suspected before. Not only will Harry have the ability to one day take down Voldemort, he's clearly got the stones to finish the job. You don't think that was rather excessive?" "No, I don't. You heard the Lady Black's explanation. They intended to gut that girl's parents and leave them lying there waitin', to be found as a macabre birthday present. This was a set of planned executions with political overtones. What you see down there is a very personal and yet still political answer. I've never seen a more blatant demonstration of a warning. To go anywhere near that girl is an invitation to a horrible death." Tonks agreed with Mad Eye and tried to set her boss mind at rest. "I've probably had more contact with Harry than both of you, and I agree with what Mad Eye just said. A wizard behaving like that would be cause to consider they were going dark. To a goblin, it's simply about getting the job done. Harry wanted the Grangers to be safe, and this will certainly help with that. I can't imagine witnessing that demonstration and still having the will to attack them. I watched those 4 train and had deluded myself into thinking I could still best Harry. That attack on the second goblin would be just as devastating to a witch or wizard to deal with." Amelia was reminded of what Barchoke had said to her earlier, that killing someone was a hard burden to bear. She would have to be very careful not to treat Harry any differently now. Harry felt different. He felt as if the blood he had spilled today then left its indelible mark on him, like a permanent scar across his forehead that declared to the world he was a killer. He was sitting on the shower floor, curled into a ball while hugging his knees to his chest as the warm water rained down on him. The gentle hands were moving Harry before he realized he was no longer alone. His mate was sitting right next to him and slowly pulling his body into a hug. "Hermione, how can you stand to touch me after what I just did? Harry, you entered that pit with love in your heart, not hate. Only your love of me and our family could see you do that. You killed those goblins to protect us, just like Dad did last night with his shotgun. Do you think any less of him for that? I thought he was amazing, Hermione. He stood there and fought like a warrior to protect Mum. And you fought like a centurion to keep us all safe. I'm so proud of the men in my life." She leaned in and gave Harry a very practical demonstration of the fact she felt no revulsion toward him by instigating a very tender kiss. Harry was enjoying the kiss immensely. His favorite pastime seemed to be enhanced by the fact they were in the shower. "Hermione, we're in the shower." "I know, Harry." "Hermione, we're in the shower with no clothes on. Goblins don't take showers with their clothes on." "Oh, I am so glad to hear that. It would be just so weird, don't you think?" "Hermione, the two of us are in here naked." It had taken all Hermione's courage to go through with this. The very thought that Harry might reject her had never crossed her mind. "I just thought that you might seriously need cheering up. If it bothers you, I could leave." Just mentioning leaving though saw her mate's arms tighten around her as he instigated a loving kiss of his own. "After the horror of this morning, I felt dead inside. Now, seeing my mate in her full beautiful glory has helped push those terrible visions aside. I now have something far more wonderful to dream about when I close my eyes." "Thank you so much, Hermione. You are mine, and I am yours, Harry. Nothing is going to change that. I was considering moving our relationship forward slightly after my birthday, but felt you needed something special today. I also knew I could trust you." "Hermione, I would never." "I know, love. Stand up and hold me while I wash your hair. We won't be doing this again for a long while, so let's enjoy it while we can. It could become something we save for very special occasions, though." Harry held his mate with all the tenderness he possessed as she gently massaged shampoo into his long black locks. Hermione's naked ministrations were washing away the horror and again emphasizing to Harry that he could face anything with his mate by his side. Her courage and trust in him just turned a morning Harry never wanted to think of again into something he would look back on with great fondness for the rest of his life. They got dried and dressed together, neither feeling any shame at their actions. Harry had certainly felt Hermione's wonderful chest against his as she held him close, and his hand had most definitely strayed over her gorgeous bum, but, apart from devouring each other with their eyes, that was as far as they went. Both had the maturity to know they weren't ready for any more yet. They still had almost 3 years before they would marry. It was a happy, and very clean, couple though who made their way toward Mum's room. The couple entered the room and, seeing her mother now awake, Hermione shot toward her bed. Only her mother's condition slowed Hermione down and stopped her crashing into the recovering Emma. The body that passed Hermione heading in the opposite direction was under no such restrictions. She slammed into Harry hard enough to almost have them over. He stood there, once more with a beautiful witch clinging to him, and Harry thought he was one lucky goblin. "Oh, Harry, I didn't want you thinking we thought any different of you now. I still love you, just not as much as I love my Neville mind." "I know, Padma, and I'm really happy with all of that." Harry was hugging her back, accepting the offered comfort from his friend. He was then passed from Padma to Henrika for more of the same. Tonks looked ready to hit him one first. "I don't know whether to smack you for leaving Hogwarts without me or that. I'll face them all at once, director decision. Never do either again." She did hug him though before pushing him in Amelia's direction. "I know you only did what you had to, Harry. You impressed the hell out of Mad Eye and scared years off my life." Neville and Sirius congratulated him, and Barchoke thought this certainly qualified as a special occasion. He proudly hugged his son. Harry was then face to face with Dan. "I finished what you started, Dan. They paid for attacking our family." Harry then felt a hand on his arm and looked around to see Emma staring into his face. Her hand pulled Harry down until he was level with her and guided his head into her embrace. Harry was being cuddled by the woman he now considered his mum while looking into the smiling face of his mate. Hermione was receiving the exact same treatment on Emma's other side. Dan glanced at the 3 smiling faces and relaxed for the first time since those goblins burst into their home. Minerva couldn't believe how solemn the atmosphere was in the Great Hall, and all because a Muggle woman had been attacked by some rogue goblins. She then had to reconsider that thought as she realized how many of the children currently in the care of Hogwarts actually knew Emma Granger. From the head boy and girl down, this woman had touched the lives of a fair number of them, between holidays and birthday parties in King Yusi where an entire year group were invited. Of all the children affected, though, none were more so than the little blonde sitting at the Ravenclaw table cuddling the black cat for comfort, a fact the head girl had picked up on, and Penelope was sitting right beside Luna. She was stroking Moonlight and trying to think positive thoughts about Emma. She simply had to recover. Having already lost her mother, Luna couldn't bear to see the woman who'd started to fill that void in her life leave too. Hermione was like a sister to Luna, and she knew just how close her sister was to Emma. She would hate for Hermione to undergo the same terrible experience as her. The snowy white owl flying into the hall stopped all conversation. Every pair of eyes were now locked on Luna as she removed the note from Irgit's leg. Those who couldn't see the girl's face feared the worst as she began sobbing. Those who could relaxed as they saw a beaming smile on Luna's face. She managed to say, "Emma's going to be okay," before the hall erupted with cheering. Minerva thought her surprises were now over for the day. Augusta spoiled that idea immediately. "I'll cover the Muggle Studies classes until Sirius returns. That will just leave history students needing supervised." With Madame Augusta Longbottom now apparently able to teach Muggle Studies, Minerva was left wondering where all these changes would eventually lead. Chapter 68: A Dancing Goblin. A complication no one had expected was the police being involved. Dan, firing his shotgun in the house, had a few of their closest neighbors dialing 999. When the police arrived at the scene, they found the Grangers gone and a bloody mess left in their lounge. Barchoke's squad had apprehended the prisoners and removed the bodies, but the police were at the Grangers before any cleanup could be done. By the time Amelia discovered what had happened, it was far too late to start obliviating people. Where the police go, the press are sure to follow, especially where there is blood involved. There had been rumors circulating that the Potter the serial killers were after had connections to Crawley. This appeared to confirm that, and the Grangers were front-page news all over the country. Speculation regarding their fate was wide, varied, and totally inaccurate. They were officially listed as missing though, and a manhunt was gathering pace, so something had to be done. This led to Arthur and Bill Weasley walking into Crawley's police station and approaching the front desk. Flashing charmed ID, Arthur spoke to the police officer who greeted them. "We need to speak to whoever is in charge of the Granger case." They were shown into an office and introduced themselves to the detectives in charge, their identifications claiming both father and son worked for a branch of the government. "I have here a press release that will answer most of the questions being bandied about in the media. Please read it, and then we'll answer any questions we can." Arthur handed copies of the document over and tried not to smirk as the detective's eyebrows got higher and higher. On the 19th of September, a heavily armed group managed to bypass the security arrangements on the Granger home. While one of the group was busy boasting what they were going to do to the couple, Daniel Granger managed to bring his shotgun into play, fatally wounding two of the would-be attackers. This also alerted the private firm who were part of the security surrounding the Grangers, and the rest of the group were quickly detained. Unfortunately, Emma Granger was seriously wounded in the attack and required immediate medical attention. She is now expected to make a full recovery. Both are recuperating from the attack by staying on a private estate in the Scottish Highlands. This statement is being released to assure all their friends and family that they are alive and well, and also hopefully to end media speculation over this incident. The more senior of the two detectives was obviously not local. He also appeared to resent having his very high-profile murder/kidnapping case pulled out from under him. He was barely courteous when asking the first question. "Can you give us any details on Mrs. Granger's injuries?" Arthur wanted to set the tone of this meeting right from the start. The Weasleys were in charge here. "First, you need to understand what level this investigation has now reached. This is being treated as a direct attack on Lord Potter. We'll tell you what we can, and also what can be released to the press." Emma took a knife to the stomach, an injury that could easily have killed her. His subordinate tried to hide his smirk. He'd basically been given the same "this is no longer your responsibility" speech when his colleague had arrived from London. He also had the next question ready for the new team apparently now in charge of this case. "Can you confirm or deny that Miss Granger's boyfriend, this young Lord Potter, is the Potter these serial killers are after?" Looking to his son, Bill nodded before answering that question. "Hermione's boyfriend is indeed the Potter these killers are after. The couple met over 2 years ago at their exclusive school and have been inseparable ever since. Her parents were made aware of the possible danger and had all the protection we could think of on their home. That was why Dan, a keen shooter, also had a shotgun handy. Harry made sure that Emma had world-class care to treat her injury, and it's his Highland estate that they're staying on at the moment. That can also be released to the press and might stop some of the rubbish they're printing every day. Can you explain why they're after the boy? It was Arthur who tried to put the situation into a form that wouldn't break the statute of secrecy but was close enough to the truth for these two detectives to believe. Harry's parents worked for the government, a branch of anti-terrorism. They were so good at their jobs that a really nasty group made it their mission in life to wipe the Potters out. They almost succeeded too. Both Harry's parents were killed and the explosion also took out the gang's leader. Harry was in the house at the time and it's nothing short of a miracle he survived. Bill was so proud of his father. Arthur had worked really hard on the Muggle materials he'd provided. He'd stopped treating Muggles as a bit of a hobby, and there was now little sign of the man who couldn't pronounce electricity. Gone too were the plug and battery collections. His new hobby was collecting Muggle devices and experimenting to produce a magical version. Arthur was determined Molly would one day have a working microwave. He just loved the ping that signaled your food was ready. He was also imparting truthful information to the police officers without giving specifics away. The government rounded up as many of this gang as we could while toddler Harry was adopted by a friend of the family. This gang, though, would give fanatics a bad name, and the escapees are trying to link up with former members who must have slipped through our nets over a decade ago. The senior detective opened a slim file that had been sitting on his desk. One of the first things he did upon arrival was to scour through all the information they had on this family. This report begins to make more sense now, how one lad easily took down 5 local bullies. I understand Lord Potter was asked by the officers who took them home to the Grangers if he had any special training. Our records show he said no. Arthur hadn't a clue what the detective was talking about, but thankfully Bill had gone over the entire incident in great detail with all of them. Harry was asked if he practiced any kind of martial arts. He replied that, apart from keeping fit, fencing was the only sport he attempted. That is as true today as it was then. Due to his special circumstances, though, Harry has received government-approved training on how to extract himself from difficult situations. Since he and his best friends are always together, they received approval to undertake the training too. Hermione was more upset with herself that she let that boy catch her off guard in that incident and accepted as her due the rolocking she got from her tutor for doing so. The younger local detective was suspicious of such a glib answer. You seem to know rather a lot about this? Probably because I was the tutor who gave her a rolocking. I know the Granger family well. I've holidayed with them and have younger siblings who attend the same school as Hermione and Harry. I spoke with Dan and Emma this morning before setting out for your station. Emma is actually going to try some solid food today. Bill didn't want to say he had breakfast with them, or an explanation of how he got from the Scottish Highlands to Crawley in such a short time would be required. Would it be possible for us to contact them? A rather emphatic shake of the head from Bill preceded his answer. Sorry, but no. Both are understandably rather shaken up at the moment, and Harry's being exceptionally protective of them. We all know how easily it could have been for things to go so differently the other night. Dan has barely let his shotgun out of his reach. A very calm Dan had his shotgun resting at his shoulder. Pull! He smiled as each blast of the shotgun saw a clay pigeon disintegrate. Pull! Another 2 clay pigeons met their end under his gun, as once more his little loader swiftly and smoothly passed over a loaded weapon. Pull! One smashed to smithereens and the other merely clipped. It was still good shooting, though. A certain goblin observer thought it was shocking and amazing at the same time. There was no way Ragnarok wasn't going to further investigate guns after seeing how effective they were against goblins. Watching Dan shoot was a revelation. As with Harry's demonstration of his abilities in the pit, here again it was a case of their weapons being seriously outmatched in a fight. The sharpest sword in the world was as much use to a warrior as a dandelion if your enemy could cut you down well before your blade could even reach them. Barchoke rested his weapon as he'd been taught before giving the command to set the clay pigeons flying. Shooting with the director studying his every move was nerve-wracking. Rather than trying for both and hitting none, he concentrated on making sure only one of those discs would hit the ground whole. Ragnarok actually cheered as he witnessed a goblin blast one of those discs apart. Barchoke made sure the weapon was unloaded before handing it over for the director to examine. The workmanship is superb. It must have taken days to get those barrels so true. Why did you remove the bits that fire, though? The leader of the Goblin Nation then found himself being lectured by a human as Dan explained the safety protocols everyone had to learn before handling a loaded weapon. He also shattered Ragnarok's illusions by telling him most of the shotgun he held in his hands would have been produced by machine. Rather than raising any level of anxiety, the echo of the shotgun's blasts was actually reassuring to the other half of the Granger dentistry duo. Dan practicing on his beloved shooting course was a welcome slice of what now passed as normality for them. She was sitting in her favorite chair with a book in her hands, but Emma couldn't stop her thoughts from running over the last few days. Once it had been established beyond doubt she was out of danger, Sirius and Henrika took Neville and Padma back to Hogwarts. Hermione and Harry had refused to leave, and even now they had transferred to Kingussie. Both were still here keeping a very careful eye on her. Emma suddenly sussed what had disturbed her quiet reading. It was far too quiet for a room that held both her children. She turned her head round to look for them and let go with an incredibly loud piercing scream. Dobby had Dan transported there in mere seconds, his shotgun searching for targets. All he saw was Harry and Hermione standing in front of Emma with their weapons drawn. Tonks coming barreling through the door almost started a war before Emma screamed again. "Stop! Weapons down before anyone gets hurt." Emma's screamed order proved to be timely. Sensing no threat, everyone complied just before Barchoke, Ragnarok and a pair of the director's guards crashed into the room from the other direction than the one Tonks had burst through. "I'm sorry for startling everyone. I just got a bit of a shock. Guess I'm not dealing with this as well as I thought I was." Dobby popped away with the shotgun as the Potter elves began supplying refreshments since the situation was under control. The two guards positioned themselves at the doors as a now embarrassed Emma provided an explanation. "It suddenly dawned on me that it was too quiet in here with this pair in the room. I turned around and saw what I now know was Hermione, but she was covered in feathers. I simply got a shock. Sorry for scaring everyone. We were meditating on our animagus forms. Was Hermione really covered in feathers? Didn't you see her?" "Sorry, Mom. After you screamed, I was too busy sweeping my side of the room for threats. I didn't need to look to know Hermione was doing the same behind me." Hermione now held out her arm and concentrated. Copper-colored feathers with distinct black markings started to spread along her outstretched limb. She was soon in the air as Harry had his arms around her waist and was swinging her around in celebration. His whoop of jubilation letting the uninitiated know this was a major achievement. Tonks was shaking her head in wonder. "Let me guess, Neville and Padma have forms too?" Harry still had Hermione hoisted in the air, his admiration of his mate clear for all to see. "Hermione is a kestrel. I'm a swift. Neville is a tawny owl while Padma is some type of hawk. We'll need to wait until she perfects her form to get a more specific identification. I can't wait until we can all fly around the glen. Might save Padma moaning about having to run as much." The thought of their children being able to change themselves into birds and having the ability to fly unaided just gave a whole new meaning to the term, flying the nest for Dan and Emma. Here was a graphic example of not only how quickly they were growing up, but they were now trying to grow feathers too. Ragnarok was once again witnessing proof of just how well his gamble on these 4 human children was paying off. Animagus was an ability that was foreign to goblins, but having 3 friends of the nation and a centurion who would possess this strange phenomenon would be another feather in his cap. He had considered these children extraordinary when he made the awards. Just how extraordinary they were turning out to be was surprising even him. It was no surprise to Emma that the extraordinary man she had married all those years ago eventually broke down and cried his heart out. Her Dan was a gentle soul and, while he wouldn't hesitate to protect his family, killing 2 people was always going to have an effect on him. She held her husband close as they snuggled in bed. Getting Dan to talk through the experience had led to this breakdown. He badly needed to let it out though. After getting himself together, and reluctantly admitting to his wife he actually felt better, they snuggled a while longer before Emma raised the next potential problem. "I think Harry needs to do the same as you just have, instead of bottling it up and going on as if everything is fine. You reacted purely on instinct, but, by all accounts, Harry practically slaughtered those goblins in front of a large audience. You'll get no argument from me that those 4 deserved their fate. I'm just not happy that our boy had to be the one administering it. I've had a quiet word with Barchoke and he agrees. He also thinks Hermione is the only one who stands any chance of getting through to him. I guessed as much. I also guessed that's why she was sneaking into his room every night. I didn't think you'd noticed. Why didn't you say anything? Only being able to hold you at night has kept me sane these last few days. I keep getting flashbacks and watching those two goblins die. If Harry feels half as bad as I do about this, then he'll need Hermione to get him through this. I also think that's why they're in no hurry at all to return to Hogwarts. He doesn't really want to face all their friends knowing what he had to do. I know that's the way I feel about returning to Crawley. People who could never understand what we went through will want to congratulate me for picking up my shotgun. So, you trust those two together? Harry has now killed 5 times to protect the 2 most important women in the world to me. Make that 7 if you count a basilisk and a troll. If we can't trust him with Hermione, then just class me as a horrible father. This earned Dan a kiss from his wife. I think you forgot to add that Hermione and I are 2 of the most important ladies in Harry's life too. We both know there is not the slightest danger of him hurting our daughter. We also know they can't go on like this much longer. Both of them and Tonks need to be in Hogwarts for the ball on Saturday evening. It would make a mockery of the event if 3 of the guests of honor were missing. Barchoke and I have an idea for Friday. I just need you to go along with it. Barchoke arrived in Kingussie on Friday morning accompanied by a surprising bonus. Hermione was out her chair while shrieking Sapphire in a tone that could crack glass. The little goblin was now a fully paid-up member of the Hugs Are Good Society and, as Hermione eventually released her, she flew into Harry's open arms. Her head barely reached his muscled chest, but Sapphire held on tight as she finally answered some of the questions Hermione had immediately hit her with. Your mate here started a mad scramble to get back to London. My whole family's here to get ready for next week. Anyone waiting until the last minute is going to be disappointed. I've never seen Gringotts so busy. We could hardly get accommodation. You're more than welcome to stay here? She looked up into her tall friend's green eyes and knew he was being completely genuine. That he hadn't let her go yet was also a big clue too. Thanks, Harry. I might for a day or 2. Your father has also offered that I can stay in your apartment. Save me having to share a room with the rest of my family. She then got really serious and changed the subject. Even in Cairo, your fight in the pit was all anyone could talk about. There are memory crystals changing hands at ridiculous amounts as everyone wants to see if the rumors are true. My father got his hands on a copy, and it left him clearly shaken. So much so that I was able to sneak a look at it when he wasn't there. She could feel Harry trying to pull away at hearing that, but Sapphire just tightened her grip on his waist. Harry, you did what you had to do. We both know Dragon Breath was going to meet a bad end. He didn't hesitate in trying to murder Emma, so don't you go blaming yourself for what happened to him. Hermione now made it a 3-way hug, delighted with what their little friend was saying. I've been trying to tell him that all week, Sapphire. I was there and it makes no difference to me. He seems to think it will make a difference to our friends. Padma and Neville were there too, and both have already told him that's not going to happen. Here was the opening Emma was looking for to introduce their idea. Since you won't be able to leave Hogwarts this year at Halloween, I thought now would be a good time to visit Harry's parents. Hermione explained that concept to a confused Sapphire, allowing Harry a few moments to think about it. Harry visits the cemetery where his parents are buried, usually on Halloween. This year, though, Halloween is a Hogsmeade weekend and the goblins are going to help protect the village. Centurion Crow here is going to be on duty. Barchoke then helped his son reach a decision. As the entire country now knows that fact, visiting on a different day also makes tactical sense. Sapphire and Hermione holding him lent Harry the courage to agree. The guilt he was currently carrying made visiting his parents the last place he wanted to go. Harry's reluctance at the cemetery was clear to all those who had visited here with him before. Hermione and Sapphire kept a tight hold of him as they stood beside the headstones. The fact that his son was standing there in silence forced Barchoke to take some action. James and Lily, our son is being rather quiet today because he had to do something that's left him feeling ashamed, unworthy even. We've all told him that he's still the same Harry we know and love, but he doesn't seem to believe us. You left me a fine boy to raise, and I've done the best I can. If there is any fault here, then it is mine to bear. Emma's hand then rested supportively on the elder goblin's shoulder as she too spoke. "James and Lily, I hope you don't mind if I say our son too. Harry started calling me Mum, and I couldn't be happier about that. I think his father has done a wonderful job, as Harry is quite simply the finest young man I have ever met. If there's a fault here, then it's mine. I was attacked, and Harry not only helped save my life but ensured my attackers would never bother anyone again. I already loved our son with all my heart, and this incident didn't lessen that love one bit. Harry, though, is having trouble believing that." As Harry still hadn't spoken a word, Hermione filled the silence. "I really don't know what to call you. Mr. and Mrs. Potter seem so formal, yet James and Lily doesn't feel right either. It will be Mum and Dad when I marry your son, and I will be marrying him. He is mine and I am his. Nothing is going to change that. He seems to think his recent actions have affected how we all see him. I keep trying to tell him that his friends and family all still love him, and will never stop loving him." With tears rolling down his cheeks, Harry finally broke his silence. "Mum, Dad, I've let you down. I've let everyone down. You both gave your lives protecting me from a dark wizard, only for your son to turn into one. I slaughtered for people, one of them a boy who wouldn't even fight back." Sobs now racked Harry's body as his worst fears left his lips. Hermione was strong for her mate, fighting back her own tears. "You are not a dark wizard, Harry, and you never could be. You are a centurion who dealt with a goblin problem as only a goblin could." She'd been standing back, not wanting to intrude on a family moment, but Tonks now stepped forward to offer some advice. She had watched as the rest of the family had used Harry's parents to try and reach out to the young man. Tonks now did the same. "James and Lily, you don't know me, but my aura robes will tell you we have a mutual acquaintance, Alastair Moody. If anyone can spot a dark wizard, then it's him. That he's going to train your son should answer that question. Harry has been raised as a goblin but is now trying to assign wizarding values to his goblin actions. It just won't work." Harry was still crying, but he could feel the love he was surrounded by, almost as if it was a physical force. This atmosphere allowed him to begin unburdening his soul of the day that would give him nightmares for years to come. As Harry got into his stride, there was soon more than him standing in the graveyard with tears in their eyes, especially when he reached the part about seeing Emma injured. "When I saw Mum lying there with that knife sticking out her, I knew I had to do something. I couldn't lose my Mum again. How could I ever face my Hermione knowing that, because of me, both of us no longer had a Mum? I had to protect them and acted as a goblin should. Why do I then feel as if I've ripped my own guts out too?" His father had an answer for that. "Taking a life should always leave you feeling like that, son. It's never something that can be taken lightly. The people you killed had already been sentenced to die. I'm sorrier than I can say that you had to be the one to carry that sentence out. You did your duty, son, and the nation is a better place because of that." Sapphire spoke for the first time, her heart breaking from witnessing the pain her friend was suffering. "The nation is a better place now, Harry, and your family is certainly safer because of what you were forced to do. Listen to those around you and don't hand your hard-won victory over to Dragon Breath." He and his father got exactly what they deserved. It was a lovely autumn day in Godric's Hollow, and the well-maintained cemetery sparkled like an emerald, set squarely at the heart of the village. The more time they spent there with Harry talking to his parents, the more the sparkle returned to those emerald eyes Hermione loved so much. Harry felt lighter as they returned to King Yusi. He was also knackered and was heading off for a nap. Hermione had every intention of joining him, but had something to do first. "Father, can you get a dress made for Sapphire by tomorrow? Since she's in the country, so Sapphire can be our guest at tomorrow's Merlin Ball. Are you sure Hogwarts is ready for this, my daughter? All our friends have met and love Sapphire. They'll all be there. Fred and George might act all respectable now, but everyone knows they've just gotten a lot better at what they do since taking lessons from Master Pitsley. Nobody will want to cross that pair. What do you say, Sapphire? Me and you walking into the ball on Harry's arms." The little goblin was almost hyperventilating with excitement and only had one question. "Will Roger be there?" Having holidayed with the group in Cairo, Barchoke was now certain his daughter was right. They would rally around Sapphire and ensure she had an enjoyable and trouble-free evening. He would take her to Gringotts and have a dress made in the same style as those Hermione and Padma would be wearing. Having to return Sapphire to King Yusi might be the only reason he got out of the director's office without having to consume a keg of grog. Ragnarok would surely call for the potent brew to celebrate a goblin being invited to the Hogwarts Merlin Ball. With Gringotts currently packed to capacity with all of the overseas visitors, this couldn't have happened at a more opportune time to allow their visitors to see the unbelievable changes happening in Britain for themselves. They all noticed the changes at breakfast. It was hard not to, with Harry, Hermione and Tonks wearing their orders of Merlin and greeting each other formally at the table. Add in Sapphire being high as a kite with the excitement of attending her first ball tonight, and breakfast in King Yusi that Saturday morning was unusual to say the least. The three parents were all smiling as their charges were making plans to spend a couple of hours giving Sapphire some dancing lessons. Dan and Emma lost their smiles as Hermione revealed more of their plans. After the ball, we'll portkey home. That will allow the four of us. A growl from Tonks saw Hermione change that part. That will allow the five of us to attend church tomorrow. They could see the fear in Emma's eyes, and it was Harry who broached the elephant in the room. Mom, you got me to face my fears yesterday, and I feel so much better for doing it. You know, any of my houses are available to you, but your life is back in Crawley. Even if you want to permanently change that, you still need to go back and sort everything out first. She found herself being tag-teamed by both of them as Hermione pushed to. You'll have Harry and me with you, and Tonks guarding our backs. We go to church. A quick pop home before heading back to King Yusi for lunch. Dan now had his arms supportively around his wife's shoulders. We have to face this sometime, love. Wouldn't it be much better to do it with these three there for support? Just look at those medals, you know we'll be in safe hands. She was every bit as reluctant as Harry had been yesterday, but again Emma knew this was something she needed to face. Dan was right, it would be much better with their family there for support. With that settled, the three teens left so Sapphire could get some dancing practice for her first ball. She had loved dinner and dancing on their Nile cruise, but the little goblin wanted to be more prepared for her first ball. Nothing could have prepared Sapphire for walking into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It wasn't so much the splendor of the vast room, more that every pair of eyes in the hall focused on them the instant they entered. The little goblin was feeling self-conscious about wearing this dress, but had trusted Harry and Hermione when they said that's what most of the girls would be wearing. She stood as the Sixth Order of Merlin holders observed their formal greetings before the whole thing descended into hugs. Sapphire soon found herself being included by an excited Padma, and then Luna arrived to carry on that trend. Sapphire watched as Harry spoke to the woman in charge before leading everyone out of there to climb lots of stairs as Hogwarts once more provided a spectacular ballroom. Luna had been introducing her to so many friends of theirs that Sapphire's head was spinning. She found herself being led to a table where dinner would appear. She was sitting between Luna and Harry with Padma, Neville, and of course Hermione making up the rest of the company. They were surrounded, though, on all sides by tables full of their friends, and Sapphire couldn't help but smile as two younger girls approached Harry to remind him he had promised them a dance. It was like watching the last of the doubt leave her friend. One glance at Hermione was enough to tell that she thought so too. She knew what they had for dinner was lovely, but Sapphire couldn't remember what she ate. She was far too busy looking all around her as Luna kept up a running commentary and answered any question she asked, and Sapphire had a lot of questions about everything and everyone. It was announced that the first dance was for the Order of Merlin holders, and there was loud cheering as 4 students, 3 professors, and an Auror took to the dance floor. Hermione was in Harry's arms, and they were surrounded by friends and family. She looked into her mate's eyes and saw peace there for the first time since her birthday. I hate saying I told you so, but did you really think your friends would treat you any different? You'll make Natalie and Pauline's evenings by dancing with them. And Sapphire is sitting there practically glowing. You've never hidden the fact you consider yourself a goblin. You told the entire hall that at your sorting. Sometimes we can all forget, though, even you. Not as long as I have you to keep me right. It was also you who invited Sapphire here tonight, something I want to thank you for. What I'm trying to say is thanks for being there for me this week. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't. I'll always be there for you, Harry. I am yours and you are mine. We're going to have to wait a few more years, though, before we can snuggle up in bed every night. Although we weren't doing anything wrong, I really don't like sneaking about behind Mom and Dad's back. This earned her a kiss from her mate. I know, and again I can't thank you enough. Just you being there with me kept me sane. Tonks was enjoying being held in her date's arms. She wanted to know if there could be more though. Remus, I need to return to Kinyusi with Harry tonight, but we'll be back in Hogwarts ready for classes on Monday. I think we need to sit down then and have a talk. She was really worried until Remus smiled at her. Then Tonks knew it would be okay. Even if they went no further than their current friendship, she knew Remus Lupin was going to be a part of her life for years to come. The ball was a resounding success again, that there was an actual goblin amongst them barely raised an eyebrow. Word had quickly spread Sapphire was a very good friend of Harry's. That he danced with her next after his first dance with Hermione easily confirmed this. With some of the professors and even the head boy and girl clearly having met her before, Sapphire was afforded a warm welcome to Hogwarts and was on the dance floor for most of evening. Sirius asked Hermione to dance and was relieved to hear that Harry was now on the mend. He had killed in the last war and, even though that person had been in full Death Eater regalia and taking part in a raid, Sirius had still felt like shit knowing he had caused someone's death. He also approved of what they were doing for her mum and dad, asking if they wanted some company at the church. Hermione was sorely tempted but eventually declined. It was going to be enough of a dog and pony show without turning up mob-handed. The thought of Melissa and Joe and turning green with envy when they saw Henrika almost had her saying yes. Those bound for Kinyusi eventually had to bid their friends good night. Sapphire was proclaiming to everyone within earshot that it was the best night of her life. Hermione leaning over and whispering in her ear that this ball was an annual event, and of course she was invited next year, saw her dancing all the way to the edge of the wards. She had a whole year to work on her father to make sure she was in Britain at the same time next year. Her father was studying Sunday's edition of The Prophet and was struggling to believe what his eyes were telling him. His daughter's picture was on the front page. He'd half expected pictures proclaiming outrage at a goblin daring to attend Hogwarts' premiere event. Only Barchoke reiterating his promise that she would be perfectly safe saw him giving permission for his daughter to attend. No, instead of singling her out, this picture was much worse. He wasn't to know this was a repeat of the type of picture they had successfully ran after last year's ball. A mass of Hogwarts students gathered in front of an impressive fountain. There, left of center, was Sapphire happily standing amongst the collection of smiling young witches and wizards. He had to read well into the article before finding any mention of his daughter, and even then she was simply mentioned as a longtime friend of the Baron of Kinyusi, who happened to be currently holidaying in Britain. He held irrefutable proof in his hands that these witches and wizards had easily accepted his goblin daughter in their company. Again, something he simply didn't think was possible. Not for the first time lately, he was left to wonder if he'd made a mistake all those years ago. Emma was clinging onto Dan's arm and wondering if they'd made a mistake. Like Sapphire last night, they were experiencing the phenomenon of having every pair of eyes focused on them as they walked into church. The Reverend Richards actually announced during his sermon that he had been going to ask the congregation to pray for a couple of their members who had been attacked last week, only for his prayers to have already been answered when he saw them sitting in their usual seats. After the service ended, it was then that the group found themselves being approached by most of the congregation. Dan lost count of the number of times he told people that they were only visiting their home. They would be staying in the Scottish Highlands and dental agency staff would be covering their practice for the next few weeks at least. It was the Reverend Richards, though, who made the most perceptive comment as they were leaving the church. I was dismayed to discover that it was members of Harry's own family who pointed these terrorists at Crawley and your family. That was very irresponsible of them. Harry, though, who quickly put the minister straight. The Dursleys are no family of mine, Reverend. They signed that right away when they put me up for adoption. I said the same to Melissa and Joanne during the summer, and also expressed my concern that their revelations might attract these terrorists to Crawley. Dan clearly shared Harry's view of the Dursleys. They must have known what they were doing would place my family in the firing line. They either did it deliberately or just didn't care. Whatever their motives, I'm finding it hard to offer any forgiveness in their direction at the moment. As the Reverend Richards shook Dan's hand, he found himself agreeing with his parishioner who almost lost his wife a few days ago. I really can't blame any of you for that. As they walked back to the Granger's house, Tonks had to bring up something that was bothering her. It wasn't Death Eaters who attacked Emma. Whoever the Dursleys are, they had nothing to do with the other night. A mischievous smile stole across Harry's face. The Dursleys deliberately started spreading that information, trying to justify themselves for giving me away when I was a toddler. This was not done out of any spirit of public service. Everyone in town now knows it was them who directed the Eyes of Britain onto Crawley, and just what the consequences of that could be. The Dursleys standing in Crawley probably couldn't get any lower, and they did it themselves. I hardly had to do anything. This drew a smile from Emma. She considered that the tormentors of her daughter receiving some tormenting of their own was poetic justice. Emma's smile at the Dursleys' situation meant this morning would be classed as a success. They had shown face and everyone now knew they were all right. All they had to do now was get back to Scotland before the police or press got wind they were in Crawley. They would have lunch in Kingussie before Hermione and Tonks needed to head back to Hogwarts. Chapter 69 Quartets. Petunia had rushed to the school as soon as she got the phone call. If her little Diddums was injured, then her little soldier would need his mummy. She was in tears after being shown into the first aid room to meet her beloved offspring. "Oh, my precious baby, what have they done to you?" He was holding an ice pack over one eye to try and reduce the swelling, while Dudley had obviously been bleeding from his lip and nose. There were also vivid scratches down his cheek that left Petunia asking if her son had been attacked by some sort of wild animal. The school's first aider had learned early on after taking on these duties not to get involved in this side of the equation. He was here to fix the injuries and leave dealing with irate parents to the school's guidance staff. Thankfully, Miss Adams turned up mere moments later. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mrs. Dursley. I had to deal with some rather distressed girls first. Did they witness what happened to my Dudley? I would think that would be enough to distress anyone, let alone for young girls seeing what happened to their friend." "Hasn't Dudley told you what happened?" The silence told its own story, forcing the teacher to tell the tale. "There were a number of students at the school unhappy that your family basically provided the information that led to the terrible attack on the Grangers. Rather than being contrite about the affair, Dudley voiced his opinion that the attack should have happened sooner, before the Grangers' teenage daughter returned to her private school. As you can perhaps imagine, that did not go down too well with Miss Granger's friends. You see the results before you. Are you saying that those 4 girls did this just because of something my Dudley said?" When the teacher nodded in answer, that was Petunia's signal to explode. "And just what are you and the school going to do about this? I think it's disgraceful that you allowed my Dudley to be attacked just because he expressed his opinion. When that opinion is absolutely abhorrent to everyone who hears it, then I think the girls' reactions were understandable, not excusable though. As soon as we're finished here, they will be sent home with a letter to their parents explaining what happened today. Where was this abhorrent reaction when my son and his friends were attacked by Granger and her gang outside the cinema? Tony Dillon was in hospital for weeks, and his family left so traumatized they moved from the area. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dursley. I don't know anything about that. I'm assuming this incident happened before Dudley came to us at Hazelwick. The distraught mother didn't want to hear excuses. Petunia wanted something done. He wouldn't have been here at all if that bloody great hole hadn't opened up and swallowed half our house. My Dudley was down to attend a private school before that pit ate all our savings and forced us to remortgage. Come on, Dudley, we're going to see the doctor and have your injuries treated properly. My husband will be in touch. Miss Adams, you haven't heard the last of this. They left the first aider to tidy up behind them. This saw him muttering to his colleague. You wonder how some kids are the way they are, and then you meet the parents and you just know. They don't care that a woman nearly died because of them, but a few scratches on their precious son, and they want us to call the armed forces in to deal with it. A firing squad at dawn for the girls who dared to hit their precious son. The guidance teacher privately agreed, and now she had to go and deal with the young ladies who'd said about the fat bully. Dudley thought he was safe mouthing off while surrounded by his friends/gang. Those same students wanted nothing to do with a quartet of screaming and scratching girls. Dudley had found himself having to deal with the situation on his own, eventually being reduced to running away crying to tell a teacher. Padma felt like running away for a good cry, something her sister picked up on immediately. That the other 3 didn't look much better set Parvati off. What has that madman got you doing now? It must be bad to affect the 4 of you like this. Neville's arm had never left his mate's shoulders. Down 7 flights of stairs and now sitting down to lunch. Padma certainly needed his support today. Moody was teaching us about the unforgivables this morning. The silence that followed Neville's answer was total. It was as if all the air had been sucked out of the room to leave a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum, although Luna's voice was barely above a whisper, as she tried to confirm what they just heard. He didn't have you casting them, did he? All the friends could hear the crack in Hermione's voice as she answered. No, Luna. He demonstrated all 3 of them on a spider. Padma's voice did break as she said the next bit. She also pushed the food in front of her away. She wouldn't be eating lunch today, none of them would. He had to take it further though, and then started casting the Imperius on us. I looked into my Neville's eyes when he was under that curse and didn't recognize who I saw there. That to me was worse than having the curse cast on myself. Parvati now had her arms around a crying Padma, as did Neville. Parvati though was in fighting mood. What gives that bastard the right to do that? Shouldn't he be heading off for a stay in Azkaban about now? Padma was now clinging to Neville, burying her face in his chest in the hope their friends wouldn't see her tears, and to give herself a chance to recover her composure. Neville held her close as he answered Parvati's angry question. He's a master Auror and is allowed to cast the curse for training purposes, providing the person grants their permission. We all gave our permission. Our orders of Merlin allow us to do that. They had been joined by Sirius, Henrika, and Remus, all of whom had made their way over after spotting the obvious distress amongst the 4. It's part of Auror training that Moody pushed through during the last war. That curse was having devastating effects all over the country. Moody successfully argued that the Auror force needed to know how to defeat it, and the only way to do that is have someone cast it on you in a controlled environment. I know how you feel, Padma. I had to undergo the same training before I became an Auror. Parvati took no comfort from Sirius' well-intentioned words. Her sister was in pain again. You can't know how it feels. She may have an order of Merlin, but that doesn't change the fact that she's only 13. She shouldn't be having to do all this bloody training. None of them should. Padma had managed to pull herself together enough to answer for herself. She took her twin's hand and gave it a squeeze of thanks. I know you're trying to look out for me, Parvati, and I love you for that. I'm going to be a Longbottom though, and the Death Eaters want to see that family wiped out almost as much as they do the Potters. Anyone wanting to get their hands on my Neville is going to have to go through me first, and I aim to make that as difficult as possible by training to be the best I can be. We had already worked out the stuff Moody was throwing at us was straight out the Auror manuals. That just surprised us today. Probably because that isn't in those manuals. Do I want to know how you 4 managed to get your hands on a set? Probably not, Sirius, probably not. Harry was angry more than anything else at the moment, angry at himself. Hermione's bracelet had provided enough protection for her to throw the curse off by its 2nd application. Harry's armor allowing him to do the same by the 3rd. They were then reduced to standing watching as their friends suffered under that vile curse. Moody might only have had them acting silly, but they all knew the potential was there to do much worse. There would be a letter heading to his father today. Neville and Padma would both have some protection before their tutor walked back into Hogwarts. Their status as friends of the nation meant there would be no problems with providing goblin protection. It would be a different case for the rest of their friends, though. That was something only the director could make a decision on. Augustus and Bella had reached the same decision as Peter, that it was better to take the train through the Alps than walk. Unlike Peter, though, there was no hiding below containers of a freight train for these 2. Using the same procedures that had worked so well on the cross-channel ferry, they were now sitting in what was effectively their own private compartment. Rookwood had even chanced leaving his mate alone while he visited the buffet car, meaning they were sitting down and eating the first food they hadn't heated themselves for weeks. Not that they were complaining about the packets of provisions they'd stolen from the Muggle camping shop. It may look nothing like it was supposed to, but the food still tasted better than anything they'd been fed in Azkaban for the last decade. That they would eat their food outside and in each other's company meant that they would have enjoyed anything put in front of them. Augustus thought their time away from Azkaban had done his mate the power of good. A couple of months of fresh air and decent food. Not forgetting there were now no Dementors hanging around them 24 hours a day, and Bella was blossoming into the beautiful which she'd been before their enforced island holiday. If my big strong wizard keeps looking at me like that, we might just have to christen this compartment. I've never done it on a train before. These seats will certainly be more comfortable than our sleeping bags on the ground. Rookwood thought here was something else the Muggles had gotten right. It said first class on the compartment door, and he certainly couldn't think of a better way to travel than this. He quickly reinforced the notice me not charms on the door and windows. There wasn't a hope in hell Augustus was going to turn down his mate's offer. It was beginning to look like every goblin on the planet had headed to London for the offer of free gold. Neither Harry nor Hermione had wanted to miss their training, but both also wanted to appear in Gringotts today, so it was dinner time before they entered the bank. The young couple were astonished at what they found as soon as they left the public facade of the bank behind. The atmosphere was almost carnival in nature. Children of any persuasion are going to be bored stiff queuing for hours, even with the prospect of free gold at the end of their wait. As the queue snaked further than could be seen in the tunnels, disgruntled children should have been everywhere. Instead, at every nook and cranny there would be vendors selling their wares. Whether that was food, drinks, or trinkets/toys was immaterial. It kept the children entertained and waiting to see what the next one was selling. In some of the bigger spaces there were swings and even a merry-go-round available. A group performing a favored children's story on a makeshift stage were proving very popular. Since all these attractions were keeping their children amused, and the cost involved a mere fraction of what was waiting for them at the end of the queue, the parents were more than happy to indulge their children today. This had the knock-on effect of making those children, and the vendors, very happy too. The entire event was becoming one giant party. Harry and Hermione were of course being recognized. The epaulets on the shoulders of his tunic proclaimed him a centurion. As the only centurion not born a goblin, then Harry's identity wasn't exactly hard to determine. The witch proudly walking beside him, wearing dueling robes and with a goblin blade at her hip, could only be the centurion's mate, Hermione Granger. That same Hermione Granger was suddenly greeted by an excited squeal as a goblin the couple knew well shot out the queue to hug them. If anyone was surprised at a centurion hugging this young female goblin, no one said anything about it. "Oh, I was hoping I would see you here today. Isn't this just brilliant? I can't believe the size of the queue. I thought most of the children would have reached the gold by now." "They have, Hermione. This is our third time, and Father reckons there may be enough gold left for one more trip. You should have seen it. There was a bloody mountain of the stuff. You get a bag, its size depending on your age, and then you're allowed to fill it. They didn't want anyone hurting themselves by trying to drag away more than they could carry. After depositing your new gold, it's straight to the back of the queue for another bag." Both were then practically dragged across to meet her two younger siblings and four awestruck cousins. Hermione now understood why Harry was politely ignoring Sapphire's father. The next move was Goldskin's to make. They didn't have long to wait. Everywhere Goldskin looked he saw more and more evidence of how Britain was changing. He didn't need to do much searching to discover who was at the heart of most of these changes. With Sapphire clearly acknowledged in both worlds as one of Crow's closest friends, it was now way past time he buried his animosity toward the Centurion. Since arriving in London, he had managed to procure a memory crystal of Crow's first fight in the pit. He had even allowed Sapphire to watch the part where her friend's bonding was displayed to everyone. He'd also managed to share a few drinks with another Centurion who'd been part of the force that had raced to Hogwarts that fateful morning. Hearing the description of what they found in that chamber blew away any residual doubt over Harry's character. Learning, too, just how highly regarded Harry was considered amongst his fellow Centurions, all would have no qualms about entering a battle with their youngest member by their side, clinched the matter. "Well met, Centurion. I would like to thank you for the care and hospitality you have shown my daughter. I would also like to thank you for today. This is very generous of you." "Well met, sir. Your daughter is our friend and will always be welcome in any house we own. As for today, that gold was tainted and I wanted nothing to do with it. Only by passing it through the hands of innocents can that gold be cleansed once more. It can also help our nation prosper. Today, visitors from all over the world can see for themselves what this country could be, ending forever whispered half-truths or downright lies that seem to become more prevalent the further away from London we travel. This will wipe out any remaining blood-fong influence quicker than young hands can fill those sacks with gold." "I know, sir. Why do you think I did it?" Goldskin thought the Centurion's smile at that was pure goblin. He then watched as they both said goodbye to Sapphire and made their way along the corridor. The bows and salutes both received as they did so left him wondering if it wasn't time to return to Britain. His daughter being close to that couple certainly wouldn't do his family any harm. They passed through the ring of guards, there purely for crowd control. This fortune had been gifted to the nation's children, and no self-respecting goblin would ever steal from them. Even the parents of toddlers, those deemed too young to perform the deed themselves, would only take the amount of gold that they could fit in their allocated bag. Making their way over to a goblin both immediately recognized. It was a smiling Barchok who greeted his children. "Father, how can there be so much gold left if the children have been filling bags all day?" "My daughter, had that been the Potter wealth, they would have been filling bags for the next month." Hermione knew the Potters were wealthy, but seeing gold piled up like that was simply mind-blowing. Her father offered an explanation to why there was so much. Harry decreed that all their wealth was to be converted into gold and given away. This meant everything they owned was sold so today could happen. Normally flooding the market like that would greatly reduce prices. That didn't happen here. Since everyone knew where the money was going, they all insisted on paying a fair price. No goblin would want to steal from children. She watched as they carried their heavy bags of gold along to a row of tellers that would allow them to bank their new wealth, and return straight back to the end of the queue. The entire event was run with military precision, and Hermione realized she should have expected nothing less. Things had run extremely smoothly, pleasing Barchok no end. What pleased him most, though, was that he would shortly sit down to dinner and spend an evening with his children. That to him was worth more than all the gold that had been dumped here today. The minister couldn't believe how much this bank draft was worth. It would not only add a new wing to St. Mungo's, but pay for it to be equipped and staffed too. Amos, though, wanted to know more of the background behind this offer. Barchok had expected nothing else. The ambassador and his assistant were meeting with Arthur, Amelia, Amos, and Cornelius in the minister's office. The minister hadn't said a word since laying eyes on the bank draft Barchok had presented him with. "We have been running an investigation, and it would appear Bloodfang's family were a lot smarter than we gave them credit for. That intelligence, though, must have faded through the generations. They had a scheme operating that saw their wealth increasing slowly but surely. It also explains why they were so focused on my son." The ambassador now held everyone's attention, not needing to say that anything being heard here today shouldn't leave the room. The family had an ancient Loki talisman that they had obviously used for generations, used though in a way they had designed to be undetectable to us. When a wizarding family dies out, the contents of their vaults eventually falls to the ministry. With those records no longer being current, they don't require an account manager and are locked away until such time as they reach the agreed-upon time limit of 100 years. Generations of Bloodfang's family have been systematically looting those dead vaults and altering the records, the talisman allowing them to bypass all the safeguards we had in place to prevent this. We have no way of knowing how long this has been going on or much they stole, so that bank draft is merely a gift from an embarrassed nation to its friend who has been wronged by a subject of that nation. Harry decreed that everything they owned would be converted to gold before being given away to our children. Our nation was honor-bound to ensure that happened. Amelia picked up on something, though. "You didn't explain why they were so focused on Harry?" "We think there were two main reasons. Firstly, I don't think I would be breaking any confidentiality agreements if I said that the Potter account is the most senior and prestigious that Gringotts holds. Harry being still alive stopped all that gold from falling into their clutches. Secondly, he's been the catalyst that has brought our nations closer than they've been for centuries. Certainly not something Bloodfang wanted." The ambassador was almost growling as he spoke further on the matter. Their intentions that night were to ritually gut Emma and Dan, ensuring the world knew they had been murdered by goblins. Harry's reaction to that would have revolved entirely around Hermione. "I really could see both of my children leaving Britain and all of us behind." Of the present company, aside from their father, Bill and Amelia knew the young couple best. Neither could argue against Barchok's conclusion. That result would have terrified Cornelius too. He made his thoughts on the entire matter known. "Arthur has told us how giving someone's fortune away like this is considered a grave insult amongst your people. This is a punishment we at the ministry fully support. I am also delighted on behalf of the ministry to accept this gift from our goblin friends for St. Mungo's. We will also consider this matter closed and continue moving forward as we have been. I would just like to add a personal note that I am deeply sorry your son was forced to take the actions he did. Thank you, Minister. I too was sorry to see him enter the pit again. My son was right though. His actions that day made an impression that will protect our family more effectively than a squad of warriors. Here was the opening Amelia was looking for. Speaking of protection, Mad Eye was raving about how quickly both Hermione and Harry could throw of the Imperius. Imagine his surprise when he next returned to Hogwarts to find Padma and Neville now able to do the same. That eye of his soon spotted the devices those two were wearing. My question is whether it would be possible to get any more. Bill raised his sleeve to show he wore a copper bracelet. This is the device you are talking about. It provides a measure of shielding which enables me to fight off the curse. Padma and Neville now have the same, but, like mine, theirs is blood bound to them. I could take this off and pass it to my father, and it wouldn't do him one bit of good. Both Padma and Neville are friends of our nation, so there was no problems with them being equipped like this. As my assistant, Mr. William Wesley also easily qualified. The director is currently considering a proposal that would see similar bracelets worn by others at Hogwarts. Susan, Cedric, and a number of Weasleys amongst them. That last bit of news certainly pleased Amelia, though she couldn't totally hide her disappointment at what was a very nice refusal. I know you and your nation are bending over backwards to help us, Barchoke, and please don't think me ungrateful that Susan might have some protection from that vile curse. We lost a lot of good people to that unforgivable last time, and the thought of taking away one of their most potent weapons was certainly appealing. Like your ministry, the director has to balance his response to appease the more hardliners our nation also has. His first priority, though, is to protect Gringotts. Can you imagine what would happen to the bank's reputation if a wizard could cast that vile curse and gain access to any vault they chose? The nation can't risk our protections falling into the hands of others. It isn't just Death Eaters who would like to get past our security. Amos, too, was delighted his son might have the opportunity to be protected from this curse. Like Amelia, though, he too had seen the devastation this curse had caused in the last war. Rather than attempt to have the entire population protected, he tried to find a middle ground that Ragnarok could justify to his people. The wards around the ministry should help immensely with this problem. I was wondering, though, if it would be possible to offer extra protection to certain key personnel. I'm just thinking back to the tactics they used the last time and wondering how much damage could be done by using that curse on someone like Arthur. The ambassador could see something along those lines being accepted and promised to put their case forward. Tonks felt as if they were at last moving forward. Remus had certainly admitted he would take on a relationship with her in a heartbeat, if it wasn't for his furry little problem. She was trying to make him see that, far from hiding things from her, he was more inclined to paint the picture as black as possible. She put it to him that, if his only objection was being a werewolf, it should be her choice if she wanted to see if there could ever be more between them. They were sitting having dinner in the Great Hall, and her last question seemed to have pierced the defense professor's shields. Sensing he was weakening, Tonks pushed her temporary advantage with a full frontal attack. Next weekend we'll see most of the students head off to Hogsmeade. I intend to see their visit passes as safely as possible. I plan to spend much of this weekend scouting the entire area with a representative of the Goblin forces. I know you're struggling with the whole idea of us forming a relationship, but I have no intention of diving into anything. If you were to come along this weekend, we could make it a double date with Hermione and Harry. You should be safe from me with those two along for protection. The werewolf was left wondering why she couldn't see what was right in front of her eyes. Tonks, you're young, beautiful. Hold our country's top award for bravery, and have the entire world at your feet. You could have your pick of any man you wanted. Why would you even be interested in me? Again, she had an answer for him, though certainly not one he expected. I'm a metamorphagus, Remus, meaning you could have any woman you wanted. Instead, you have been singularly pursuing an obsession to get to know the real me. Why would you be interested in Nymphadora when Tonks is so much more fun? The Marauder thought he was on safer ground here. Remus really should have known better. Tonks is the persona you show the world. Nymphadora is the real you. A young which I happen to like very much. He'd hoped to make her smile, but this one was almost predatory. And Professor Remus Lupin is the real you. The werewolf is a persona that only has control for one night a month. I certainly think that's a price worth paying to have you in my life the rest of the time. All I'm asking is that we give each other a chance. Surely you could go that far." She then got to see an emotion that the Auror didn't understand playing across his features. Tonks could recognize fear when she saw it. She just didn't know what it was doing there. Remus was practically trembling by the time he answered the young witch. "Dora, I could easily fall for you, fall hard." A beautiful smile lit her entire face. Tonks was counting on Remus doing that very thing. "Don't worry, Professor Lupin. I'll catch you when you fall? Or is that what you're worried about?" Sirius was seated next to Remus and had long given up pretending he wasn't hanging on every word spoken between the two. His laugh at Tonks' last comment proved too much for Remus. "Do you mind, Padfoot?" "Actually, Moony old chum, I do mind. I want my godson and his mate to have some alone time when they visit the village, and not spend the entire day protecting their Uncle Remus from the big bad Auror with the pink hair." Henrika was sitting beside Tonks, and it was now her turn to laugh, signaling Remus' defeat. The defense professor decided to stop kidding himself. He was already head over heels for the beautiful Auror. He just couldn't see how she could possibly be interested in Remus Lupin, and was sure the entire thing would end with him having his heart broken. Not a good condition for a werewolf. Remus had kept to himself for so long the mere thought of sharing his life with someone else terrified him. Peter thought his life was over. The knife at his throat gave a lot of credence to that supposition. When he heard whose hand held that knife, his terror, if anything, intensified. "Well, if it isn't little Peter Pettigrew. What the fuck are you doing here? I better like your answer or you'll never speak another word." Bella then felt a presence in her head. A presence they'd just spent months searching for. "Ah, Bella. It's SS so nice to know SS some things SS haven't changed. You're SS still my little killer." "Master, tell Rookwood to come forward. There is SS no danger for my faithful followers SS here. Hey lover, you can come out now, our master's here." Suspecting a trap, Augustus had held back to provide cover for his mate if she needed it. Hearing that their master was present saw him entering the small forest clearing where their search had led them. The very large snake that rose out of the grass to face him originally caused alarm. That was until he noticed the red eyes. He felt his master enter his mind and offered no resistance. To attempt to do so would surely lead to pain. Voldemort was working his way through his servants' memories and not liking what he found there. He couldn't fault their actions. Even Rookwood tricking Bella into blood bonding with him won Voldemort's approval. They would never have made it off the island otherwise. Bella killing Lucius saved him a task, and Augustus was a much better match for his little killer than that fool she was forced to marry. He too was apparently able to exert a modicum of control over her psychopathic tendencies. He needed to accelerate his plans and gain a new body as quickly as possible. Thankfully, having two of his finest Death Eaters to assist him should make that possible. Voldemort pushed what he wanted done into his servant's mind. This process was a lot less taxing for him than having to describe it step by step. It was still a very tired snake who made its way to sleep beside the warmth of the fire Wormtail had going. The transfer process was also very taxing for the person receiving those instructions. An exhausted Augustus sank to his knees and would have toppled if a quick-thinking Bella hadn't caught him. Peter found himself being press-ganged into helping get Rookwood over to the fire. Bella then produced a sleeping bag and they lowered him down onto it. She was then a hive of activity, using his fire and supplies from their pack to quickly whip up some sort of meal. Watching as she then spoon-fed this concoction to a clearly exhausted Rookwood was another big shock for Peter. A domesticated Bellatrix Lestrange was hard to believe. She could see the color returning to her mate's features and brewed the last of their coffee to help that process along. Augustus may be trying to teach her to be more patient, but Bella was desperate to discover what their master had to say. The snake was already curled up asleep. Augustus felt the food and coffee reviving him, at least to the point where he could tell Bella what just happened. He handed her the cup still half full of coffee, earning him a kiss of thanks. "Peter, I would like to thank you for taking care of our master. No one else appears to give a fuck. He told me you have gathered all the ingredients for the ritual next week. All except one. Bella will deal with that and I will now brew the potion. I am a better brewer than you." Peter was nodding like a madman at that. Rather than being upset or jealous, He would have done practically anything to escape having to prepare that potion. Our master can now see he needs to make his return to Britain as quickly as possible, and that Halloween will only be but a step on this journey. We are to take him and Nagini to a cemetery outside a village called Little Hangleton where, on the night of the winter solstice, we will perform another ritual that will see our master back with us once more. Then he will summon his Death Eaters and see who answers his call, and who dares to oppose him. Bella still had loads of questions but could see she wouldn't be getting any more answers out of her mate tonight. He simply couldn't stay awake any longer. She placed her sleeping bag next to her mate's before realizing there was someone else she could get some answers from. Peter telling her that the missing ingredient needed for the ritual was a baby didn't bother her in the slightest. Bella would gladly give up a child of her own to see her master return. Peter was soon the only one still awake as Bella wrapped herself around Rookwood and slept. He was sitting there staring into the flames and wondering if his life had just taken an upturn or was on a downward spiral. Not having to steal a baby and prepare it for the ritual was certainly a plus in his book. Having to be around Bellatrix Lestrange 24 hours a day was a danger he could have done without. One wrong word, a wrong reaction, or just being there at the wrong time could see him end up dead. Bella would think no more of ending his life than she would snuffing out a candle before she went to bed. That Rookwood appeared to have some sort of relationship with the crazy which shocked Peter. He had always thought Rookwood was one of the most intelligent of the Death Eaters. It just proved that even the most intelligent of wizards could let their thinking be influenced by their head without a brain. No one could deny that the witch in question was gorgeous. That beauty though came with a thirst for blood and causing others pain that only their master could possibly match. A first date with Bella might be all you got. There was always a chance you wouldn't be around for a second. It was a delighted Tonks who set off with Remus for their first official date. Hermione was also hyper too, especially since Harry had kept today's visit to the village a secret. They had their usual lesson with Bill this morning, and it wasn't until that was over Harry asked his mate if she wanted to have lunch in Hogsmeade. They would have lunch together and discuss the best way to use the Orison warriors that would be here next weekend. The four would then scout around the village and study the route down from the castle to see if they could spot any potential ambush spots. Remus found himself enjoying what was effectively a working lunch where all four offered suggestions as a rough plan began to take shape. Tonk's suggestion that they would probably have to do the same again tomorrow to refine the plan was met with 3 grins that even spending hours routing through the village's back alleys and surrounding countryside couldn't wipe off. Tonks though had to veto Sirius' suggestion of making sure Harry got some alone time with Hermione. She was still his minder and wasn't for letting him out of her sight. They had no way of knowing that the danger they were getting prepared to defend against was currently over 2,000 miles away. That danger though would soon be heading in their direction. Chapter 70. The Approaching Darkness. It felt strange not sitting down to breakfast with Harry, but that strangeness had started for Hermione the moment her mate wasn't there to offer their usual morning greeting. The excitement around the Ravenclaw table at a Hogsmeade weekend didn't quite reach Hermione. To her it just meant that Harry was on duty. She was still going to the village and would spend the day with lots of their friends. This time Hermione might even see inside some of the shops Harry had asked her to replenish Hannah's chocolate stash that took such a pounding on the express. He'd also asked all 3 of them to wear their dueling robes in Hogsmeade. There was no point in taking chances. The residents of Hogsmeade were as pleased to see the patrols as they were the Hogwarts students, not caring if those patrols were goblin warriors or ministry aurors. Tonks and Harry had tried to assess where any attack might come from and had patrols covering those specific areas. They also had clearly visible forces on standby inside the village, and all these squads were constantly rotating. This was done to keep everyone alert and hopefully give the impression to anyone watching that the forces they had available were greater than they actually were. Tonks had taken Harry's point to heart. The idea here was to scare anyone away from making an attempt to attack the students. Hermione had been keeping an eye out for Harry as the gang toured Hogsmeade. It was rather a surprise then when she left Honeydukes and walked right into him. "Would my lady like to join me for some lunch?" "I would love to. We only have half an hour, so it will just be a quick bite." She then noticed the 10 grinning goblin warriors behind him and wondered just where they were going. Harry would certainly want to eat with them too. She was on his arm as the squad marched unerringly to the 3 broomsticks, entering and sitting at the largest table there. The speed at which the food appeared was surprising to Hermione, but the goblin ale being served gave the game away. You had this planned. An army marches on its stomach, Hermione. It would be a poor commander who didn't make provisions for his men to be fed. We're spread around all the establishments that provide food, allowing us to spread the wealth and also our cover of the village. Ha! Even my lunch date is bloody tactical. This saw the goblin warriors roar with laughter. Hermione, shaking her head and mumbling about Goblin's sense of humor, just cracked them up more. Word that Harry was having lunch in the Three Broomsticks soon spread, and a lot of their friends popped in to say hi, those who could speak Goblin using that language to do so. This really impressed the warriors, but the prophet reporter couldn't believe his ears, or his eyes. A squad of heavily armed goblins sitting having lunch in the Three Broomsticks. Having lunch was hard enough to believe. For pureblood after pureblood to come forward and greet them in their own language was shocking. Longbottom and his betrothed were already friends of the nation, but Bones, Diggory, Abbott, Davies, and a couple of Weasleys all clearly not only knew the language but were comfortable talking with the goblins too. When the Hogwarts head boy and girl entered and displayed the same behavior, the reporter was glad his photographer was capturing this. The editor would never believe it otherwise. Molly Weasley would have trouble believing George and Fred could feature on the front page of the Prophet without having Aurors coming knocking on the burrow door. As the squad was getting ready to return to duty, Harry had a quiet word with his mate. We will be escorting the last of the students up to the castle. If you wait until then, we can walk to Hogwarts together. Hermione didn't want to kiss him while he was on duty, but she would certainly be waiting for that walk. Thanking everyone for their company during lunch, the squad headed off to relieve the next rotation for their break. The reporter watched them leave and knew that, barring any attack on Hogsmeade, he already had his front page story. The real story, though, was unfolding over 3,000 miles away. As Hermione strolled back to the castle with Harry, Peter was walking through the trees with a crying baby in his arms. Bella had stolen the male child earlier, and he had been given the job of taking care of it until the ritual tomorrow. Peter would have loved to put the child to sleep, but any magic cast on the baby might interfere with the ritual. Hence why he was currently walking through the trees trying to quiet the infant. Bella might be prohibited from casting any magic on the baby, but Peter had no such protections in place. He was also certain that it wouldn't be a sleeping charm Bella sent his way if the baby's crying irritated her. As he comforted the crying child, Peter was desperately trying not to think of what the immediate future held for the doomed infant. His master had imprinted the ritual on his mind, so Peter could now see exactly where the snake was going to bite the little boy and the points at which Rookwood would then make the cuts. The bleeding baby would quickly be immersed in the foul potion before their master would leave his familiar and take possession of the new construct just before the child died. Peter's thoughts drifted to another child he once held in his arms, so long ago and what now seemed like another life. Even then, though his choice had already been made, a choice he was now having to live with. He tried not to look back or think what his life might have been if he'd made different choices. Peter was only looking forward, though not to what would happen to this little one on Halloween. As Harry didn't celebrate Halloween and had no intention of attending the feast, he asked Hermione if she would join him for dinner tonight. Again, only Harry leading his squad as they walked back to Hogwarts stopped Hermione kissing her mate. A dinner for just the two of them sounded a great way to finish off a weekend where she'd hardly seen him. Both Saturday and Sunday had been spent patrolling the village. This would also let Padma and Neville enjoy the feast with Parvati. It had been a busy weekend, but Harry didn't think it could have gone much better. The prophet was full of praise for the ministry and Gringotts after ensuring the children visiting Hogsmeade were kept safe. The front page, of course, featured the Baron of Kingussie having lunch with his goblin warriors and wizarding friends, along with quotes from all the proprietors who were delighted at the extra business the combined Auror and warrior forces had provided. A message had been passed on to Harry that the director was very pleased at how the entire situation had been handled. The goodwill the nation would reap from this was an unexpected bonus. Seeing goblins being accepted like this was slowly changing wizarding attitudes towards them, changes that were even being noticed on the floor of the bank. Tellers were reporting outbreaks of civility from their customers. If things continued on this track, civility would become the norm rather than the exception. They were enjoying their meal and just being able to chat about anything, their hopes and dreams of the future. Hermione then had a question about the holidays that would soon be upon them. Can we spend Christmas in Kingussie? I would think we will certainly spend some of the holidays there. It isn't really big enough to hold everyone though, and I don't know about a mark in Kinyusi during December. You would probably be better with a giant igloo. Last year Sirius hosted the entire holidays, and threw an engagement party in there too, but I think we might be getting invited to the Bones or the Longbottoms this Christmas. Seeing the sense in Harry's answer, she had to agree. As long as our family is there, that will be fine with me. Christmas in our own home, though, would have been nice. We've still got 7 weeks of Hogwarts to go before we get to that. Who knows what other surprises Master Moody will have for us by then. This set Hermione off giggling. I think it was him who got the surprise when you transfigured his wooden leg into a giant banana, with no spell or wand movement. You just know he's going to add that into our fighting techniques. If it caught him out, then it will be worth the effort. I just shudder to think what uses he'll come up with for it. We should invite him to spend Christmas with us, or at least part of it. He lives alone. You get to run that one by the family first. I've learned my lesson about handing out invitations. Hearing Hermione giggle again was music to Harry's ears. He planned to be listening to that cute giggle for many years to come. There was no way the word cute could be applied to the cackle Bella emitted as she lifted her master out of the cauldron. This lack of cuteness applied doubly so to the thing she now lovingly cradled in her arms. The snake venom and the potion had wrought terrible damage on the child's body in order to prepare it as a vessel for Tom's spirit. Skin that was once so soft and smooth now had the look and texture of old cracked leather. A chubby little body had become emaciated to the point where movement was slow and severely restricted. A little hand was still held out though, and such command in a voice coming from this tiny body was startling. "Wormtail, my wand." Peter reverently handed over the piece of wood that came alive the instant his master's little fingers curved around it, a shower of sparks shooting into the night sky. "I am in need of my rest. We will go over my plants in the morning." Bella had her master wrapped in a blanket and was cuddling him into her breasts. They were going to be traveling back to Britain as a family, with Bella having no trouble playing the doting mother. Rookwood was of course going to be the father, leaving Peter with the role of uncle, an uncle who would have a large suitcase with Nagini resting inside. Peter was pleased that at least he would get to sit on the train this time, rather than cowering under it. If his master had his way, Peter's days of cowering would soon be over. The Dark Lord intended to get a body back and then show Britain why it was right to fear him. The country might have thought it had been experiencing a lot of changes recently, but those would be nothing compared to how the Dark Lord intended to make his presence felt. Harry felt his presence would make the guys more nervous, but Henrika convinced him otherwise, so, instead of just opening the room for the first-year marauders and leaving as usual, he stood beside the Lady Black and watched the club being run through its paces. They were sticking very closely to Hermione's notes from last year, and Harry remembered this lesson well, the introduction of the stinging hex. He watched as Fred and George put all joking aside and were very serious with their charges. That all four were now prefects and charged with helping the first years certainly helped them establish a great working relationship with their marauder students. That Draco and Pansy were working alongside the twins without the slightest hint of hesitation certainly told its own story of how far the changes inside Hogwarts had gone. Slytherins and Gryffindors working together would have been unthinkable even a few years ago. Harry and Henrika lent a hand assisting those who had been hexed out of the dueling area, constantly checking they were all right. Seeing some of them fighting back tears from the pain gave Harry an idea, and he disappeared for a while, returning with Luna and Colin just before the guys were getting ready to wind up the lesson. He let the kids get their comforting mug of hot chocolate while their tutors explained exactly why they had done what they did tonight. "Excuse me, Cedric. I really don't want to butt in here, but I thought your students might like to see exactly what our aims are for this club. I have Luna and Colin here, both of whom were at this exact same stage last year. I wondered if your class would like to see how these two fight now." This was an exercise that hadn't been available to Crow's Marauders last year, but everyone concerned could see this as something that would certainly help their sore students. The entire club were soon on their feet, eager to see just what level the second years were at. Harry was limiting the fight to 3 minutes and let them loose in the area Hogwarts had warded. First years that had been feeling sorry for themselves a moment ago were now shouting encouragement as the two Crow's Marauders threw spells, dodged and shielded until Harry called time to much cheering. It was a happy yet determined bunch of first years who soon after that left the room, allowing Harry to apologize to the tutoring team. "Sorry about that, guys, but something just occurred to me as I was helping Natalie back to her group. Last year Crow's Marauders had the choice of Lockhart or us. I would like to think that wasn't a difficult decision. You lot are up against Remus, and I could see some of our first year wondering if this was worth it. A stinging hex is called that for a reason. It bloody stings. I wanted them to get a look at what was possible before they thought about chucking it in." Roger didn't think any apology was needed. "I was looking at them and could see us losing a few, but not after watching these two. You've really been pushing them this term." Colin had been delighted that he was one of the pair Harry picked, and his face was flushed from exertion and pride. Luna was just glad to help out. "Our shields are getting stronger all the time, but Harry still keeps telling us not to rely on them." They all joined in with what had become their unofficial motto: "The best defense is not to be there." Harry took the ribbing in the good spirit that was intended. "Really well done tonight. I don't know about you, but I certainly found that the hardest lesson to teach last year. Next week they'll have a set of dueling robes on when they practice, but you still have to be careful they don't use that as an excuse to go charging into a fight, especially those bloody Gryffindors." Again Colin took the jibe in the spirit it was intended, but the twins were quick to defend their house, in their own inimitable style of course. "Hey, we teach our first year better than that." "Yeah. First thing we taught them, don't get caught." "Is that the same thing, Fred?" "It's the most important thing. Can't have us Gryffindor prefects looking bad. And Alicia would go mental if we made her look bad." The twins' theatrical shudders weren't fooling anyone. Alicia and Angelina certainly had more chance of reining Fred and George's more outlandish behavior than McGonagall ever would. Rookwood was having a hard time trying to rein their master's impatience in. That Peter was too afraid to confirm or deny what Augustus was saying, and Bella simply couldn't wait to start some mayhem, certainly didn't help his case any. "Master, to go anywhere near Little Hangleton before the solstice invites disaster on all of us. This is a totally different ministry we're dealing with now. Between them and the goblins, I'm certain that house will be monitored. Until we have your wand backing our endeavors, then any confrontations should be avoided when possible. Bella's the most powerful witch I've ever met, but Peter and I are at best average in a fight. Until we have you restored to a new body, then we're vulnerable. After the ceremony, I'll gladly storm the ministry itself at your side if that's your command." The Dark Lord was not used to having his orders questioned by his followers. Painfully enforcing his will would usually be his immediate response should that ever happen. He forced himself to stop and think, though, understanding that Rookwood was well aware of what his fate could be, yet he still spoke out. This was also a Death Eater who masterminded an escape from Azkaban with the sole intention of helping his lord return to power. Rookwood's bond with Bella being nothing more than an opportunity that his plans generated, and the clever wizard then seized with both hands. There was also the fact that Rookwood wouldn't be considered one of his lord's inner circle, yet almost every one of those bastards granted that honor were far too busy looking out for themselves to ever search for the wizard they had called master. Rookwood's loyalty was beyond reproach, leaving only the conclusion that it was genuine concern that made him speak out of turn. By sheer magical power and her utter ruthlessness, Bella had more than earned her place as his right hand. Rookwood certainly didn't possess much power, but had an intellect that was probably only second to his own. That superior intellect was telling the Dark Lord to listen to this intelligent and loyal Death Eater. "You may have a point, Rookwood. I have waited over 10 years to return. I can easily be patient for another 6 weeks. Then I will announce my return to those cowards who took my mark and then failed me. They will be the first to feel my wrath, but certainly not the last." Bella's face fell as her master conceded it was better to play it safe for now. Everything changed at his final comments, though. Watching as her master tortured those cowards who had bought their way out of Azkaban, and then continued living in their comfortable mansions, would be almost as satisfying as torturing them herself. Rather than letting out the sigh of relief he certainly felt, Augustus actually pushed for more. "Master, until we can confirm otherwise, I think we have to treat everyone and everything as compromised." Even though Bella and I were very careful to leave no clues to our whereabouts, the ministry were all over the Carrows very quickly. They were so sure of our position, they even had reporters and photographers from the Prophet along. They missed us by a matter of hours and pure chance, They also had enough firepower along to level the Caro's farm. Peter felt on safer ground here. Sticking it to someone he hated was certainly sweet. That this person was already dead and wouldn't be coming after him also helped. The Ministry already had Lucius Malfoy in a cell by the time the Prophet broke the storyline his crime, and that was only a matter of mere days after the incident with the basilisk happened. Bella couldn't help but needle the little man. She didn't like Peter. And that's when you decided to search for our master, before you were caught too. You had over 10 years to do that. Where the fuck were you? Peter was stuttering to try and answer Bella's question, knowing full well she was right. Admitting that though could be the end of him. You too took your time breaking out of Azkaban too. He almost bit his tongue off after realizing what he had just said. Bella might just cut it out for him after that. Rookwood wanted Peter along, if for nothing more than to look after Nagini. I was not aware our master had made Horcruxes until Malfoy ended up in a cell beside us. If Malfoy had one for safekeeping, it was certain Bella would have one too. If I could have gotten my hands on one of those, I knew I could aid our master's return. It took nearly 8 months to manufacture what I needed to get us out of there. And now we're here. Lord Voldemort used to enjoy pitting one Death Eater against another for his own amusement. Since he currently only had 3, that couldn't be allowed to happen. Bella would slaughter Peter in seconds anyway. Where was the entertainment in that? Peter S. still came, that ISS the important thing. You have given me much to think on, Rookwood. We will talk more as we head home. That was more than Augustus hoped for. His master would listen to him. It was also more than Peter had hoped for. Their master's backing would stay Bella's wand for now. The sooner she had some other targets to take her ire out on, the happier he would be. It was only after realizing how happy they were that Emma knew it was time to talk to Dan. You've just come in from shooting, while I've spent a lovely morning losing myself in a book I've been meaning to read for ages. Now we're being waited on hand and foot. Drinking his tea to wash down the delicious scone he was eating left Dan wondering where his wife was going with this. He decided to let her get it out of her system and then see where they were. We're living here like landed gentry. You're lord of the manor, walking around with a servant beside you carrying your gun, while I'm sitting about like a right lady. Emma was interrupted by a slight pop as a clearly worried Dobby appeared at her side. Has Dobby done something wrong, mistress? Dobby will work harder to fix whatever the problem is. Watching the little guy who they literally owed their lives to standing there wringing his hands with worry brought Emma up short. She needed to fix this at once. Dobby, never doubt for 1 second that Dan and I don't think you are simply the best elf in the whole world. I was talking with Dan about what we should do in the future and forgot one of our family was missing from the discussion. Please sit and join us, Dobby. Dobby's emotions were always on the surface, so Dan and Emma both watched as he traveled from worry to elation in the space of a few moments. The invitation to sit, though, had him folding his legs and sitting on the floor. There was more work to do before he would be comfortable sitting on a chair beside them. What I was trying to lead up to is that our lives have been changing ever since we discovered Hermione was a witch. I feel we've now reached a crossroads, one where we have to decide what we do next. Our lives changed forever the night those goblins attacked us in our home. We need to figure out what we want to do with our lives, and even whether Crawley is still home. This had Dan sitting up and paying full attention. This could be a life-changing conversation. You don't want to return to Crawley? I loved our house there, our home. We have so many happy memories that were made there, but I just don't know if I would ever feel safe living in that house again. Kingussie actually feels more like home to me now, which is what got me worrying to start with. It was less than a year ago we first laid eyes on this place. Dan had no trouble understanding what his wife meant. He loved Kingussie too. When you consider we tracked down every piece of furniture in this house and you were given carte blanche with the decor, then it's hardly surprising we both feel right at home here. I still remember the morning we found that chair you're so fond of, and what a state it was in. That dealer must have thought he had a right couple of mugs, but you could see its potential. You've always been able to spot things like that. Now, will you tell me what's really on your mind? I don't know what I want to do with my life anymore. Dan, you know I've always been skeptical about people having so-called near-death experiences, but having a ruddy great knife sticking out of your belly has a way of making you look at your own life through different eyes. Dan was over and comforting his wife immediately. She obviously needed to get this off her chest. I always saw myself growing old beside you, surrounded by a few grandchildren. We almost had that snatched away from us. He may be sitting quietly on the floor, but Dobby was a good elf with a wonderful family. He anticipated their needs and floated a box of tissues over. Both were going to need them. Holding his wife close allowed Dan to air some of his own fears. I stood there, helpless, and the world meant nothing if you weren't there to share it with me. When you regained consciousness and held our children, then my world was back together. You can't ever leave me, Emma. You just can't. Both were now needing the tissues that Dobby had provided as Dan finally got what Emma was meaning. It's a bit like watching Frank and Alice try to find their place in the world again. That saw him receive a grateful kiss from his wife. That's exactly how I feel, almost as if I was reborn. At this moment, I have no idea what I want to do with my new life. I honestly don't know if I could go back to being a dentist in Crawley, though. Our world had been changing before that night, but now I feel like a different person. Does that make any sense? It made perfect sense to her husband. Not only have we changed, but our place in Crawley has too. We used to be known around town as a couple of dentists. Now we've been plastered all over the national newspapers as terrorist targets. We've seen the way Harry and Hermione are treated by the goblins and magicals. I can certainly do without that kind of fame. Let's be honest here, we hardly need to work for money. Why spend more years building up our practice just to make even more money when we eventually have to sell it? Hermione is already set for life. That ring on her finger could probably buy half our street. And you know Harry would be happy to let us live in any of his properties we wanted to. The realization that her husband understood saw Emma snuggling into Dan. While I don't know if I can go back to being a dentist in Crawley, I don't want to sit about and do nothing for the rest of my life. Dobby could understand his mistress wanting to be busy. All elves like to be busy. Once more he tried to help his family. Mistress. Betsy heard the Lady Potter saying she would like to hold a party here, but the house wasn't big enough. Dobby now had their attention and felt awkward offering his suggestion. Dobby was watching the goblins making homes from the rock. Very nice homes. The Grangers were becoming more used to dealing with Dobby now and just let him ramble, knowing he would get there in the end. Dobby was then wondering if Lady Potter wanted more rooms, and goblins could make rooms out of the rock. Dobby knows this house is built on the same type of rock. It hit both Grangers like a sledgehammer what the little guy was suggesting. Oh my, underneath Gringotts is massive. They could have whatever they wanted down there. And it will all need to be designed, decorated and kitted out. Could be our Christmas present to them, and then we could sit down to discuss as a family where we go from here. Dobby, you will certainly be included in those discussions. A very happy elf was soon dispatched with a message for Barchoke. The goblin's expertise would certainly be needed for this. Bertha didn't know what was behind the message she got. Only that it couldn't be good. Nothing good ever came out of Dolores' office. It was a dark day for the rest of the games and sports department when she got dumped on them. She knocked on the door as that sugary sweet voice bade her to enter. Ah, Bertha, I just wanted to congratulate you on a job well done. I'm so pleased that I'm authorizing an extra few days holiday for you. This stunned her, and was certainly unexpected. Why, thank you, Madam Umbridge. I assume you'll want me to take them after the presentation to the minister. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. I have all your notes and am used to giving presentations to the minister. I'm sure I'll manage without you. Your extra holidays can start today. Bertha had a sinking feeling of just what was going on here. She protested again. But surely you'll need me in there too. After all, I was the one who made all the arrangements. And I will be sure to mention that. After all, that's why you are getting this extra holiday. To show how pleased I am with you. Bertha knew exactly why she was being spirited out of the way. All her hard work would be presented under the name of Dolores Umbridge, with no recognition of the fact it was Bertha Jorkins who had done all the organizing of the 3 tasks. That superior smirk on Dolores' face left Bertha hoping the bitch got a little too close to the first task and her arse was properly roasted. Now that would certainly be something worth watching. Rookwood was watching the house, but something about this scene was screaming danger to him. A feeling he hadn't experienced for a while. Their journey across Europe and back into Britain had been ridiculously easy. No one really paid too much attention to a family traveling with a young child. Some charms simply set to discourage levels took care of those who would. Back in Britain, Augustus had a plan that should see them safe until the solstice. There were houses all over the country that were sitting empty, and their addresses would be easy to find. A telephone directory would point them in the direction of people named Potter, all of whom had been moved out of their homes for safety. It was one of these empty houses he was staring at now. "What's the matter, lover? It looks perfectly normal to me." His mate's comment crystallized exactly what had raised his hackles. "That's what's wrong here, Bella. It looks far too normal. This house has been lying empty for months yet appears in perfect condition. The garden is maintained and the windows are sparkling clean. That shouldn't be the case." It was their master who realized what was going on here. "Hus elves are maintaining the property. They'll be maintaining all the properties. How is this possible? These are Muggle homes." Bella actually had the most experience dealing with these creatures. If their lord and master bought these properties, and they were lying empty, the elves would automatically look after them. So Potter buys all the houses, the elves look after them, and then he'll make a tidy profit when he eventually sells. Meanwhile, all the Muggle Potters are out of our reach and he gets nothing but praise for organizing this. The admiration was there for the rest of them to hear. Augustus' professional admiration at a plan well executed. How is it possible for a young boy to know all this? Peter had been monitoring the situation longer than the others. Even living as a rat, he had kept his eyes on the newspapers. He was raised by goblins and calls one of them father. If there is a profit to be made, the goblins will squeeze it out. Oh, that father is now the goblins' ambassador to the ministry. This was greeted by silence before Bella pinned him with a glare, ignoring the fact she already knew most of this. Bella was spoiling for a fight or even just a victim. "And you are just telling us this now?" "So, the goblins are using the Potter boy to influence the ministry, and the ministry are allowing them to. That is something we will exploit later. We need to do something now. If we try to stay in that house, those elves will soon report us to their master. We would have the entire ministry down on top of us within 24 hours. We'll have to look elsewhere for a safe haven to wait until the solstice." Her anger had not abated in the slightest. Bella strongly stated her opinion. "I will wait those 2 weeks, living in a pigsty if I have to, but not a moment longer. I'm sick of these bastards being one step ahead of us and not being able to strike back. It's time we gave this country a reminder of just who holds the power. The purebloods will once more flock to our master's banner. If they don't, my wand will kill every single one of the blood traitors." Not even Voldemort objected to Bella's rant. When you had a highly efficient attack dog, it was more about pointing it at the right target than keeping it muzzled. They would all have to rough it out for 2 weeks, but, as Bella said, not a moment longer. Hermione's ever-present planner told her there was just under 2 weeks to the end of what had been a very busy term. It also told her that the day before they left Hogwarts was a Hogsmeade visit, so Harry would again be on duty. It didn't matter too much this time, though. The following day they were stepping onto the express and heading for home. Harry would be hers for 2 whole weeks, and it would be just them doing their exercises every morning. She was delighted Padma and Neville now joined them each morning, but there was no denying she missed that it wasn't only her and Harry. That had been the one time of the day when she had her mate all to herself, and Hermione missed that more than she ever thought she would. With Mum and Dad not yet returning to work, she was really looking forward to this holiday. Nothing had yet been arranged amongst the extended family, although everyone was heading to their own homes when the express reached London. All knew, though, that Harry had an open house policy at King Yusi. They were all welcome there any time. It was strange, but Hermione was beginning to think of King Yusi as home, rather than the house she grew up in. When she mentioned this to Harry, she had received an answer that had her thinking he would be a natural at politics. "Home to me is wherever you are." It was said with such sincerity, though, that Hermione just had to kiss him, something that she seemed to grasp the slightest excuse to do, and Harry never once complained. Yes, it would be good to get him to herself and celebrate the season of peace and goodwill to all together. Chapter 71. He's back. The Christmas party for Crow's Marauders had been such a success last year that everyone wanted a repeat performance this year too. The new marauders were first to try the skating rink and they fell in love with it immediately. This time Harry brought Hermione along when he created the room for the club, and the couple then enjoyed a carefree evening skating around the massive Christmas tree Hogwarts had once more provided. They would be back here tomorrow night with their own group of marauders, while Wednesday had them returning yet again to the ice with the rest of their year group. As happened in the lead-up to last Christmas, the remainder of the year groups would see the room used for skating every night. This was particularly pleasing to those in 6th and 7th year. They had Hogsmeade on Saturday, skating that evening before leaving on the Express on the Sunday, a perfect way to end what had been a very hard and busy term for Hogwarts NEWT students. While most of the school were looking forward to a visit to Hogsmeade before traveling home the next day, Hermione could read that something was troubling Harry. She questioned him over her concerns while they were sitting relaxing in the common room. "Hermione, if I was a Death Eater, then tomorrow would be the perfect time to strike. They will have had a chance to study our defenses and, between no attack the last Hogsmeade weekend and this festive spirit everyone keeps going on about, our troops might just let their guard slip. I won't be able to have lunch with you tomorrow, but I will still be escorting the last of the students up to the castle. I won't relax until every last one is back inside the Hogwarts wards." "That's fine, Harry. I'll wait and we can walk back together. Tomorrow will give me a chance to do some Christmas shopping. Any idea what I can get for the Centurion who has everything? You are mine, and that's all I'll ever need." A voice well known to the couple couldn't help but interrupt at that. "Getting really smooth there, Harry, but that's no help to us poor souls trying to buy you a present. Apparently, you're supposed to give us a clue. Just remember, I know as much about Christmas as you do. This will only be the 3rd we've celebrated. Don't worry, Padma. You know I'll like anything you give me. Have you decided what you're doing for Christmas yet? The Patils are staying with the Longbottoms over the holidays. I think there are plans to have a big get-together over Christmas, but I'm not sure where that will be yet. What about you lot? I heard from Luna she was going home to her dad." "Yeah, though both were invited to King Yusi. I think she just wants to spend some time with him, but we certainly expect to see them both during the holidays." "Oh, we'll be there at some point, Harry. And thanks again for asking." Luna had just walked into the common room with some of her second-year friends in time to catch the end of their conversation. "Luna, you know you don't need an invite. Just turn up any time. You'll always be welcome." "Oh, Hermione, I forgot to mention I invited someone else for the holidays. With Tonks insisting she's still on guard duty, I invited Remus to King Yusi for as much of the holidays as he wants." "Not the Minister of Magic and the Director too? Ah well, I'll just have to do the best I can." She couldn't hold her giggles any longer. That this always made Harry smile seemed to have Hermione giggling more than she ever thought possible. Hermione wasn't giggling when she met Harry to walk back to Hogwarts the following day. Although he was now smiling, it was one of relief and Harry was clearly exhausted. "Did you actually take a break at all today?" "No, and I'm famished too. I don't think I've ever looked forward to a feast as much since arriving at Hogwarts. Everyone is safe, and I will certainly be tucking in like Ronald Weasley tonight." "You start displaying table manners like that, and you'll be eating by yourself, Crow." "I was thinking more in terms of amount consumed, Hermione, not feeding technique. I've seen dragons with better table manners than him." That got no argument from his mate. She had far more pleasant things on her mind. "This time tomorrow, Harry, we will be sitting having dinner in our own home. I don't think I've ever looked forward to leaving school this much." That type of sentiment coming from Hermione raised Harry's concerns that something was wrong. "I know that extra defense training 4 times a week has been hard on all of us. We could cut it back next term if you thought." "Centurion be damned." Hermione kissed him until he was quiet. "I'm looking forward to going to our home, Harry, not getting away from Hogwarts." Arm in arm, the Centurion and his mate walked beside a squad of warriors and shepherded the stragglers back into the safety of the Hogwarts wards. Hermione thought her mate had been right. Only then would Harry truly relax. It was only seeing a very happy Natalie running toward them that allowed the McDonalds to finally relax. Their daughter had sent them a letter home every single week since she left, but that was just no substitute to seeing for themselves that she was practically glowing with happiness. It had been a terrible wrench to allow their little girl to attend boarding school, magical or otherwise, Here was their first indicator that sacrifice might actually be worth it in the end. She was trying to hug them in greeting and say cheerio to her friends at the same time. Seeing that Natalie had so many friends delighted her parents. That possibility was one of the main reasons they had consented to her attending Hogwarts in the first place. As they had been standing beside the Grangers waiting on the train, Roy got a chance to thank Harry for looking after his little girl. Harry was just happy that Natalie seemed to have forgotten all about her experience with the Dementor on her trip to Hogwarts. "Sir, I am only one of the people who looked out for her. Natalie's made friends in every house and I think she's enjoyed her first term in Hogwarts. Dad, Mum, I've loved it. Feasts, the Merlin Ball, the Marauders Club, and we were skating inside the castle for our Christmas party. Hogwarts is just amazing." This drew smiles all round, actions that were being repeated the length and breadth of the platform as families were reunited. Edmund was watching closely as his daughter seemed a different person from the one that entered Hogwarts as an 11-year-old witch. She was confident, bubbly, and a string of students approached both her and Draco to wish them a Merry Christmas. He also saw the lad's mask slip back into place the instant Draco spotted him. Pansy too lost some of her bounce as they headed in his direction. Their greetings were cordial and Draco promised to contact Pansy soon before he headed off to where his mother was standing. Edmund had also noticed the Knot girl happily waving goodbye to friends before joining her family. This was certainly not how he expected the daughter of someone spending the rest of their life in Azkaban to be treated. It would seem that Crow was as good as his word and only the guilty were being punished. Now that he couldn't access the Ministry, he was beginning to think this might be his best option for protecting Pansy's future. With him being at least considered as a Death Eater, there really weren't any other betrothal offers out there for his daughter. It was another daughter, though, who kept sensing something wasn't just quite right. Eventually she had to speak out. "Okay, Mum, what's going on? I know you're hiding something, so you might as well tell us now." Emma was blushing like a kid caught with her hand in the biscuit tin though Dan raced to her rescue. "We have a surprise for you, but you're going to have to wait until we're back home to see it." Harry was fine with that and hustled Hermione along, whispering in her ear as he did so. "Did you notice he said home? I don't think he was talking about Crawley either." A portkey trip later saw the four of them plus Tonks arriving in Kingussie, and Hermione giving her usual greeting to their waiting father. Barchoke appeared to be another goblin who was falling under the Granger hugging spell too. It was only after entering the house proper that both teens noticed they had gained a staircase. Only this one was going down. It was a very nervous Emma who answered their initial queries. "We made a few alterations to the house. We did have a lot of help though." Harry looked questioningly to Tonks. "You knew about this?" "I knew there was a surprise waiting on you in Kingussie, but that's all. That's why Remus won't be arriving for a few days. The word is that it's a family surprise and he didn't want to intrude." With the other three adults smiling nervously at them, Harry took Tonks and Hermione by the hand and led them down their new staircase. He wanted the Auror to know she was considered family and would be having words with Remus when he eventually arrived too. What awaited them down there, though, took the breath away from the now astonished trio. A cavern that appeared about the size of the entire house above had been hewn out of the granite. With the walls and domed ceiling being constructed entirely of the same material, the light from 6 magnificent crystal chandeliers had the entire construction glistening like sunlight being reflected off the sea. That you could easily hold a ball for well over 100 people in here left the couple struggling to know what to even call it. Saying it was a room just didn't do this beautiful place justice. Hermione's mouth was moving, but there was no sound coming out. Her mother, though, knew the questions she would be wanting to ask. "We knew you loved the house, but also that it didn't have enough room to hold a party for everyone you would want to invite. Once we took this idea to Barchoke, well, you can see the results for yourself." It was to his father that Harry directed the couple's first question. How is this even possible? The work involved would have taken more time than there was available. The goblin smiled at his children, pleased to see how happy they were with this, while looking forward to seeing their reactions to the other surprises that would be coming their way. As Emma said, "We had a lot of help. The elves wanted to play a part in this too. As we dug out the rock, they were removing it just as quickly. The director also wanted some way of saying thank you for all your efforts and assigned every builder in the nation to this project. This isn't all of it. That statement saw Hermione finding her voice. You mean there's more? Barchoke led them over to a specific part of the wall and ran his finger down it. The stone wall became 2 doors that swung open and led to another cavern. This one clearly wasn't finished, but there was a very good reason for that. This could be a training room or whatever you want it to be. Emma even suggested putting a swimming pool in here at one end, something that would be rather easy to do. We wanted to leave those decisions up to you. Barchoke again found himself the recipient of a hug from his daughter. Hermione then used the same method to make sure her mom and dad knew she was happy about this too. We thought you would like to have everyone here for Christmas, but wanted to wait until speaking with you first. At the moment we're looking at Christmas here, and then bringing in the new year at Amelia's home. Hermione's squeal of excitement might have interrupted Emma, but was music to all of their ears. She jumped on a just as pleased Harry. We get to spend Christmas in our own home. That's exactly what I wanted. But now we can have everyone here too. Harry had Hermione's feet off the floor as he spun her around, basking in her obvious happiness. He did pick up on something else though. Mum was certainly pleased at their reaction but still appeared nervous about something. Clearly there was more going on here than they had been told. He gently lowered Hermione as she too began picking up on some of this. What else do you have to tell us, Mum? Harry's question caught them flat-footed, though it was again Dan who came to his wife's rescue. I think we need to be upstairs with a cup of tea in our hands before we get to that. He then took Emma's arm and they walked back up the new staircase. This had Hermione worried until Harry nudged her attention in Father's direction. The wide grin he was wearing might have stopped her worrying, but her curiosity just hit new heights. Tonks clearly had no idea what was going on and again needed convincing to be part of this discussion. It was only after Emma was seated in her favorite chair and Dobby had served tea that more information was forthcoming from her. Again the young couple's worries were dispelled by the huge grins Barchoke and now Dan were sporting. The goblin healers had never used the procedures needed to save my life on a muggle before. It was perfectly understandable then that they wanted me back for regular checkups. My visit last week gave us quite a shock. It turns out I'm 3 weeks pregnant. For now, and you are going to have a baby brother around about the middle of August. With her revelation being greeted by stunned silence, Emma was getting more worried by the second. Well, what do you think? Hermione's emotions suddenly welled over and she burst into tears while springing at her now pregnant mother. Both were freely crying while clinging to each other. Harry, on the other hand, was sitting quietly muttering to himself. Those mutterings got louder and louder as he clearly liked what he was saying. I'm going to be a brother. I'm going to be a brother. His grin now clearly matched that worn by the other 2 males in the room. Both Granger females were still in tears, but their crying had now reverted to laughter at Harry's antics. He was only 1 step away from jumping up and down with excitement. Men, your father's reactions were very similar to Harry's. Hearing that, Hermione got up and practically bruised her father's ribs with the power of her hug. Both though were extremely happy. The healers were not only able to tell me I was carrying a boy, they were also able to say that boy would be a wizard too. Another magical child in the family. Hermione was now sitting cuddling into Harry, both clearly happy at all the news they had heard today. Dan knew it was time for a family discussion. He too had no problem including Tonks in this, and even called on Dobby to sit with them, embarrassing the little guy by giving him the credit for the new downstairs. Your mother and I were already considering what to do with our futures. This development just focused our attention on what we wanted those futures to be. We took the view that our daughter has already mapped out her own future. Your mother and I still intend to play a large part in that life, but since Harry is already paying your Hogwarts fees, for our decision we considered you now financially independent. This saw Hermione's head whip around to look at Harry. You are mine, and I am yours. You know enough about our culture now to understand that's the way it has to be. You are my mate. Harry then turned his attention to Dan and Emma. Both of you are welcome to live in any house I own for as long as you like. If there isn't one exactly where you want it or how you like it, we can buy or build whatever you want. Hermione was once more snuggling into her mate as Emma beamed a smile at the boy who'd come to mean so much to all of them. Here was her son basically saying they could live whatever dream they wanted. Actually, you goblins must be rubbing off on us. Your father and I decided that, As long as our family was together, then that was the most important thing. Both of us, though, are sure we're finished with our practice. The house in Crawley will keep for a while yet. We were hoping you wouldn't mind if we lived here with you." She never got to say any more as Emma suddenly had her arms full of two emotional teens, both clearly happy with that decision. Goblin laughter was heard as Barchoke just couldn't resist. "I told you so. Both would like nothing better than to have everyone staying here all the time. I still can't believe I'm going to have a little brother." A horrified look came over Harry as Hermione's words threw up a potential problem. "I can't believe we'll have to return to Hogwarts next year and leave our new brother at home." This was Dan's cue for some payback. "Oh, so you don't care about leaving us?" Emma, though, still needed to hear the words from her children. "Are you both really okay with this? Us moving in here and me being pregnant?" Hermione merely glanced at her mate. That was all it took for Harry to know. He was the one elected to answer that for both of them. "Mum, hearing that makes this one of the best days of my life. To have children running around this house will be a dream come true." "A dream, Hermione, and I thought was many years away still. That I'll have a brother is something I never ever thought would or could happen." Dan almost choked on his tea at that, but Emma was now beaming a megawatt smile in her children's direction. Their minder could also see how pleased they were at this news, but had a question for Dan and Emma. "Is this a secret, or are you going to let others know?" "I had to practically threaten Dan, otherwise there would have been an announcement placed in the Times. We were only keeping it quiet until we could tell these two. This was not something we wanted to send by Irgit." This set Hermione off giggling again. "I can't even imagine what Roger's comment would be to us finding out our mother was pregnant." Or Harry dancing on the Ravenclaw table in delight. "Master, Bella is pregnant. I know she wants to prove she's your most faithful servant at the ritual, but I would like to humbly ask if I could be chosen instead." The thing that now contained the spirit of Voldemort pondered the problem he faced here. He had 3 servants, 2 of whom's loyalty was unquestionable. Which one did he give the honor of showing their devotion to him to? "I will take that into consideration. Her carrying a child might have an adverse effect on the ritual. I was thus actually favoring Peter to carry out that part, providing he doesn't fail me tonight." "He won't fail, Master. Bella will make sure of that. Peter is only going to identify the target. Bella will be the one who takes that target down and secures them. They should be returning shortly, though I impressed on Peter not to rush it. It is imperative he chooses someone who could be considered your enemy. Otherwise the entire ritual could be in doubt. Anyone who works as for that abomination they now call a ministry will do. They would certainly all be considered my enemies as now." While relieved at this, Augustus knew that news wouldn't please his mate. Bella would have to be kept away from Peter, otherwise a certain rat might not actually see the solstice. That certain rat was currently scurrying around and cursing their luck in choosing the same day Hogwarts students returned home to try and snatch a victim. With all the parents staying at home with their children tonight, they were being left with very slim pickings in their search for a suitable victim. He then spotted a witch sitting in a secluded corner all by herself. She was slowly getting drunk and muttering about someone in her department screwing her over. It wasn't until she lifted her head that Peter recognized the witch. Bertha Jorkins just signed up to be an unwilling blood donor that would certainly save his master's life. The pub being mostly empty now worked in his favor. Wormtail scurried into the shadowy corner before transferring into Peter and then casting the Imperius curse on Bertha. With the hood of his cloak up, Peter then whispered specific instructions to her. "You will quietly come with me. If anyone asks, I'm an old friend who's taking you home." Bertha rose unsteadily to her feet, taking Peter's offered arm for support, and both barely attracted a second glance as they left. Peter led her up a back alley where Bella was waiting, the smell of fire whiskey coming from Bertha stopping his accomplice stunning the witch. It didn't stop Bella's acid tongue, though. "You were supposed to get us someone to be used in our master's ritual, not pick up a drunk date for the weekend. There's hardly anyone in there, and Bertha works for the ministry. She was the best of a bad lot." Bella didn't buy that excuse, instead grabbed Bertha and side-operat her back to their camp. Peter was left to follow on. They had chosen the Forest of Dean and, after stealing another tent, set up camp there. Rookwood had the place warded so that Aurors could walk right next to their camp and still not see it. The second tent they had stolen was a much more elaborate model, complete with separate areas inside. Their master, his familiar, and Peter shared that accommodation. Bella appeared with their victim, along with a scathing report on Peter's ineptitude. Peter then made his excuses that they really couldn't have picked a worse day to try and snatch someone. "You have both done well. She will be adequate." The Dark Lord then cast his own imperius on the poor witch. His instructions to Bertha was simply to be Peter's slave. "Never let it be said I don't reward Thos faithful to me. She is yours to Ussie until the ceremony. Then I will empty her mind for information. Something we badly need. Peter, Ussie silencing charms. I do not wish my rest disturbed." A grinning Peter led the witch away, placing Bertha in his part of the tent and zipping up the partition. The Dark Lord then turned his attention to a fuming Bella, knowing this needed to be handled delicately. "Bella, my most faithful lieutenant, I have a job that only you can do for me." Her bad mood vanished instantly, expecting now to be chosen to donate her flesh to her master. She was soon disappointed. "Your pregnancy prevents you taking your rightful place in my rebirth ritual, but offers instead a wonderful opportunity. Your child shall be the firstborn of my new reign, and will be trained by their parents to one day stand with me. He or she will be treated like my own child and rule by my side." The Dark Lord's reputation as a master manipulator was well earned. He played on his followers' hopes and fears to perfection. Bella was now prostrate before him, swearing the eternal allegiance of her entire and yet unborn family. Augustus was also delighted that his pregnant mate wouldn't now take part in a dark ritual that could have harmed their unborn child, while Peter was a lot easier to please. All tonight's problems easily solved, and it cost him nothing. That, and only having to spend one more day in this constructed and constricting body, put the Dark Lord in a better mood than he had been for years. All in all, it was a very happy camp, not something that could usually be associated with Lord Voldemort. He still intended to punish those of his followers who were brave enough to answer his summons after he regained his body. Those who didn't answer would pay the ultimate price for their betrayal. Traveling using Muggle transport had also exposed the four of them to the Muggle media, an experience that just might have provided a way to wish Harry Potter a very Merry Christmas. He intended to make that boy's every waking moment a nightmare, and leave his sleep so full of horrific dreams, he would eventually beg Lord Voldemort for death. "Harry, are you asleep?" "No, Hermione, come in. I'm guessing you couldn't sleep either." "Oh, I'm just too excited to sleep. I feel as if every wish I ever had is all coming true, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that the hammer is about to fall on us too." Harry had been lying in bed and trying to lose himself in a Spider-Man comic, but the same kind of thoughts had been troubling him as well. "I know exactly what you mean, Hermione. In any battle, when things are going far too well for your side, that is usually the point when something totally unexpected happens and turns all those carefully laid plans into dust. All we can do is take every precaution we can think of and continue to train hard to meet those that catch us out." Hermione snuck under the covers, needing to hold her mate for comfort. "I feel happy, excited, and scared all at the same time. I was worried about Mum and Dad's safety before. Now that Mum's pregnant, I'm actually terrified for them. We've made King Yusi as safe as we possibly can, so them staying here is perfect. They will also have Dobby to watch over them. We both know how devoted that little elf is to our parents. If the situation suddenly deteriorates in Britain, then we'll have to try and convince them to leave for the island. Nothing can touch them there." That suggestion certainly appealed to Hermione, so much so that she snuggled into Harry and kissed him for coming up with it. "With Mum pregnant, we should have no problem convincing Dad to take her somewhere totally safe. Our only problem might be stopping them trying to drag us along too. Hermione, you all know I'm a centurion. If there's going to be a battle, then my place is at the front of the warriors. It's taken time for me to win the respect of my fellow centurions and our warriors. Hiding safely on my island would totally destroy that respect, and me too. I know, Harry. Just remember though, me not covering your back in that same battle would totally destroy me as well. That's why we all train as hard as we do. Padma and I know our mates are going to be at the center of this war if it kicks off again." Harry knew there was nothing to be gained by arguing over this at the moment. In all probability, it would be the circumstances that dictated their response anyway. Hermione, let's just concentrate on the now while training to try and meet whatever the future brings. We're going to have a wonderful Christmas with our family. A family that's going to grow. We have a real reason to celebrate this year. I think we should give it our best shot. Having heard enough, Dan headed off to bed himself. It was extremely hard to find fault with Hermione going to Harry when they were both concerned for their safety. One thing that Dan did agree with, first sign of danger and Emma would be paddling any swollen ankles in the crystal-clear waters that surrounded Harry's tropical island. Barchoke had read both of them perfectly. They had been delighted with the changes made to the house and ecstatic at the thought of having a little brother. He also agreed with Harry's assessment that they had more than normal to celebrate this Christmas. Dan certainly intended to do so. Bertha didn't think she would see Christmas this year. What was worse, part of her was hoping she didn't. Being a slave to that bastard Pettigrew was not a life worth living as far as she was concerned. Especially since that thing they were calling Master was threatening to rape her mind when whatever they were up to here was finished. That Bertha was currently in a cemetery and bound to a headstone didn't bode too well for her future anyway. Not with Bellatrix Lestrange and Augustus Rookwood here too. The Imperius had been removed and she'd screamed every insult she could think of, and some she came up with on the spur of the moment, at that bastard Pettigrew, much to the amusement of Lestrange. Now Rookwood was placing the ugly thing in a massive cauldron full of bubbling potion and Bertha was praying it would drown. When the grave at her feet suddenly opened and part of the corpse buried there made its way into the cauldron too, Bertha knew for certain that prayer wasn't going to help her tonight. She wriggled and fought as best her current circumstances allowed as Rookwood approached her with a wicked knife in his hands. For some sick reason, her struggles just seemed to please him more. After her blood was added to the cauldron, Rookwood then handed the knife to that little shit Pettigrew. Bertha was pleased to see the sick bastard looked ill with the thought of what he was now expected to do. Watching him cut his hand off and let it drop in the cauldron had an effect on Bertha she wouldn't have believed possible a few days ago. She was delighted to see the little bastard in severe pain, but couldn't help but wish it was another piece of his anatomy that he'd cut off and flung in there. Bertha would certainly have been prepared to volunteer her services, and to ensure the cut was as ragged and painful as she could make it. Those pleasant thoughts were rudely interrupted by the cauldron exploding, and Bertha thought for a moment they'd made a mistake. She certainly couldn't think of any potion where the addition of Pettigrew's grubby hand would have a positive result. The sight of a body appearing from the resulting mist, though, destroyed that fantasy. Rookwood quickly stepped forward with a robe for the figure while Lestrange handed it a wand. Both then got on their knees before the tall figure. Peter was already on his knees, clutching his stump to try and slow down the blood loss. There was absolutely no sympathy heading in his direction from Bertha. "Ah, my faithful servants. Peter, hold forth your arm." Bertha watched in horror as Voldemort's wand conjured a silver, fully functioning hand for Peter. Considering what part of his anatomy she'd been wishing Peter had cut off before, witnessing this was the final straw for the witch. The contents of her stomach were now displayed down the front of her robes, but Bertha really couldn't give a shit. She was currently sobbing and right on the edge of hysteria. This seemed to amuse her captors, though, and attract Voldemort's attention. He walked toward her and cold fingers were soon caressing Bertha's cheek. "Ah, Miss Jorkins, I should really thank you for assisting in my return. I won't, though. Instead, I'm going to enter that mind of yours and strip out every piece of information that might be useful. This will leave you nothing more than a drooling idiot. There is some good news though. Peter has already proven he's not too fussy. I really don't think it will affect the relationship you two already have." Rookwood and Lestrange were roaring with laughter at that, but Bertha finally lost it. She started screaming and just couldn't stop. This delighted the Dark Lord. He'd basically broken this witch purely by fear. Now that was power he had certainly missed being able to wield. It was time to start reminding people just how powerful Lord Voldemort actually was. "Bella, my dear, could you hold out your arm for me?" Pansy was rudely awakened by someone roughly pulling on her arm. As her senses slowly came online, she was greeted by the sight of her father standing there. He didn't give her time to say a word. That was time Edmund Parkinson didn't have. Pansy Parkinson, I, Edmund Parkinson, cast you out of the Parkinson family forever. So mote it be. Pansy felt the magic swirl around her and was in tears as she sought some answers. Father, why are you doing this? What have I done? You will leave this house at once and never come back. Never, you understand? Go to Draco and take your mother with you. The wards on the Malfoy home will protect you. You need to go now. Pansy found herself dragged out of bed without even time to grab her housecoat. She was marched to the flue where her mother was standing stoically waiting on her. Pansy, you need to contact Draco to get permission for me to come through too. Hurry girl, we don't have much time. As Pansy's head was in the flue, Edmund kissed his wife before he too was forced to leave. He knew the Dark Lord would be punishing his followers, and that he delighted in using wives and daughters to extract revenge on those Death Eaters that displeased him. That Pansy was young, beautiful, and betrothed to Draco Malfoy meant her fate would have been sealed. The Dark Lord wouldn't pass up an opportunity to torture both families at the same time. Edmund could only hope these goblin wards were as good as they were portrayed. The goblins had been more than kind to Severus. His cell could never be considered luxurious, but he had discovered that goblins didn't really indulge in luxury. His home was certainly adequate for his needs and could even be considered comfortable. He certainly wasn't comfortable now. The pain in his arm and the cold sweat from knowing what that pain meant were currently responsible for his discomfort though. It was impossible for Severus to answer his former master's summons. The fact that he thought of the Dark Lord as his former master meant his decision was already made. The prisoner rang for assistance and soon had a guard at his door. I respectfully request a meeting with Ambassador Barchoke. I have information vital to the safety of his son, Centurion Crow. Severus then showed the guard his forearm. The black tattoo was now animated and appeared angry. The guard nodded in understanding and left at once. As Severus sat there and waited on the ambassador, he was faced with the irony that his life was so much better now thanks to a Potter and a Black. He understood that the goblins treated the young couple as mates, and it was ironic that the Muggle-born wife of a Potter granting him the ability to communicate in Goblin had certainly positively affected his life and status. That book written by the Lady Black also gave him insights into what was happening all around him, insights that were allowing him to integrate more and more into the nation. So much so that Severus now thought of this as home, which was why there was not the slightest hesitation tonight. Severus Snape had made his choice, and it wasn't to serve a madman. Pansy, we both made our choice. You know I have to do this. But he's my father. No, he's not. I'm disowned. Draco was standing holding his betrothed as she broke her heart over the situation. He really didn't know how to deal with this, but his thoughts drifted to how more and more he had built a method for handling situations. His new yardstick was, what would Harry do? After asking himself that, his decision was easily made. He left a surprised Pansy standing there while he made his way over to the desk that had been his father's. There was an exquisite knife sitting there that his father had rather pretentiously used to open scrolls he'd received. Draco had a much more important role for the blade. Both Mothers and Pansy were now looking apprehensive as Draco returned armed with the blade. That was until he cut his own palm before passing the blade to Pansy. She knew at once what her betrothed was proposing here. Both had read all about this in a rare book they found in the Malfoy library, a book Hermione now owned. Without a second's hesitation, she cut her own palm and clasped her betrothed's hand. Both mothers were soon in tears as they watched their children perform the blood-bound ceremony. Narcissus understood Draco was offering this to Pansy in a bid to heal her hurt at being disavowed, and she'd never been prouder of her son. They watched on as a silver glow grew up their arms and into their shoulders. Draco kissed his mate and rested his forehead on hers. Pansy, you are mine now, and we will make that official whenever you feel ready. There will be no pressure from me, but there is still something I need to do. We've both made our choice, just as your father has. That was a very brave thing he did tonight. We can't let that bravery go to waste. Pansy kissed her mate before nodding in agreement. Draco passed her over to their mothers before he headed to the flue. It had taken mere minutes to discover from Elspeth why her husband had acted the way he did. Draco now needed to call Sirius and get him to put the warning out amongst the family. He's back. Chapter 72. I won't make the same mistake again. The Dark Lord was back living in the lap of luxury, exactly where Tom was sure he really belonged. Lord Voldemort had just had a stellar evening, acquiring his new body before dishing out punishments to those of his followers brave enough to return at his command. He then left them lying there while he enjoyed shredding the mind of the Ministry which for information. That information had him pondering his next move against the Ministry and Potter, that is. He'd known exactly what else was going to be accomplished on his first evening back. Lord Voldemort had approached his recovering followers and asked who wanted the pleasure of having their lord stay with them. All had of course begged for the honor, just as he'd already chosen whose house he was going to take over. On arrival, Peter led his drooling husk of a girlfriend in search of a bedroom in their new home, while Tom dismissed Bella and Augustus to do the same. That left the Dark Lord alone with his familiar and a prostrate host, Edmund Parkinson. He could see the wizard shaking as he lay at his feet and wondered whether it was caused by the after-effects of the cruciatus or fear. He would like to think a little of both. "Tell me again, Parkinson, why your wife and daughter are not here to greet their lord." The Death Eater tried to keep his voice steady as he answered his master. "After I collected my daughter from the express, I made an attempt to end Pansy's betrothal to the Malfoy brat. She threw a tantrum before the disrespectful bitch swore she would disown her family rather than let that happen. I wasn't about to stand for that dishonor against the Parkinson name, so I ejected the little bitch from the family before she could carry out her threat, and then ordered her out of my house. I can only assume she went to her betrothed, and that my wife accompanied her." "Ah, but Draco is no longer her betrothed. You ejecting her from the family would end that agreement." "Forgive me, master, but they have convinced each other that they're in love. Draco would take her in even though she now has no name. I'm afraid Draco isn't half the man his father was." His familiar was coiled over his shoulders, and he was affectionately stroking Nagini's head when Tom let his anger show. "Bella made dear Lucius's death far too quick. She may have been pressed for time and had very limited options available, but I certainly wouldn't have been so merciful as to cut his throat and let him bleed to death." The Dark Lord was now certain Parkinson's shaking was down to fear. He softened his voice to coax the answers he wanted out of his servant. "Your daughter attended Hogwarts and is even considered a friend of Potter's. Tell me everything you know about this boy." "And that's all we know at the moment." The minister felt ill at hearing this news, and took no comfort from the fact that both colleagues he was currently meeting with didn't appear to be coping with this news any better than he was. "It's not much to go on, Amelia." Amos couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Surely you're not disputing he's back?" "We now have confirmation from 2 different sources." "I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is we don't have a lot to go on. We don't know where he is, or even if he's in Britain. He summoned his Death Eaters. How many of them turned up? The only piece of information we do have is that he's back. How does the Ministry respond to that? We have no idea of our enemy's location, strength, or intentions." Cornelius let that sink in before reinforcing his point. "Do we really want to blaze what little news we do have all over the country and ruin the holidays for everyone? Commercially speaking, today and tomorrow are 2 of the busiest shopping days of the year. This news breaking would certainly put an abrupt end to that." "Are you suggesting we ignore this?" "Of course not, Amos. What we need is a measured response. A response that allows us to increase security without sending the country into a paralyzing panic." The minister was looking to his head of the DMLE for help. Amelia duly obliged. "I think I see what you mean, Cornelius. We have so little information, and using that might tip our hand that we have any information at all. I agree that, at this point, informing the public he's back would be counterproductive. I also agree with Amos that we need to do something. We still have 2 escaped Death Eaters on the loose. A perfect excuse to increase security and provide a timely reminder to everyone to be vigilant over the holiday period. Without more information, I really don't know what else we can do." This left Amos stuttering with indignation. "What about those suspected Death Eaters who left the Ministry? Can't we round them up? And charge them with what?" "Amos, we let them walk out the Ministry, promising no stain on their character. Am I now supposed to send my Aurors to arrest them, saying, by the way, we were lying when we said that Amelia then softened her attitude. Amos was not an enemy here. We don't know how many of them answered Voldemort's summons. I think those who didn't will be the returning Dark Lord's first priority. There is also the practicalities to consider in rounding them up. I simply don't have the manpower to hit all of the targets at once, and an operation that size will surely leak, sending any doubters straight into the arms of Voldemort. The minister was left shaking his head. It's the Carrows all over again. There's a section of our community that knows he's back, but not one of them trusts the ministry enough to come to us for help. Augusta Longbottom was right, we need to change that. He found his two colleagues agreeing, though Amelia took it further. Once Voldemort makes a move, the gloves can come off. That fact changes the entire complexion of the problem. We need to decide, though, how to deal with those who don't want to rejoin Voldemort. The Chief Warlock was beginning to understand the dilemma they faced here. I think Harry showed us the way. It's all about how we treat the families involved. Knowing my Tabitha and Cedric are safe behind those wards certainly gives me great peace of mind. My Cedric teaches the Knot girl at their extra defense class in Hogwarts. He says she's a lovely young witch. What fate would have awaited that child if Harry hadn't stepped in? If we can protect their families from Voldemort's retribution, then we might yet see some of the doubters approaching us. Those sentiments certainly found approval from Cornelius and Amelia. She though wanted to add another layer to Amos' proposed solution. Protecting families is fine, but we also need to show what happens to those who willingly chose to follow this madman. Their masks hide nothing now. Kicking them out the ministry means we now know who at least some of them are. We strip them of any source of respectability, wealth, or possessions, and then ensure they're aware we'll take them down hard, and then execute those who survive being captured. Cornelius was quiet, pleased with the initial ideas this impromptu meeting was throwing up, but something else just struck him. I think we need to get Arthur in here. He needs to know in case Voldemort starts attacking Muggles. I also want him to contact Ambassador Barchoke. St. Mungo's needs warded against Death Eaters as quickly as possible. I don't give a shit how much it costs, or if it tips our hand that we know he's back. Those people need protecting now. A cold shiver ran down Amelia's back at the mere thought of Death Eaters attacking the hospital. The goblins don't have Christmas holidays, so they might be able to do it quickly. Do you want me to arrange for the staff to be screened as we did inside the ministry? This received a positive response from the minister, while Amos was sure the other problem would be solved too. Once we start finding Death Eater vaults, there will be plenty gold in the coffers to pay for protecting St. Mungo's. I'll get Arthur up to speed while Amelia is screening the hospital staff. It should be a safe bet, just saying the new wards will be going up over the holiday period. The minister then looked to his two most senior advisors and asked the question that was at the forefront of his thoughts. We all remember the last time. Are we ready now to end this? Knowing the question was really aimed at her, Amelia gave the most honest answer she could. The ministry is certainly better prepared. While I had hoped for longer, knowing he's back allows us to step up our preparations. If we can act quickly and stop him gathering support, then the odds will tip heavily in our favor. His Death Eaters murdered a lot more victims than he did. They're also nowhere near as powerful. Taking that threat away should leave us dealing with a small group. I refuse to believe 20 or so wizards and witches that we will make outcasts could ever take over the country. And what about Harry? Again, Amelia knew she could answer the minister's question honestly, and that the information wouldn't go any further. Like us, Harry could have used a few more years. That Moody seems almost ready to adopt the four of them should give you some idea of their abilities. I think the ministry needs to concentrate on the Death Eaters, depriving Voldemort of support and buying Harry time to train. He and his friends are already working 4 days a week with Moody and Bill Weasley. They would really need to leave Hogwarts to train anymore. Not something I would recommend. She then gave her reasons for cautioning against that action. The idea of the ministry training 4 teenage assassins to go after Voldemort is not something that sits comfortably with me. At the moment, all we are doing is augmenting their already established training pattern, at the request of Harry's father. Of course, I would bet my ministry pension that this exact same meeting is currently taking place in Kingussie. They might reach a decision there that changes my opinion and our options. Amelia's ministry pension was in no danger. The exact same meeting was taking place in Kingussie. It was only their priorities that were different, very different. Listen everyone, I'm pregnant, not ill. I will not be treated like some invalid and be shipped off somewhere to safety. Not unless my entire family comes too. Mom, I'm a centurion. I can't run away and hide. If you're saying King Yusi isn't safe, then we all need to hit that island today. If it is safe, then Dan and I shouldn't have a problem staying here while you are both at Hogwarts. Sirius and Remus were trying not to laugh, but it was Tonks who couldn't hide her grin. She has you there, Harry. Either King Yusi is safe or it isn't. You can't have it both ways. Not helping here, Tonks. King Yusi is safe, but not as safe as the island. Nothing and no one can touch them there. I've already lost one set of parents to this mad bastard. I'm not going to let him take another along with my unborn brother. All could now see how badly they had misread the situation. Here was something that clearly terrified Harry. The troubled teen soon had his arms full of both Granger ladies while he sat on the sofa. His father, though, thought that it might take something a bit more practical to ease his son's fears. Harry, I will move into King Yusi when you both return to Hogwarts. I can also have emergency portkeys made that will take you through the Hogwarts wards and bring you both straight home. An emergency signal could see you and Hermione back here in under a minute. Yes, the island is safer, but please think what you're asking here. A mother to take herself out of danger and leave her children behind. We both know neither Emma or Lily would ever do that. Harry was currently clinging to the two most important women in his life as if he was never letting go. What if we didn't go back to Hogwarts? We could stay here and train every day. It was Emma who moved his head around so Harry was looking directly at her face. I will not have you both dropping out of school to become my bodyguards. I will have Dan, Barchoke, and Dobby here to do that, and also a pistol like the one Alice carries. You already train enough as it is. I simply won't stand for it. It was Barchoke who again tried to make his son see reason, knowing that his fear was crushing his own dose of logic on this matter. We don't know where Voldemort is, how many followers he has, or what his intentions are. Until we do, then life must go on. It might take him years to build up any sort of organization and become a threat again. We can't all put our lives on hold waiting to find that out. I guarantee you that, should we discover he intends to attack here, we will all be sitting on the beach within minutes of learning that. Harry looked to his mate. Hermione's nod indicating she thought this was the best they were going to get. Hermione felt almost as if she was betraying him, but had to speak her mind. Harry, I don't think I could handle any more training than what we do now. Our bodies and magic barely have time to recover as it is before it's time to go again. There's a very good reason this training is usually reserved for witches and witches over 17. He really couldn't disagree with Hermione. All four of them had been looking forward to the break, though they certainly intended to keep up their exercises every morning. Okay. Can we get those portkeys as quickly as possible and an alarm disc added to Hermione's wand holster? He then turned back to face the woman he now thought of as Mum. You send that signal, we'll come running. I need you to promise, though, that you will set off the alarm if you need us. She looked at the very serious young man and her equally grave daughter. Emma's heart melted at the anguish she saw reflected back from both of them. Harry, Hermione, at the first sign of danger, our main option would always be to get out of here. If we can't do that, I promise I will send for you both. Again, they had to settle for the best deal they could get. Hermione then turned her attention to Sirius. Will Pansy and Draco be all right at Malfoy Manor? Voldemort will know exactly where they are, so they would be welcome to come here. Both are keyed to the flu at Grimmauld. I'll add their mothers too, and that should give them an escape route if needed. They are coming here on Christmas Day anyway, so we can talk with them then. If we're done here, I really need to go and greet the in-laws. Lucas and Moa are port-keying in today. We'll see you all on Christmas Day. Remus rose to follow his fellow marauder out. He was heading for the Longbottoms to pass on the bad news to the rest of the family. Barchoke was intending on heading back to Gringotts when Tonks stopped him. You need 3 portkeys and alarms. They don't leave Hogwarts without me. If you could tie all the portkeys in together, that might save some time too. Barchoke could only smile before nodding in thanks to the young Auror. Tonks wasn't finished though. She then turned her attention onto Dan and Emma. I was about their age just before Voldemort was defeated, and things were really bad then. Breakfast at Hogwarts was always eaten in silence as we waited for the owls to tell us who had lost loved ones the night before. I would have gladly given my right arm to be able to offer my parents the level of protection these two just gave you. She could see this was opening the Grangers' eyes to just how bad the situation could get. It was to Emma that Tonks aimed her next comment. I respect your decision, Emma, but this is a matter that certainly isn't over. Situations can change very quickly, and there is simply no argument against that island being the safest place for you both. If I could get my mother and father to go, I would send them there too. Seeing how effective Tonks' argument was against Dan and Emma, Harry quickly jumped in. Your mum and dad would certainly be welcome, Tonks. So would Frank and Alice or Smita and Ramrao. What about Draco and Pansy's mothers? Pauline not has a little sister too young for Hogwarts. She and her mother might be targets too. His mate joined in, knowing her parents were far more likely to leave the country as part of a group who were at risk. There must be others who are going to be targeted. We need to put our heads together and make a list. Dan interrupted his daughter. I thought we were safe behind these wards, that anyone carrying the dark mark couldn't cross them. Wards are like shields, Dan. Hit any shield long enough or hard enough and it will eventually fail. This had Dan looking at Barchoke as if he'd been sold a pig in a poke. The goblin offered him some reassurance of his earlier statement. That shield being attacked will set off an alarm and still protect you, at least long enough for our warriors to arrive. They would then need to decide the odds they faced and either evacuate the people out of there or stand and fight the attackers. The wards buy you that precious time. The better the wards, then the more time you have. Ours are simply the best. Harry agreed with his father but didn't want pride in their wards to negate the advances they had just made in shifting the Grangers' point of view toward reaching the decision he and Hermione badly wanted. While our wards are unquestionably the best, we really don't know just how well they'll perform if Voldemort turns up with a few dozen Death Eaters and starts trying to bring them down. It's obviously not something you can test until it actually happens. Our entire magical community knows I'm the Baron of Kingusi, and we've made no secret of the fact you are both staying here. That might be a target that's just too tempting for Voldemort to resist. You've both already been attacked because of me. I simply don't want that happening again. Both Hermione and Harry could see that it wouldn't take much more to change Dad's mind. Mum was always going to be the sticking point. Emma then surprised her children. We're all going to be together over Christmas and New Year. Let's enjoy the holidays, and then we'll sit down and talk about this again before you head back to Hogwarts. Emma knew she'd gotten it right when her arms were suddenly full of two happy teens. Dan had another question though, this one aimed at Harry. I understand you being worried about us, but aren't you scared? Or at least surprised at this madman's return? We always knew he would return one day. That's why I train as hard as I do. Ever since I re-entered the magical world, my entire emphasis has been to try to prepare all of us for this happening. I'm not scared because I know Amelia will be hunting down the Death Eaters, and Father will be doing his best to see them financially crippled too. Barchoke couldn't help but stand behind his children and put his hands proudly on their shoulders. Only the fact they were still sitting on the sofa meant he didn't have to reach up to do so. The wards around the Ministry had taken away their anonymity. The Ministry can then use the actions of the Death Eaters to destroy any shred of respectability. The nation will then lawfully snatch their family fortunes right from under them, and that gold will be used by the Ministry to aid the Death Eaters' downfall. The nation was always going to stand behind Harry. That the Ministry has promised to do the same puts us far ahead of any predictions we had for this event eventually happening. We're working very hard to ensure all our children are in as little danger as possible. This was something they all wanted to hear, and Harry used it to further push their agenda. If he'd returned without those changes being made, we would probably all be heading for our island today. If that had been allowed to happen, all our predictions said it would require nothing short of a miracle to stop Voldemort taking over the country. I'm a warrior with a warrior's training. That training teaches us not to fight against suicidal odds like that, especially for a country that won't support you. Gringotts would have made a strategic withdrawal out of Britain and left its people to deal with the problems of their own making. This left all three Grangers and the young Auror shocked, looking to Barchoke for confirmation. The goblin didn't disappoint. It's easy to forget how far we've come in the last 2.5 years. Before Harry attended Hogwarts, the nation trying to inform the Ministry that Voldemort had returned would have needed to be accomplished by the procedures put in place and bound by treaties. a memo through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. With Lucius Malfoy still at large and Death Eaters at the highest levels of magical society, what do you think the chances of us being believed would have been? Voldemort would have taken over the ministry and then turned his greedy eyes to us. We would then be faced with the option of fighting a war we couldn't win or withdrawing in the hope of fighting another day. That really is no choice, and our decision would not have been a difficult one. Tonks had no trouble imagining events playing out as Barchoke had described, nor could she cast any doubt on his conclusions. Britain would have fallen to the darkness. Dan's exposure to the magical world also provided him with the knowledge to see the possible outcome Barchoke had just given them as a distinct possibility. He also could see no way in which that happening wouldn't spill over into the totally unprepared Muggle world. It would be the Potter killers magnified by a factor of hundreds, and with no young man to race to their rescue with alternative accommodation, it would be a bleak situation. Emma wasn't interested in looking at the bigger picture. She didn't know if her pregnancy was already affecting her hormones, but all the mother could think of was how that would have affected her now growing family. Harry and Hermione found themselves being held tighter by a mother who was now thinking there were worse ways of spending your time than staying on a tropical island. Sirius currently had his hands full with a very happy Moa Hobson, and thinking there were worse ways of starting your day. "Oh, Sirius, I'm so happy for you both." "Thanks, Moa, we're pretty pleased about it ourselves. We may have to put off our big announcement, though. I just discovered what Dan and Emma wanted to tell those two. I wouldn't want to steal their spotlight." His wife was delighted for the couple, and they quickly decided to wait until New Year's Eve to make their announcement. Like Emma, Henrika wanted her family to know the news first. Waiting another week to tell all their friends she and Sirius were going to have a daughter wouldn't exactly be a hardship. Her mother might have a problem with that, though. She was already suggesting names for her granddaughter. Lucas was walking around with a grin almost as wide as Sirius. Considering they were going to get some Christmas shopping done today, then that really was quite an achievement. Getting St. Mungo's warded on Christmas Day was certainly an achievement. Amelia had faced very few problems when screening the hospital staff. She supposed a healer's oath to aid those in need would probably prohibit them joining an organization where they rape, maim, and murder for fun. No, Amelia's biggest problem had been what she herself should do over the festive holidays. She knew Susan was really looking forward to spending Christmas in Kingussie with her friends, but even more so to having them all at her home to celebrate the arrival of the new year. While canceling the event wouldn't raise too many eyebrows, news of the party hadn't exactly been spread all over the ministry. She did know Susan would be bitterly disappointed. Amelia had taken the decision just to act as if everything was normal, even though Susan was well aware a certain madman had returned. The head of the DMLE had trouble remembering being an age where what dress she was going to wear to her New Year party was more important than a returning Dark Lord. Amelia also knew that attitude wouldn't last. War had a way of touching everyone's life, and that's what they would face if they allowed Voldemort time to build up his support. She almost needed supporting herself as they were led into the new ballroom at the Baron of Kingussie's home. It was simply stunning. Both Amelia and Susan made their way over to the magnificent Christmas tree in the corner of the room. Sirius had invoked Kris Kringle again this year, and everyone had quickly confirmed they would participate. The presents would be handed out after dinner, giving their meal time to digest before the dancing began. Amelia almost choked when she spotted Moody at the party, and watched in disbelief as he slipped a present under the tree. She was mentally calculating just how many spells he would cast on the present he received before deciding it was safe to unwrap. It was good to see all their friends again, and Amelia was now sure she'd made the right decision. Watching as Susan practically glowed with excitement and happiness certainly ensured her Christmas would be a happy one. They would face whatever came their way, but events like this was what they were fighting for. There wasn't much sign of merriment in the Dursley home. This Christmas wasn't exactly proving to be a happy one. To be honest, apart from the better programs on the telly, it was just like any other day of the year for the Dursleys. The amount of Christmas cards the entire family received this year didn't reach double figures. The Dursley family's social standing in Crawley had reached an all-time low. It almost felt as if, instead of their Christmas decorations, there was a red cross painted on the front of their house to warn others of the danger of catching the plague. Even the double-glazing salesman and the Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't knock on their door now. It was therefore an even greater shock when their locked front door suddenly opened and 3 strangers walked straight into their home. Petunia may have never set eyes on any of them before, but she couldn't mistake the clothing they were wearing. "Freaks! Get out of my home!" The woman who was with the 2 men moved with the speed of a striking snake. She drew a knife and slashed Petunia's cheek, putting a sudden and permanent end to her tirade. "Muggle bitch! How dare you even speak to my master? Get down on your knees now." Petunia had shot to her feet the second she had spotted the intruders in her home. That someone would actually slash her face in their own living room saw her sinking to her knees in shock. It took several attempts before Vernon could actually prise himself out of his armchair, only for his limbs to then lock as he fell forward onto the floor with a force that almost shook the house. Dudley saw none of this. His entire being was concentrated on the terrifying bald guy with those horrific red eyes. The obese teen wasn't much of a believer in God. He attended church purely because his parents bribed him with sweets and lunch at a restaurant of his choosing. Dudley fervently believed in the devil, though. He really had no other option since he was currently looking right at him. He couldn't explain it, but Dudley instinctively knew death had just come calling to their house. It wasn't a conscious decision nor a spell that had him sitting there and doing absolutely nothing. Dudley was simply unable to move a muscle frozen by fear. "Thank you, Bella, for that lesson on how these filthy muggles should act when in the presence of their betters. It would seem their nephew doesn't care for them much either. Not even the most basic wards on their home. Tell me, how does it feel to know he spent millions helping strangers while leaving you here to fend for yourselves?" Augustus had placed a silencing charm on a body-bound Vernon, so it was left to a bleeding Petunia to answer. Dudley certainly had no intention of speaking and drawing attention to himself. "We have no nephew, that boy is no family to us. I wish he'd died along with his parents." A lightning-fast strike from Bella saw Petunia's other cheek slashed. "You will keep a respectful tongue in your head. Talk to my master like that again, and I will cut it out." Petunia was sinking deeper into shock. Part of her knew they wouldn't survive this, while another part wept at her blood spilling onto the lounge carpet. It was ruined, and they had no spare cash to buy a new one. "I want you to tell me everything you know about your nephew." She was about to protest again that she had no nephew, but the knife in the crazy bitch's hand changed her mind. "We've only met him once. He attacked our Dudley in town, and we went round there to sort him out. They attacked my Vernon." Petunia suddenly thought she had a way out of this. Give them another target. "The Grangers, it's the Grangers you want to talk to. They know all about him, he even stays there." She quickly supplied the address, but giving that information didn't provide the reaction she was hoping for. "The whole country knows that these muggles are now living with the Baron of Kingusi in his Highland estate. What can you tell me about that?" Petunia was left shaking her head. "I've never heard of him." The knife now slashed across her nose as Bella's temper spiraled out of control. Her first bout of morning sickness had honed her usual quick temper until it had an edge as sharp as her blade. "Stupid muggle bitch, your nephew holds that title. Master, perhaps a different sort of persuasion might give us better results." Their entire purpose for being here tonight was to send a message to Potter, the death of his only living relatives. That they could witness their terror while doing so was just a little Christmas present, a present they intended to enjoy. They were also using methods that Rookwood had pioneered since their escape from Azkaban, keeping their use of magic to a minimum and no dark curses for the Ministry to detect. A nod from his master was all Augustus needed to begin using cutting curses on the fat muggle. He left the silencing charm in place as Petunia's precious husband was soon like her rug beyond saving. She had pleaded and begged, earning another couple of slashes but no reprieve for Vernon. Petunia was swearing to every deity she could think of that she knew no more when Voldemort picked up on something she had babbled. "You swear on the life of your son? We'll just have to test that now, won't we?" That sparked Petunia into life. She threw herself across Dudley. "Not Dudley, please no. Don't kill him, take me, kill me instead. Leave my baby alone. I made that mistake with your sister. I won't make the same mistake again." Petunia found herself ripped from her son and stuck to the wall, her position affording her the perfect view as this animal slowly cut her beloved son to pieces with his wand. Dudley's tortured screams driving the helpless mother insane. Voldemort knew the charms they had placed on the house before entering would ensure only those in the house heard the boys' screams. It was now time to finish what they came to do. "Bella, my dear, time to leave your lovely message for our young Mr. Potter." She approached Petunia and ripped the front of her dress apart. Taking her knife, she began to carve letters into the Muggle's living flesh. Petunia was all out of screams by the time Bella was finished using her body to create her macabre form of artwork. With her husband and son now lying dead, it was a relief when that blade finished its work, its last task cutting her throat and finally ending her torment. As the three murderers left the scene of slaughter, there was no need to cast the dark mark over their evening's work. The Muggle festive lights and decorations that surrounded them couldn't possibly pierce the darkness they had just left behind. Bella's message certainly wasn't Merry Christmas, but it ensured everyone would know exactly who was responsible for the three mutilated bodies they were leaving in the house behind them. Albus certainly knew who was responsible for the murder of the Dursleys. He didn't even need the Potter will die message that had been carved into Petunia's chest to help him reach that conclusion. His own source had quickly confirmed that Voldemort had returned, and here was an unmissable indicator of his intentions. This was clearly targeted to cause the maximum possible psychological damage to young Harry. As he put down his newspaper, Albus was finding it difficult to generate any sympathy for the obnoxious Muggle family he had argued with all those years ago. He'd warned them in great detail that this outcome was a distinct possibility if they didn't take Harry into their home. They had refused Harry and the blood protection their nephew would have provided. They thought they knew better than Albus Dumbledore, assuming they were safe simply by moving home, and Albus had been proven right. The Dursleys would never learn it was a mistake not to follow the advice of Albus Dumbledore, but others could now reap the benefits of his wisdom from this situation. With Tom's return, the entire country would quickly see the error of their ways, and the name Albus Dumbledore would shortly be on their lips. Those very same lips would soon be begging for him to return and once more lead the country in the battle against Voldemort. His plans called for them to suffer a little longer. It wasn't time for him to make his triumphant return to Britain and Hogwarts. Soon, but not quite yet. Chapter 73. An Unconventional Hero. Harry slipped out of Hermione's room to find a worried Dan and Emma waiting on him. "How is she?" People Hermione knew have been butchered in their own Crawley home on Christmas Day. "She's taking it hard. Even though she may not have liked the Dursleys, she still went to school with Dudley for 5 years, and you wouldn't wish his fate on anyone." "And how are you coping?" "Dan, they weren't my family. I was prepared to give Dudley a chance, but the one time we met he refused my offer of a handshake and attacked me. You were both there when I met his parents. They were even worse than their son. To be honest, the murder of Littleby Potter affected me more. The Dursleys played a part in their own downfall. Poor Bee just happened to have the last name of Potter." It was a confused Emma who asked Harry to explain that. "The Dursleys outed that I was the Potter these killers were after, endangering you and everyone in Crawley. It also painted a large target on them, something they obviously didn't think about when they were spreading their news all over town. I'm just so glad that none of my family were anywhere near Crawley yesterday." This saw Harry pulled into a hug as Emma kissed him on the cheek. "So are we, Harry, so are we. Stay with Hermione tonight. She needs her mate to hold her. You can also tell her that this has Dan and me seriously reconsidering your island option. Yesterday struck a little too close to home for comfort." This news certainly cheered Harry up. "It doesn't have to be limited to the island. You know there are Potter properties all over the world. You should be safe anywhere outside Britain. Why not travel the world and enjoy yourselves? It will also help us decide where we go on holiday this summer. I would say Florida was a definite no this year. You won't fit on most of the rides by then. Why, you cheeky scamp? Get in there and cheer Hermione up before we change our minds." That Emma was smiling told Harry she was only joking. He wished them both good night before slipping back into Hermione's room. Dan was left standing there shaking his head. "I can't believe I just gave my little princess boyfriend permission to sleep with her." "Don't get me started, Dan. You know Harry's much more than a boyfriend. You also know sleeping is all they'll be doing. They'll be selling ice cream in hell before Harry would push Hermione into something she wasn't ready for." She tried not to laugh as he muttered, "It's not Harry I'm worried about," as they headed for their own room. Hermione was feeling miserable. She had often wished harm on Dudley Dursley and his gang when she was growing up, but being cut to pieces by a Dark Lord went way beyond anything a young bullied Hermione had envisaged as revenge on her tormentors. Okay, there was that one time when she wanted a grand piano to drop from the sky and flatten all of them, but she was only 6, and watching a lot of Tom and Jerry cartoons at the time. Her morbid thoughts were blasted apart by someone sliding into bed beside her. The arms wrapping around Hermione told her exactly who that someone was. "Harry, you do that and I won't want you to leave. Then we'll get caught and be in so much trouble." "We won't get into any trouble at all. I have permission from your mum and dad to be here for you tonight." "Really? Really? And there's even more good news. They're both considering moving out of Britain when we return to Hogwarts. Rather than just sitting safely on our island, I've asked Emma if they wanted to travel around any houses we haven't yet visited and see what she thinks would be suitable for our summer holidays." His mate was in awe of that. "You gave Mum a research project? Oh, Harry, that's sheer genius. We could work out a checklist and she could score certain aspects of each location." As Hermione rattled on, Harry was feeling quite smug with himself. Not only would he get her parents out of the country, he'd taken Hermione's mind right off any thought of blood and slaughter. Harry didn't think he was a genius, it was more a case of sometimes you just got lucky. He intended to spend the night holding that luck in his arms. You couldn't get much luckier than that. Rita was praying her luck would hold. Searching for Rookwood and Lestrange had been bad enough. Now she was actively looking for the Dark Lord himself. This time, though, they had a specific lead to work with that made her even more terrified as the beetle searched for a route into Parkinson Manor. The beetle crawled through a tiny gap into what she soon discovered was a bedroom, only to find it currently occupied. The wizard appeared familiar, but Rita certainly knew the witch. Bertha had been a good source of information for what was really happening inside the ministry. Get enough drink into her down the pub and Bertha would tell you anything you wanted to know. It didn't look as if Bertha would be providing any more juicy ministry gossip for Rita. It didn't look as if Bertha could remember her own name anymore. There was a glazed look in her eyes that wasn't alcohol-induced. Rita thought the lights may be on, but it didn't look like anyone was home where Bertha was concerned. The identity of the wizard Bertha was currently within sprang into Rita's mind, and she knew this mission would already see her coffers filling with gold. Lord Black and his godson would pay a small fortune to the person who handed them Peter Pettigrew's location. She carefully flew down and crawled under the bedroom door, figuring on a quick look around before getting back out and heading past the wards. Rita was actually hoping she wouldn't see anyone else as the beetle began searching for another exit. What she found instead would stay with her for the rest of her life. There was a body hanging from the entrance hall chandelier by its ankles. A pool of blood had collected and coagulated on the marble floor beneath the carcass. Some of that blood had already dried and stained the floor, leading the former reporter to think the body might have been hanging there for a few days. Rita had thought Bertha got a raw deal, that was until she saw this. It looked as if someone had taken their time and skinned this person raw a piece at a time. Whoever this was, they must have died in agony. When the body then moved and emitted a groan of pain, Rita found herself parting with her breakfast. It was only when the animagus noticed that she had shifted back into her, which form that Rita realized just how much trouble she was in. That was certainly emphasized when sound of her throwing up attracted a visitor. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in a doorway with a bloody knife in her hand. "I don't know how you got in here. I guarantee you'll soon tell me." She had no intention of telling this crazy bitch anything. Instead, Rita was shouting at the top of her voice. "Emergency, now, now, now!" Rita watched in horror as the knife sped through the air toward her. The loud crack ringing in her ears signaling her goblin emergency portkey had done its job and crashed through the wards. She arrived in Barchoke's office with the sound of Gringotts' alarms now ringing in her ears. Rita didn't care about that. She was far too busy running her hands up and down her body. She expected there would be lots of pain involved if there was currently a knife sticking into her. But only after her hands had confirmed there really wasn't could Rita finally relax. Rita relaxed right into a dead faint. There was no relaxing at the Malfoy home. Draco was worried that Sirius had practically summoned them to Grimmauld Place. That Sirius had also included both of their mothers in that summons certainly didn't ease that worry. Leading them through to a lounge where they found Amelia to be waiting on them just took that worry to another level. Their serious faces meant there was no way this was going to be good news. At least Amelia didn't keep them waiting long to hear it. Elspeth, pansy. There's no easy way to say this, Edmund is dead. Most of the time Amelia loved her job. This part of it, though, really sucked. It took both ladies a few minutes to regain enough control to ask what had happened to their father/husband. Voldemort was actually hiding in your home. The ministry arrived with over 70 oars but had just missed him. We found Edmund in the entrance hall. He'd been tortured and then murdered. Again Amelia was forced to wait until both witches had a grip of themselves before she could continue. We have no way of knowing how many witches and wizards answered or refused Voldemort's summons. It would appear his intention was to use Edmund as an example to the rest of his Death Eaters. The ministry doesn't want his death to be in vain and would like to do the same. This confused everyone until Amelia spelled it out for them. We want to portray Edmund Parkinson for exactly what he was, a brave man who made a mistake over a decade ago. Rather than compound that mistake, he took measures to ensure his family were safe and paid the ultimate price. The ministry thinks there are more people like Edmund out there. We don't want to see any more families faced with this situation. We intend to offer them and their families ministerial protection. Pansy and Elspeth will be staying at Malfoy Manor. Amelia had found herself being interrupted by a very forceful Draco. We have goblin wards on our home and an escape route mapped out in case of emergencies. Sorry, Madam Bones, but I don't trust their safety to anyone else. Deciding to be brutally honest, Amelia laid her cards on the table. That is exactly the problem the ministry is faced with, and one of the reasons why Edmund is now dead. If he had come to us, we could have protected the entire Parkinson family. Without that trust, more people are going to needlessly die, whether they join Voldemort or not. Narcissa had kept quiet up until now, but she could see it was time to take a stand. Draco had already made his position in this conflict clear, and she was going to follow her son's lead. That the Dark Lord would already want both remaining Malfoys to be painfully murdered really left her with no other option. Their fortunes still being tied up, preventing them leaving the country for safety. Madam Bones, I agree with Draco in that both Pansy and Elspeth will be staying with us. I also understand the issue of trust that you are trying to deal with and believe the Malfoys can be of help. If you discover families who no longer want to follow the Dark Lord, we would happily offer those families shelter and refuge at Malfoy Manor. Since no Death Eater can cross our wards, the ministry would only have to provide protection for those family members carrying the Dark Mark. Here was an extremely generous offer that Amelia very quickly accepted. They had been trawling through properties the ministry owned with an eye toward having them warded and designated a safe house. This was a ready-made solution. That anyone caught in those circumstances would be a pureblood was already a given, which was probably the reason Narcissa Malfoy made the offer. The Malfoy name still carried some weight amongst these particular witches and wizards, though. Knowing their families would be safe behind the wards and walls of Malfoy Manor might just be the difference to those Death Eaters currently undecided on what to do next. Elspeth had understood there was a good chance she wouldn't be seeing Edmund again when they parted that night. Hearing her worst fears had been confirmed knocked the witch for 6. She was slowly recovering, though. There was the Parkinson name and her daughter still to protect. Excuse me, Madam Bones? Are you saying that the Parkinsons are going to be under ministry protection? Does this mean there won't be ministerial fines levied against our family? That's exactly what I'm saying, Elspeth. The ministry will protect not only the family members but the family name and fortune too. We intend to let this public offer sit for a few days before waging all-out war on every Death Eater we know about. Using Veritaserum on those Death Eaters we capture should provide us with any missing names. We want to use your husband's death to publicize this offer. Even if we only save one more family, it would be considered a success. Pansy was currently clinging to Draco with her tears soaking his shirt. It was to her mother, though, that he aimed his advice. Elspeth, Pansy and I have already made our choice. We've rejected the Dark Lord and all that he stands for. We don't want things to go back to the way they were. The wizarding community should be moving forward, not back. Voldemort will take great pleasure in killing me. My mate, my mother, you, Amelia, Sirius, and anyone else who stands in his way. We won't be the ones doing the fighting, but you must see we're stronger opposing him if we all stand together. Pansy's sobs actually increased, causing Draco to ask her what the matter was. My father cast me out of the family. I know he only did it for my own protection. I was thinking that, when this was all over, I would be able to be a Parkinson again. Now that can never happen. There was one person there who understood what Pansy was going through. Sirius tried to comfort the girl. I was only a few years older than you when I ran away from home. My mother and father disinherited me, making my younger brother the heir to the Black family. He was murdered by Voldemort before he even got the chance to turn 18, yet my mother still supported the mad bastard. You will be a Malfoy in a few years, and that throws up lots of options. While your mother can't bring you back into the Parkinson family, she can do that for any grandchildren she recognizes. Your second-born can take the Parkinson name, ensuring that family doesn't die out. Pansy looked from Sirius to her mother. Elspeth's nod saw her attention switch to Draco. When his mate looked at him with so much need in her heart, Draco was always going to say yes. Pansy was still in tears, though, as she grieved for her father. Draco held her and spoke so all of them could hear. Your father died knowing he had saved the two most important people in the world to him. We can now give him a chance to fight back against his murders. I know I don't have a say in this, but I think you should both say yes. I think that's what he would have wanted you to do. Protect the Parkinson name and stick it to Voldemort at the same time. Pansy's eyes shifted once more to her mother. A tearful Elspeth again nodded her agreement. It was a much relieved Amelia who enlightened them on what would happen next. The story of Edmund's murder will appear in the Prophet, along with who we suspect carried it out. The Ministry will then appeal for people to come forward, and we will offer them protection. How are they going to contact you? A confused Draco had interrupted Amelia again. No one bearing the mark can enter the Ministry. Rather than being annoyed, Amelia was quite pleased at how quickly the young wizard had picked up on that. They can't enter the Ministry, but they can enter Gringotts. All they have to do is approach a teller and ask to see a Ministry representative. The goblins are providing us with private rooms and will have extra security on the bank floor. We will have teams of Aurors patrolling Diagon Alley and a squad stationed outside the bank. Anyone wanting to ask for help will be able to do so in safety. This level of organization and competence from the Ministry stunned both mothers. Pansy, though, had expected nothing less. Told you things were different now. Voldemort will pay for what he did to my father. If we wouldn't be so far behind, I would ask Harry if Draco and I could join them in their training. It was with hope in her heart that Amelia left the grieving family to head back to the Ministry. Those people in that house should be some of Voldemort's strongest supporters. That they were now ready to stand and fight against him meant that this time they might just be able to finish him and his Death Eaters off once and for all. This was their first piece of good news since the solstice. Cornelius could be doing with hearing some good news. He was currently being faced with a failed scheme of his own. Ludo Bagman always gave Cornelius the impression that a few of those bludgers the former beater was supposed to hit had slipped through his guard and smacked him on the head. Ludo was a fly-by-the-seat-of-his-pants type of wizard, whose only skills appeared to be the ability to once a year assist with organizing the upcoming Quidditch season. These were hardly sought-after qualities and certainly not abilities worthy of a head of department salary, but Ludo had been appointed to that post before Cornelius became minister and had proven really difficult to get rid of. Dolores Umbridge, on the other hand, was a witch who never did anything without a plan. She was the Ministry's ultimate schemer, and Cornelius had thought he'd pulled off a masterstroke by forcing the two of them to work together. He was sure they would drive each other crazy and expected a resignation to be appearing on his desk within a month of her appointment. The minister would have been happy whichever one of them resigned, but instead was presented with the Quidditch World Cup final being held in England over the summer, and then the prospects of the Triwizard Tournament being revived in Hogwarts a few months later. The final might have held more interest if any of the home countries made it through, but Wales were already out. Scotland would soon follow, while England again appeared destined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, once more living up to their tag of perennial underachievers. There was still hope that the Irish just might ride their luck all the way to the final, though. That at least would give the expected crowd something to cheer about. It was mainly the second of those events that saw Cornelius facing these two today. If the Triwizard had been compromised in any way, then the Ministry needed to know now. You will both have seen from today's Prophet that our Death Eater problem hasn't gone away. While the article only speculates on the fact that Voldemort may have returned, I can tell you both that the Ministry is certain he has. He gave that news a moment to sink in before continuing with the real reason for having these two in front of him. This next part is not for repeating. Outside this room, Voldemort appears to have captured Bertha Jorkins. While we are doing everything in our power to get Bertha back, it goes without saying the poor soul would have been tortured to tell anything and everything she knew. That brings us to why I have you sitting here today. How much does Bertha know about the preparations for the Quidditch World Cup final and the Triwizard Tournament? We need to know if those events have been compromised and whether changes need to be made. Ludo tended to sign whatever Dolores put in front of him, so had no idea how to answer that question. He looked to his deputy in the hope that she did. HS deputy currently had a slight dilemma on her hands. She had of course taken all the credit for Bertha's work on the Triwizard, and the last thing she wanted to do here was admit to that. There would also be the problem of, should everything have to be changed, who Dolores was going to be able to get to do all the work then needed to reorganize the tournament. Her decision then was an easy one for Dolores to make. Because of the nature of the event, details of the cup final are all pretty public. I honestly don't see any point in moving the proposed stadium to another location that we'll soon have to publicize anyway. Cornelius could certainly see the sense behind that argument. His own thoughts had moved along the same lines. He nodded to Dolores to continue. It would be this part where Dolores would have to lie through her teeth. That the only person who could possibly contradict her was apparently currently a prisoner of Lord Voldemort meant it was a lie Dolores was sure wouldn't come back to hurt her. As for the Triwizard Tournament, Bertha certainly knew there was going to be a tournament held and what schools would be competing. Her knowledge beyond that would be minimal. Mainly hearsay and anything she might have picked up around the office. No specifics of the tournament. The minister had to accept the facts given to him, but Cornelius had more to say on the matter. The next few months could be critical for our country. I may have to take decisions you don't like, but people's safety has to be our first consideration. The very idea that the Quidditch World Cup could possibly be cancelled for safety reasons shocked Ludo into action. He intended to make a lot of money off this event by running a book. Why don't we bring the goblins on board when the wards are being erected? If the stadium was inaccessible to Death Eaters, then that should remove any threat to the spectators' safety. If things get anywhere near as bad as they were the last time, being able to enjoy a cup final in safety would give wizards and witches something to look forward to. Canceling this prestigious event would see our standing drop not just in Europe but all over the world. I like the idea of the wards and will task Arthur with making inquiries to Ambassador Barchoke on the matter. We have no intention of letting things get as bad as the last time, but these high-profile events will be tempting targets to these terrorists. We have to weigh up the damage to our standing canceling events would have against holding them and our security being seriously breached. The ministry will proceed as normal at the moment, but the next few months will be crucial for more than the future of these tournaments. Ludo and Dolores left the minister's office, shocked at the change in Cornelius. Both left wondering how these possible changes would affect their projects and even the working environment in the ministry itself. It would appear there were big changes on the way. The big changes had already arrived in Kingusi, totally altering the environment. There was now a good 6 inches of snow lying across the glen, with much deeper deposits in places where the wind had caused drifts to build up. Harry and Hermione had been forced to exercise in their new training facility. The bitingly cold gusts of the last few days had made running outside impractical, if not impossible. It was certainly impossible to run in this much snow. That didn't mean they couldn't get out of the house and go for a good walk though. Tonks was of course accompanying them. With Remus spending last night in the Shrieking Shack, it would be this afternoon before he surfaced from his bedroom in Kingusi. Sirius was arriving this afternoon too, having spent the night as Padfoot to keep Remus company. Barchoke had sent word he had news for both of them. The trio were enjoying plowing their way through the fresh snow, leaving footprints where none had been before. After the tempest of the last few days, the weather had settled down to cold but clear, with barely a whisper of wind to spoil their walk. They all heard the children laughing long before they saw them. Just before their route took them to the new goblin dwellings, they were soon greeted by the sight of some very happy goblin youngsters who were clearly loving shooting down a snow-covered hill on sledges. That looks like a lot of fun. They're obviously enjoying themselves. Hermione, how often do you think it snows inside Gringotts? Harry's question had both witches looking at him, while Harry's gaze never left the laughing youngsters who were now excitedly waving to them. This is what the nation has been denied for centuries. Simple things that you both take for granted are only now being enjoyed by our citizens, and then only a precious few of them. That is why we fight so hard. Isn't that scene there worth fighting for? His mate of course agreed, but this wasn't the time for that discussion. She had something else in mind that should save Harry's mood from crashing. He had done so much to further goblin relations, but then felt terrible it wasn't even more. Hermione didn't want him brooding and was sure she had a way around that. So, Centurion Crow, are you saying you've never been on a sledge before? I think then it should be up to Tonks and I to teach you. After joining the group and exchanging greetings with the children and their parents, they went to the top of the hill where Tonks transformed some rocks into a sledge. Hermione soon had Harry plunked on the front of it. He was about to complain when Hermione snuggled up behind him and wrapped herself around his body. Harry was just thinking sledging could be a good thing when Tonks pushed them off. Hermione had the guide rope held in her hands in front of Harry and steered while they shot down the hill, both laughing all the way to the bottom. The sight of Centurion Crow, his mate, and an oar continually shooting down the hill saw one of the goblin parents tentatively climb onto a sledge with their toddler in front. The youngsters' happy screams soon had more parents doing the same. After spending the rest of the morning sledging, the trio found themselves with multiple invitations to visit homes and get something warm inside them. The problem of which invitation to choose was soon solved for them by the simple act of a little girl grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging her new friend in the direction of her house. This raised lots of laughter amongst the goblins present, especially since the Centurion was left with no other option but to shrug his shoulders and follow after his mate. The person whose house they were now heading toward quickly solved any possibility of the rest of the children feeling left out by inviting them along too. The other mothers were dashing into their own houses. All then arrived at the home the trio had been led to with trays of snacks. The goblin hospitality consisted of a roaring fire, mugs of hot ale, and enough snacks to feed the entire Weasley family for a fortnight. Both Hermione and Tonks had read Henrika's book multiple times. They knew it would be considered impolite not to eat something from every platter that was offered to them. They had certainly burned off some energy dragging their sledges up the hill, but neither which would be eating much for dinner tonight. The home was snug and warm, Spartan though to wizarding and muggle tastes. What couldn't have been warmer was how welcome they were made. Hermione and Tonks being able to speak to their hosts in their own language certainly earned them respect. It was the children, though, that held Hermione's attention. She was reminded of another young girl, Danielle Dugan, and her reaction to Father. They were treated as welcome guests by the adults, but the young children treated the trio more like they were their friends. Friends who had just spent a wonderful time with them sledging down a hill. She was reminded again that children aren't born with bigotries against people who are different. Hermione had now witnessed this from both sides of the divide. That she was sitting with a little goblin girl on her knee made that point impossible to refute. It was a happy but weary set of travelers that eventually arrived back home. That weariness dropped away, though, when they heard the shouting. That they instantly recognized all the voices doing the shouting didn't lower their anxiety any. They headed straight for the room that the sound of the confrontation was clearly coming from. "You can't expect me just to sit back and do nothing. That little bastard cost me over a decade in Azkaban." There was no compromise in Barchoke, though. He fired right back at Sirius. "I think you'll find that it was you chasing after Pettigrew that cost you that decade. Not something any of us want to see repeated." Remus was normally someone who could be relied upon to try and bring some measure of calmness to a situation like this. Having undergone his transformation last night, that was never going to happen here today. That's easy for you to sit there and say, "We trusted this man like a brother and he betrayed us. All I keep hearing about from you is family, family, family." What's the goblin response when that family gets betrayed by one of its own members? Remus ended up in Barchoke's face. His last question was practically growled at the goblin. They hadn't seen the trio enter, but their presence was soon announced. This situation was not something Harry was ever going to stand for. His anger was clear, and his answer was as loud as Remus' shouted question. "We goblins look after any family that needs it. Revenge comes a poor second to caring for one of your own. I know what Sirius did was stupid. Even Sirius knows what he did was stupid. He's paid for that mistake, though, in an Azkaban cell. Where were you, Remus? Where were you when members of your so-called family needed you?" If you counted Pettigrew as a brother, then I'm assuming my father would have been considered the same. That makes me your nephew. A nephew you abandoned. Harry's words took all the fight out of Remus. He didn't argue because there wasn't an argument he could put forward for his actions, or lack of them. He'd basically crawled into a hole and hid from the world. Harry was relentless, though, making his views on the matter clearly known to everyone. Let's get one thing straight here. If we're playing the blame game over this, then there is certainly enough to go around. My parents deserve some for putting their trust in an obscure charm and the wrong person. Had they moved to the Potter Island, both would certainly have survived past that Halloween. Since both he and Hermione were trying to ensure the Grangers took this action, it was difficult to refute Harry's claim. He wasn't anywhere near finished, though. Sirius, Hagrid, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Lupin, Pettigrew, Voldemort, there's more than enough blame for everyone to get a share. His gaze had been locked on Remus and Sirius throughout his rant. It then turned lovingly to Barchoke. The one person that no portion of blame can attach itself to is my father. He took me in when family wouldn't and has raised me ever since. Switching back to the two marauders, he rounded off his tirade. If either of you want to abandon what you have to go chasing after Pettigrew, then go ahead. Just don't go taking your tempers out on my father, because that is something I'll never allow. Especially not in my house. Neither of you would be sitting here now if it wasn't for him. Harry's voice being added to the shouting match drew the rest of the house guests to see just what was happening. They saw what those in the room had already surmised. Centurion Crow was standing ready to do battle if necessary to protect his father. It was that same father, though, who defused the situation before it could develop any further. Oh dear, Hermione, we really have our work cut out if we're ever going to make a diplomat out of our Harry. I don't know, Father. Sometimes Harry's direct approach is exactly what's needed. These marauders can be a pretty thick-headed bunch. Thankfully, we're teaching Crow's marauders that their mind is their most important weapon in any fight. If these two stopped and thought about what they were arguing over, then I'm sure they would realize that nobody wants Pettigrew's head on a stick more than Harry. That doesn't mean Harry's going to go chasing after the rat. He knows I'd never let him hear the end of it. Sirius won't be chasing after anyone. He has a wife now, and a daughter on the way. Henrika's news changed the entire emphasis of the room, with everyone now focusing on congratulating the Blacks. Not quite everyone, though. Remus quietly approached Harry to apologize for his outburst against his father and also for not being there when he was needed. With his temper now gone, it was Harry who was soon doing the apologizing. I'm really sorry for laying into you, Remus. That happening with the Dursleys on Christmas Day has had my mind thinking what would have happened if Vernon hadn't taken me to Gringotts. The very thought of being raised by them fills me with dread. If not for my father, I would probably still be walking about with a Horcrux in my head. The Dursleys wouldn't know how to spell that, far less how to deal with it. I know that night must have been hard for you too, but for me it was almost catastrophic. My father saved me and helped make me who and what I am. I could never stand there and watch someone scream at him. I'm as impulsive as Sirius in that respect. Okay, I heard my name mentioned and you two are far too serious here. Sorry for earlier, Harry. You were right, and Henrika soon pointed that out to me. After both had congratulated Sirius on his news, he then had a question to ask. There were 4 people we considered as godparents, and you two were in that group. What we decided was to ask Tonks and Harry this time, with Hermione and Remus up next time. You two okay with that? The smile Harry was now wearing lit the room, while Remus was already joking about how long he'd be made to wait. Sirius now had his arms around both their shoulders. While he was still slightly taller than Harry, the lad certainly had him trounced for breadth. With their heads close together, he then asked the question he needed to know the answer to. I'm really sorry about earlier. Are we 3 still good? Sirius, as I explained to Remus, I saw my father being shouted at and overreacted. We're good, and Pettigrew will get his. I really don't care who does it, just as long as someone does. If Voldemort got hit by a bus, I wouldn't be disappointed it wasn't me driving. I'd just be delighted he was gone. Hermione taught me that we need to listen to our brilliant girls more often. I now have my mate, 2 lots of parents with a brother and a goddaughter on the way. This is not the time to go charging into battle like a Gryffindor. Sirius was incredibly proud of his godson, That didn't mean he wasn't going to tease him, though. You certainly inherited your mother's eyes, but you also got something else, her temper. Lily would have all of us scampering out of her way when she lost it. A very sweet but still scary witch. They were then approached by their 3 witches, all of whom had been listening to every word. Girls, what are we going to do with them? That question was quickly answered by Tonks. Don't take this the wrong way, Henrika, but you've already done everything there is to do. You married the Pratt and then got pregnant. Hey, I didn't know anything about these stupid marauders. I'm Swedish, not British. Oh, that's nothing. My mate's a goblin through and through. That's a fact we all have a tendency to forget, until something like this happens and his inner goblin shines through. There isn't a word in the goblin language for protective, because they don't need one. It's built into their way of life. Hermione came forward and, taking Harry's face in her hands, gently kissed him. She knew her mate was worried about what was happening all around them. Now it was her turn to be there for him. She gently teased him some more. I think you need to add adoptive centurion uncle to about a dozen young goblins now living in the glen to your list. I can just imagine them turning up at our door during the summer holidays and asking if Harry's coming out to play. They also seemed very taken with their Aunt Hermione, though I can't blame them for that. And my mate now has more people he considers family and has to protect. I am the Baron of Kingusi and they are living on my land. Hermione, that makes it my duty to protect them. And you will, Harry. Just remember you don't have to do it alone. That is why we train so hard, to protect those we love. The couple were now oblivious to those around them, their entire focus on each other. Even the 2 marauders thought the moment was too sweet to interrupt. That, and they knew Henrika and Tonks would make them pay for it later. Barchoke didn't think he was the only one who picked up on Hermione's last comment. Dan too understood she trained as hard because she wanted to stand beside her mate in any fight. It was 2 mothers standing watching in the background who were left to sum the situation up. Moa was delighted the news of her daughter's pregnancy was now public, and at their choice of godparents. Protectiveness is a good trait for a godfather to have. This received Emma's agreement. It's a good trait for a husband, brother and son to have too. Rookwood was concerned about his unborn son. These thoughts, though, were not the typical concerns a parent has for their unborn child. Augustus was concerned either Bella could be killed or he himself might not live long enough to see his son born. He was now having to deal with 2 psychopaths, and one of them was pregnant, hormonal, and his mate. In all the raids he'd participated in, all the murder, rape, and torture he'd witnessed, nothing had prepared Augustus for what he saw at Parkinson Manor. His mate sweetly singing nursery rhymes to their unborn child, while at the same time cutting strips of skin off the screaming manor's owner sent severe chills down the Death Eater's spine. Being pregnant was making Bella's condition worse, and then there was also their master to deal with. After having to flee the Parkinson home, they returned to the only place they could guarantee would be safe. Going from the manor to a tent certainly did nothing for the master's mood. Then Peter returned with a newspaper that just ignited his ire. It was left to Augustus to at least try and focus that ire onto something productive. Master, they tried the same tactic after Bella and I escaped Azkaban. Articles were printed in the Prophet that were specifically designed to provoke a reaction from us. His mate was sitting sharpening her knife while gently humming to herself. Bella, though, missed nothing and agreed with Augustus. They printed a picture of the cup you gave me for safekeeping, Master. It was being presented as a gift to Hogwarts. This was after announcing that the Lestrange vault had just been emptied to help in the fight against us. I think our son was conceived that day as Augustus fought to keep my attention away from storming the ministry. That was also the day we discovered we could find you. Augustus convinced me that was the best way to get back at the ministry. It was an enraged Voldemort who threw the offending newspaper at Rookwood. And just how do you think I should respond to that? How is this even possible? Can the ministry really have changed that much? It wasn't difficult to decipher what had upset their master. It was plastered all over the front page. That Parkinson was being portrayed as a hero who had saved his family was certainly a shock. The offer of ministerial protection to the families of any marked Death Eater who didn't want to serve Voldemort was astonishing, and could be disastrous for their cause. He didn't know how many believers their master expected to appear on the night of his rebirth, Rookwood was certain though that there wasn't a full turnout. "It's that Bones bitch who's behind this. She's very smart, utterly ruthless, and has the ear of the minister." Augustus stopped mid-sentence. Bella's humming had halted, and she was looking at him strangely. He suddenly realized he'd been singing the praises of another woman, and his psychopathic, hormonal mate had a knife in her hand. "I want her dead, love, that's all. She's a formidable obstacle that needs to be removed." Tom needed to do something. The Dark Lord living in a tent was never going to be acceptable for more than a few days. Lord Voldemort also needed to react in a way that stopped his followers hemorrhaging to the ministry and struck fear into the hearts of those who opposed him. He announced his decision. "The Bones family have stood against me for the last time. They shall be the first victims of my return." In one sense, Augustus could see the logic in that move. He could also see that the Bones family would be well protected, both with guards and wards. This took him back full circle to concern for their unborn son. There was no chance Bella wouldn't participate in this attack. The gleam of anticipating a fight was already clearly displayed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 74, Bodies on the Grass. The Dark Lord once more called his followers to the scene of his rebirth, hiding his anger that there were now 2 Death Eaters less in attendance than had appeared on the night of the solstice. He really needed to reverse that trend tonight. Including himself was the only reason their numbers topped 24 witches and wizards in the graveyard. "My loyal Death Eaters, tonight we take the first steps in reclaiming what is rightfully ours by birth. These usurpers will taste our wrath for daring to try and deny us what we're due. They and the creatures they've aligned themselves with. These people delude themselves into thinking their new wards will keep them safe enough to thumb their nose at us. That all changes tonight. Tonight we will prove once and for all no one can hide from Lord Voldemort." This resulted in cheering, though how much of it was pretense couldn't be determined behind their masks. "Tonight we attack a target protected by these wards and we will rip them down together. No wards are a match for our combined power. Bellatrix will then lead half of you into the house while the rest of us wait behind to slaughter the beasts as they arrive. Swords and axes are no threat against a witch or wizard armed with their wand." Hearing these details saw those present entering more into the spirit of the occasion. Initially, all had reservations. None were sure if their master had intended to storm the ministry itself tonight. Looking around had their confidence growing. There should easily be enough of them present to storm someone's home, and their master would be amongst them. This was more like what they were used to from the good old days of the last conflict. Attacking a home with numbers overwhelming in their favor and killing everyone, after having a little fun. This action tonight should destroy people's faith in these wards and, combined with slaughtering any goblins who had the nerve to turn up and try to interfere, should also go a long way to destroying this so-called alliance. Their goblin ambassador would soon find himself out of a job and barred from even entering the ministry. Bella quickly picked her assault team before the entire group portkeyed away to begin the Second Wizarding War. After being greeted by Susan, they headed into the ballroom and spotted more of their friends waiting there. The party from Kinusi and Grimald had actually grown by 1 tonight. Father had asked if Rita Skeeter could be included too. Rita had been in a bad way after what she witnessed in Parkinson Manor, and also her narrow escape from suffering the same fate as Edmund. The ambassador reminding their host just how big a part Rita had played in the war against the Death Eaters, and helping chase Dumbledore out of Britain too, quickly saw her name being added to the guest list. Rita though didn't follow the group over to offer Pansy their condolences. She really couldn't face the girl after witnessing what had befallen her father. The former reporter headed straight for the bar. Harry was delighted to see Pauline not along with Draco and Pansy, learning that her family was only one of those who had now moved into Malfoy Manor. He was also touched by both Padma and Luna hugging him and offering condolences for what happened in Crawley. "Thanks girls, but Padma, you knew the Dursleys as well as I did. You were with me the only time I met them, and we both know how those occasions turned out. It's actually affected Hermione more, since she was in the same primary class as Dudley for years." This saw the girls switch their hugs to his mate as everyone began catching up on what had happened, since they'd seen each other at Christmas. There were also friends they hadn't seen since the express dropped them off in King's Cross. Daphne and Blaze were there too, with Terry and Morag completing their Marauder Trainers team. Hannah was of course present, having helped Susan organize her first party. Rather than have everyone sitting down to a formal meal, the girls had adopted the method Sirius had used last year for this event, with a buffet set for people to help themselves. Little Astoria Greengrass was excitedly doing just that while not believing her luck at being invited to another great New Year party. Looking around the ballroom, Harry also spotted both their extra defense tutors standing having a conversation with a couple of oars. Moody was still drinking from his hip flask though. Harry waved to Cedric as he arrived with his parents. This had all the makings of a great party, something they all needed after the news of Voldemort's return. A loud gong reverberating through the large house soon changed that. Amelia had been perfectly happy to sit back and allow her niece to play hostess. Susan was becoming an outstanding young witch, growing in confidence thanks mainly to the company she now kept. The alarm changed everything. It was time for the head of the DMLE to take charge. An elf appeared at her side, passing information before popping away. That sound you just heard signals our wards are under attack. I've just been informed we have a group of over 20 Death Eaters trying to gate-crash our party. I think we should get ready to give them a warm welcome. His jacket was already coming off as Harry asked the first question. Amelia, where are they? There to the west, using the woods as cover while they try to bring down the wards. Harry, what are you doing? There will be a squad of 20 goblin warriors arriving here in the next few minutes. If they can get those wards down before our warriors arrive, then it will be a slaughter. I need to warn those warriors and make some Death Eaters keep their heads down long enough for them to charge. The sound of material ripping had Harry and everyone else turning around. Hermione had a knife from the buffet and was performing alterations to her dress never considered by the goblin tailors who designed and made it. He knew exactly what his mate was up to but still needed to ask Amelia's previous question for confirmation. Hermione, what are you doing? I can't fight in a dress made for dancing. I can go just as quickly and as sneakily as you. You haven't perfected that yet, far less tried it at night. I will be where I'm supposed to be, on my mate's arm. Knowing the explosion was coming, and not having the time to deal with it, Harry went for a preemptive strike. Dan, when those wards come down, the Death Eaters will be able to apparate into the house. Call Dobby for your guns and keep Emma safe. I'll do the same for Hermione. Dan understood at once what Harry meant. Hermione would be in as much danger inside the house as out. He also trusted Harry to keep her safe. Dan called for Dobby. Not without me, Crow. Tonks will be under an invisibility cloak and running as fast as my armor will take us. If you can be invisible too, then you're welcome to tag along. We have to be unseen though. If our warriors appear at the other side of the manor, we'll simply be keeping our heads down and seeing what we can do to help. Harry now had pockets to hold his dad's invisibility cloak sewn into every jacket or robe he owned. Hermione kicked her heels off and transformed into her kestrel form, a kestrel that was soon comfortably perched on a golden arm. Harry was already running as he swirled the cloak around both of them and they disappeared. Tonks found an invisibility cloak being thrust into her hands as Moody spoke to her. You're faster than me. I'll get a few folk together and we'll be at your back, though disillusioned. The young Auror was still pulling the cloak on as she raced after the couple. Amelia, you have more than enough oars, wands, and even guns here to defend your guests. Mind if I borrow a few volunteers and take off after the youngsters? Neville and Padma were right at the front of the queue, silently promising to work harder on their own animagus forms. Only a nod from Frank saw Moody accept the young couple though, the former Auror having reached the same conclusion as Dan a moment ago. With Sirius, Remus, Bill, and Barchoke on board too, Alastair really didn't want to take any more. He cast the charm on the youngsters while Bill did the same for his boss. Remus then cast the spell on a big black dog that shimmered into invisibility as it shot out the ballroom. Amelia meanwhile was organizing their defenses. She intended that anyone breaking into her home would have to be carried out of it. The Dark Lord was trying not to show the strain. These wards must rival Hogwarts for power. It was taking far too much of his own power to overload these blasted wards. All of them were experiencing the same severe drain on their magic. When the wards eventually failed, It was a sudden and catastrophic failure. The boom was not only heard but felt, leaving small pieces of magical energy slowly fizzing and floating to the ground, rather like the falling leaves in autumn. The ending of the drain on their magic left all of the attackers needing a moment to catch their breath. It was in this moment a group of battle-ready goblins chose to appear. Harry found he could make great time running through the grounds. All the magic being cast at the wards was causing them to sparkle as if they were a physical entity. It easily provided enough light for him to be sure-footed, even in an all-out run. His right arm was across his chest, his hand on the hilt of his sword to stop it swinging as he ran. This was also the arm that had a kestrel perched on it. Hermione was tight against his chest and staying as still as possible to help Harry preserve his balance. Both were glad the Bones' residence was in Norfolk and not the Scottish Highlands. This move would have been impossible to attempt with snow on the ground. They reached a small banking with some bushes for cover about 30 yards from the attacking Death Eater's position. Here they would wait and see what developed. With only 4 not wearing masks, Lestrange was easily spotted. Pictures of Rookwood had also been splashed everywhere, meaning they quickly recognized him too. They surmised that the other 2 would be Riddle and Pettigrew. Since one was a wee, fat balding man who appeared to have all the charisma of tapioca, they focused their attention on the tall figure who was pouring magic into the wards. The kestrel slowly became Hermione. She had her back tight to Harry's chest and the cloak still covered both of them. The couple had shrunken goblin shields attached to their scabbards. These were removed and twisted to their fighting size while their weapons were made ready for battle. Harry was whispering instructions in her ear. "Whatever happens, I want you to stay here. This should give you some shelter and still allow you to provide covering fire. And where will you be? That will depend on where the warriors appear. I might be right here beside you." Both heard someone approaching. The direction and the fact they were invisible meant that it would almost certainly be support for them. Hearing someone grumbling under their breath as they stumbled provided the needed clue. "Tonks!" The whispering of her name caused the Auror to stop. She couldn't see them but had headed for the place that provided the most cover. "Harry, where are you?" Hermione's hand slipping out of their cloak for a second gave Tonks a location to focus on. She never got to say anything more before the wards spectacularly crashed. The magic falling from the sky would soon make their cloaks a liability. The squad of goblin warriors appearing in just about the worst place possible made that fact irrelevant. Harry had already picked his target. The cloak was whipped off as the sword of Gryffindor was brought into the battle. He put everything he had into the spell and let go. "Warriors to me, warriors to me." The Golden Centurion was out of the depression and racing to intercept the warriors' path as they all charged the Death Eaters. Hermione and Tonks though had shot up to follow Harry. All 3 were now pouring their most powerful spells into the group of shocked Death Eaters. Bella watched in disbelief as the Golden Wizard appeared from nowhere. A spell left his sword and whizzed past her. Her weakened master barely had time to raise a shield before the powerful spell hit. The shield never really had a chance, and the Dark Lord was blasted tumbling through the air to land somewhere deeper into the woods. They were coming under heavy fire, and then the volume of spells suddenly increased. Bella instantly made her decision. "Wormtail, lead the attack on the house. I'm going to see how our master is." Peter was not a brave wizard. The arrival of more wizards though had him thinking that attacking the inside of the house might be the safer option. Spotting Sirius and then Remus as part of the new group of attackers certainly made his mind up. "Group 1, let's move now." The rest of the group had obviously reached the same conclusion as Peter and quickly disapparated away too. Rookwood realized they'd just made a huge tactical error. With their master down and Bella determined to check on him, they had just lost their 2 most powerful fighters from this battle. To then split their remaining force in half while they were being attacked wasn't just crazy, it was suicidal. These Death Eaters were neither trained warriors nor powerful witches and wizards. They probably spent most of their lives having everything done for them by servants. The power and accuracy of the spells they were facing were also different to anything Death Eaters had faced before. These were no mere stunners that were coming at them. These people were playing for keeps. They were also still charging as they fired, and those goblin blades were getting closer and closer. If they reached amongst them, then there would be no quarter given. The immediate problem was Rookwood couldn't see any way of stopping them. He shot off after his mate and their master. Both needed to get back into the fight immediately, or they all needed to leave even sooner than that. The warriors charged forward on the heels of Centurion Crow, their formation opening and then closing around his charging mate and the Auror with the funny hair. Both, like the Centurion, were still firing off spells, but now had warriors shielding them until they reached their targets. A big dog shimmered into being running alongside the squad before it transformed into Lord Black, and he too was forcing their enemy to keep their heads down. A volley of curses coming from behind them caused a spike of panic, until those curses sailed over their heads and began smashing into the tree line. It was now grinning goblins who were almost on top of their foe. All had recognized at once the danger they were in. An entrenched enemy with a massive reach advantage could have seen them slaughtered before being able to bring their blades to bear. Instead, the Centurion and his friends had turned the once desperate situation into a rout in their favor. Centurion Crow's actions had undoubtedly saved all their lives, and their honor demanded that no harm would touch his mate while one of them still lived. Hermione was currently firing curses over a plethora of goblin shields, all done while still on the run toward their enemy. With a terrifying goblin yell, Harry reached their foe. The warriors were only a few yards behind the charging Centurion and yelling too. His first swing with that fabled sword took an arm clean off and broke any remaining resolve. A lucky few managed to disapparate before they were overrun. Those that didn't would never be running again. Augustus knew at once what their decision would have to be. Their master was unconscious and bleeding from his nose, mouth and ears. His left leg was also bent in ways that were impossible for a structure supposedly supported by bone. "Bella, I need you to apparate our master out of here. I'm going to cut out the entrails of whoever did this and make him eat them while they're still attached. And I'll help you. Tonight is not the time for that, though. In minutes we'll be overrun and then our master will be captured. We know he has no more Horcruxes. If they kill him, then he's dead this time. I know you want to fight, but I don't have the power to apparate our master and me to the Forest of Dean. I barely have enough energy to make the trip myself." Bella knew her mate spoke the truth. Her instinct to fight, though, was strong. "That golden thing with the sword, that was Potter." "I think so." If there was one thing Bella could recognize, it was a killer. They had thought they were dealing with a boy and were oh so wrong. He had led the attack on their position and fought like a demon. She also knew Augustus would fight to the death to protect her and their master, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. She would not have Potter kill her master. Bella firmly took their master's arm, and then they were gone. Augustus heard the screams behind him and knew it was past time to get out of here. His last thought was that if Peter got caught, then their safe place would be gone too. They would need to move in a hurry. The battle was swiftly over, and Harry called on the warriors to secure a perimeter when he was attacked. He certainly didn't need any help, though, something the warriors recognized by cheering and banging on their shields. Hermione had her arms, legs and lips locked on her Centurion as another page was added to the legend they were becoming. The nation had taken the warrior princess to their hearts. Harry was currently trying to have a heart-to-heart with his mate. He was still supporting her weight, and their foreheads were now resting against each other. "I distinctly remember telling you to stay where you were and to provide covering fire from there. Instead, you charged this position like a maniac." "I was following my maniac of a mate. I saw that first green curse head toward you and was moving before I knew it. I can now say for certain our shields will protect us from a killing curse. We knew it would destroy the shield, but the force still nearly broke my arm. I saw 3 of them heading straight for you at the same time. Yeah, managed to dodge 2, but had to take the 3rd on my shield. Not something I want to do again." Then the reinforcements arrived. Their hug was reinforced as Neville and a tearful Padma slammed into the couple. "You two scared the bloody life out of us. We came as quick as we could. We're a team, remember?" "Sorry, Padma. I didn't even want to take Hermione, but she left me with no choice." "When did you complete your transformation? You kept that quiet." "Yesterday, Neville. I just never got a chance tonight to tell you both. I guess the secret is out now anyway. That's only the 3rd time I've managed it, which is why I was on Harry's arm rather than flying. The weather in Kingusi has been too bad for flying the last few days anyway." Harry spotted his godfather checking the bodies and broke the bad news. Sirius, I heard Lestrange yelling for Wormtail to lead the attack on the house. They'll get him, Sirius. Sirius was no longer there. At least he had the sense not to apparate to a house expecting to be attacked in that manner. Padfoot was once again racing across the grass as fast as his paws would carry him. With the wards now down and the battle over, darkness had once more laid claim to this part of the countryside. The warriors were lighting torches while the rest of the group were making sure those Death Eaters still alive wouldn't be going anywhere or harming anyone else. It was into this scene Amelia's signal for help was answered. Tonks took charge at once before there could be any accidents involving the arriving Aurors. Tonks on site and the scene is secure. Stand down. I need about 6 of you to help with the wounded and the bodies. None of them are from our side. The rest go up to the house and see if the boss needs any help. Do not apparate to the house. They were expecting to be attacked in that manner, so make sure you announce yourselves. Tell her we have a problem, what to do with the wounded and dead Death Eaters. We can't send them to St. Mungo's or the ministry because of their dark marks. The Auror in charge quickly shouted 6 names to stay behind before racing straight for the house. Barchoke had a flaming torch in his hand while Bill's wand was lit as they approached the huddle containing 4 teenagers. Okay, you lot. What did we do wrong? I ruined a perfectly good dress that was a Christmas present. I never even got a chance to dance in it. From Hermione's flippant opening answer to their tutor's normal question, it soon got a lot more serious. I took a killing curse on my shield instead of diving to the ground. If the attack had stalled, we would have lost. I took a calculated gamble and got lucky. Neville was next with an honest answer. I found it a lot harder to run, dodge and accurately return fire in a real fight rather than our simulations. We were firing the heaviest curses we knew, but some of the stuff coming back at us I thought Moody was making up. What would possess someone to fire off an entral-expelling curse? His mate, though, had thought of a worse problem. None of us asked our parents for permission, there wasn't time. We just ran out of there and now we'll be in so much shit. Barchoke easily recognized the signs. In battle, adrenaline will keep you going and ignoring annoying things like cuts, bruises, or even wounds. After the battle, you are so euphoric at surviving that you can forget your actions and even forget your surroundings. As all that bleeds from your system, though, and reality striking can be a right bastard. The reality was these 4 were standing at the edge of a wood, surrounded by death and destruction. The cries in the night were not those of owls or foxes, rather the cries for help from the injured. That these 4 accounted for some of that death and destruction was unquestionable, something that was beginning to hit home to the teenagers. I think we better get them back to the house. Sirius will have told everyone they're okay by now, but I know some ladies who will want to see that for themselves. Barchoke then found himself being enveloped in his daughter's arms. She refused to let go and Harry was then at his other side, his arm around his father's shoulders. The goblin walked from the battlefield, a child at each side. Both of those children may have towered over him, but Barchoke was so proud of them he felt 10 feet tall. Padma and Neville followed with Bill beside them. Do you think everyone at the house will be all right? Padma, here we were attacking a position the Death Eaters held. That made it so much harder for us. In the house, Amelia will have everyone in a defendable position and they won't be holding back. There are multiple wands, 3 pistols, Dan's shotgun, and don't forget the 2 Vila. With children and pregnant women in that house, they'll hit them with everything they have. Those Death Eaters have no idea what they've let themselves in for. Bill just hoped he was right. With no more than a basic idea of the house layout, they apparat into the entrance hall with wands drawn. The noise that made had obviously alerted those in the house of their arrival. They could hear talking and some crying behind a set of double doors. Peter liked the idea of being in command. He also liked the idea of not having spells flying all around him. On 3, 1, 2. They blasted the doors apart and charged through the smoke and dust with deadly curses spitting from their wands. Amelia had the defenders drag the heavy tables onto their sides, disregarding all the food Susan had spent hours deciding on. The 3 tables were then placed end to end, with the wall at their back, to form a protective fort. Astoria and Pauline were the youngest present, so got placed right at the back where Luna was keeping an eye on them. Everyone else was ready, willing, and able to fight. As soon as they were set, all the lights were killed and then they had waited in the darkness. When the doors blew in, not only were their attackers backlit, they were bunched and firing blindly. The spell flashes further giving their position away. The amount of magic, bullets, and even fireballs that headed in the Death Eater's direction meant the fight was over in seconds. It wasn't really a fight, it actually needed reclassifying as a slaughter. Peter was lying on the ground covered in blood, none of which was actually his. They had charged into a torrent of magic and the wizard in front of him had been hurled back, throwing Peter to the ground. This was certainly the only reason Peter was still alive, but that wouldn't last for long if he didn't get out of here. There was now more than one body pinning him to the ground. This may have ruled out apparition, but Peter had another trick up his sleeve to help him escape. The rat was able to squeeze his way free and now just needed to find a quiet spot to transform back, then get the hell out of here. His transformation didn't go unnoticed though. He had attracted some attention from keen eyes. The rat's much smaller mass had caused some of the bodies lying on Peter to shift, something the dead shouldn't really do. Wormtail was scampering along when a fireball exploded close enough to singe his whiskers. The next one was right in front of him. The fireballs were deadly and became relentless, with Peter soon losing all sense of direction. The rat's only thought was survival, and that certainly meant avoiding being incinerated. He had no idea Wormtail was being shepherded to a specific location. As he just barely managed to dodge another deadly fireball, the trap was sprung. A scaly claw clamped around Wormtail, crushing ribs and snapping his spine. The rat became Peter, a Peter who couldn't move a muscle and had a Vila in her avian form screeching her victory above him. This was the sight that greeted the panting dog. Thad bounded into the house, stopping Padfoot in his tracks. A gentle hand was soon scratching behind his right ear. "See, Sirius, this is why you should never piss your mother-in-law off. How is everyone else?" He transformed back into Sirius to regain the ability of hugging his pregnant wife. "Everyone's fine, love. I saw one warrior needing treatment and that was about it for our side." Having heard his name mentioned, there were anxious parents calling for his attention from the ballroom. The mystery of why Henrika and Moa were the only ones out here was soon explained. There were at least 8 dead Death Eaters lying blocking the destroyed doorway. "Sirius, how are they?" "They're fine, Emma. When I left the 4 were all standing holding on to each other." "Augusta, remember that curse Harry used on one of your garden walls? He did the same to Voldemort, blasted him right out of the fight before their Dark Lord could even get a curse off." He was currently holding his crying wife, Emma's tears being mostly of the relief variety, but Dan needed to hear the words. "And you're sure Hermione's fine? She was wrapped around my godson and kissing him for all she was worth, Dan. If Hermione had any injuries, then I didn't see them." The goblin warriors charged with a solid wall of shields. That wall opened and swallowed Hermione as she ran. "We've already seen evidence that more than one goblin loves your girl. Tonight was another. They weren't letting anything or anyone get near her. She was firing off spells from behind their shields." He then turned his attention to the Longbottoms and Patils. "Moody knows their abilities better than I do. He kept a close eye on Neville and Padma, but they fought as well as anyone out there. They were determined to fight their way through to their friends, and they did. Frank, Alice, those 2 are going to be as good as you were, if not better." They never got to say any more before an enhanced voice let them know they had company. "Hello, the house, Ministry Aurors, and we're coming in." Amelia cast the same charm on herself before answering. "Director Bones on site. Situation under control. Stand down and enter." They entered and 2 immediately gravitated toward guarding Pettigrew, their leader heading straight for their boss. He'd never had to give a report standing over dead bodies before. He'd never actually seen someone killed in battle before tonight, but pressed on. "The other site is under control, Director, but Auror Tonks asked me to report a problem. All the dead and injured are marked. She doesn't know what to do with them." "Oh, our new facility won't be ready for a few days yet. Do you know if Ambassador Barchoke was returning here or to Gringotts?" "I'm sorry, Director. There were lots of goblins present. I really can't tell one from the other." Amelia didn't like that answer, or the disparaging tone used to give it, and she was in no mood to be gentle. "The ambassador was wearing a suit while I'm sure the warriors would have been dressed in goblin armor." If you can't tell the difference between them, then it's time you considered another occupation. It shouldn't have escaped your notice either that those goblins got here before you did. Something we will be working on when I get back to the ministry. Let's see how many of these bodies you can recognize. Get this filth out of my house and dump them on the front lawn. But, Director, the evidence is right in front of your nose. They are in full Death Eater regalia and physically broke into my house. We killed them. You can list cause of death as attacking my guests. The Chief Warlock and I will sign them. Now get them out of here so I don't have to wade through them to leave my own ballroom. The bodies were soon being levitated out the front door, and Dobby assisted the Bones Elf with the cleanup that quickly followed. News that everyone in the other group was okay lifted the tension in the ballroom. Augusta, though, was still faced with the sad fact that there would be a lot more students able to see the Thestrals when they returned to Hogwarts on Sunday. She was currently going around her students and seeing how they were coping with tonight, while dreading hearing how many of those Death Eaters had children at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor then spotted a crying Parvati being comforted by her mother. The Patils staying with the Longbottoms over the holidays had certainly brought the two families closer together. While she certainly liked Parvati, Augusta was delighted her grandson had chosen her twin to be his mate. While Parvati had stood her ground and fired curses at the attackers, Padma had destroyed her beautiful dress and raced out of here at Neville's side. Padma had a core of iron running through her that acted like a magnet and attracted the same iron in Neville. Hearing Sirius compare the young couple to Frank and Alice was praise indeed. Augusta was also delighted to hear Parvati's tears were not for herself. Why does it always have to be them, Mum? There were even Aurors here tonight, but they still went. Augusta had watched her only child and his wife put their lives on the line every time they put their Auror robes on. It was no coincidence Voldemort wanted them dead. Frank and Alice were a real thorn in their side, just like the four who left here tonight. It's always hard to watch the ones you love put themselves in danger. That feeling won't go away just because those four will get older. All we can do is help them be the best they can and hope that's enough. They trained for this and had plenty of support tonight. That's why none of the fathers objected. Those Aurors are Amelia's and Amos' protection detail. They couldn't leave, only Tonks could. Smita had known all that and appreciated Augusta was trying to comfort Parvati. There was something she wanted to ask, though. Do you really think Harry can defeat Voldemort? I think tonight is a massive step in that direction. Voldemort was hurt tonight, and not just by Harry's spell. This is a hammer blow to his followers and his prestige. He set out to kill the head of the DMLE and instead got well and truly beaten. That's never happened to him before. With the entrance now clear and clean, Amelia started moving her guests into a different part of the house. When the four returned with Bill and Barchoke, there was no jingoistic cheering from anyone. Neither was there any mention of claiming a victory tonight. Every single person invited to the party had graphically witnessed this was not a game. The four of them just wanted to find their families and ensure everyone was all right. Emma had both her children in her arms and was holding on like she never meant to let go. Her hug was being returned with equal ferocity by Harry and Hermione. Dan was removing his jacket to wrap around Hermione when Betsy appeared, her mistress' fur slippers and warm housecoat at the ready. Watching as the little elf berated his daughter for not taking better care of herself gave Dan a moment to reflect on how much their lives had changed. How much he had changed. The Dan Granger who dragged Hermione out of Gringotts that night would never have allowed his daughter to fight by Harry's side. That Dan Granger, though no longer existed, this version knew that in any fight, the safest place for Hermione was with Harry. Her mate would put his own life on the line to protect her. That there were troops of goblin warriors all willing to do the same was a really humbling experience for her father. He'd fired both barrels into their attackers tonight, something else that the old Dan would have never considered himself capable of. The reason Dan fired only twice was, by the time he'd swapped guns, there were no more targets left standing. Dan was certain he'd hit what he'd aimed at but had no idea of the final result. He was also certain that's why Amelia had the bodies moved quickly. She wouldn't want any of the teens thinking theirs was the curse that finished someone off. A lot of people had died tonight. The only thing being quietly celebrated here was the fact that it wasn't any of them. Once the little elf had finished berating Hermione, Betsy then threw her arms around her mistress' legs. Mistress needs be more careful. Betsy needs her mistress. With a sob, the little elf was gone, leaving Hermione free for Dan to hug. With his daughter safely wrapped in his arms, he then noticed Emma still hadn't let Harry go. "I asked you to keep her safe, Harry, and you did. Thank you." This earned him a genuine smile from the serious young man. "No thanks needed, Dan. You held up your side of the bargain." This had Emma chuckling, though drew a groan from Hermione. "I swear that Padma's a bad influence on him." Barchoke was meanwhile having a conversation with Amos and Amelia on what to do with the dead and injured Death Eaters. They'd hit a sticking point, though. Goblins do not administer healing to those condemned to die. Keeping someone alive long enough so you can then kill them is pointless. I am of course assuming that will be the fate of those captured tonight. Yes, it bloody will be. This coming from the moderate Amos somewhat shocked the other two. The chief warlock, though, was unrepentant regarding his change of attitude. Every one of them would have been marked by Voldemort in the last war. Had the problem been dealt with then, my wife and son would not have been faced with what happened here tonight. Amelia's opinion was never in any doubt. The fate that awaits Death Eaters caught supporting Voldemort has been well publicized. Only the fact that we're waiting on completion of our new facilities has held us back a few days. We also thought it would help if the children were back at Hogwarts before we started bursting into homes, just in case some don't want to come quietly. There's no danger of children being hit by any stray spells if they're safely back in the castle. We want these prisoners kept alive only until we can extract all the information they posses from them, especially Pettigrew. I will of course need to consult with the director on this matter. Meanwhile, our warriors will remain here until new wards can be erected. That will happen tomorrow. The large grandfather clock beginning to strike midnight saw Barchoke smile and change his mind. Make that today. I shall leave at once and see if we can't get these bodies off your grass. Amelia held out her hand. Thanks, Barchoke, and Happy New Year. She then did something unthinkable and kissed Barchoke on the cheek, discovering that goblins could actually blush. Amelia knew exactly what she owed this goblin. Without having those wards, warriors, and their extended family here tonight, it could have easily been hers and Susan's bodies lying out on the grass. Amelia didn't even want to think about what state those bodies would have been in. In the last war, Voldemort appeared to know every move they were going to make while the Ministry was flying blind for most of the time. The positions were now reversed, with the Death Eaters reduced to reading the Prophet to gather any intelligence. Since tonight's party had been for their extended family and a few close and trusted friends, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had found themselves facing forces far greater than they would ever have expected. That Harry had been able to hit the Dark Lord with a spell was also something no one had accomplished in the last war, not even Dumbledore. In any war, Amelia knew that luck could play a large part in the outcome. They had just been handed a massive slice of luck tonight, and she intended to capitalize on it. She needed to find Rita and wish her a Happy New Year too. Midnight reminded everyone why they had come here in the first place, and the traditional greeting was soon being offered to family and friends. It was then Harry spotted Pauline trying to hide away in a corner. He was soon beside the young girl. "Sorry your first party was ruined. Are you all right?" "I shouldn't be here, Harry. Do you want me to see Draco about taking you home?" This seemed to start the tears she'd obviously been fighting back. "I shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't even be talking to me. Only because my father's locked up in Azkaban stopped him being one of those who attacked us tonight. How can you bear to be anywhere near me?" Harry's arm was soon around the crying 11-year-old, drawing her in to a comforting hug and letting her cry onto Dan's borrowed jacket. His own was somewhere in the ballroom, but no one wanted to go back in there just yet. "That's exactly why you're here. You can see it's wrong to attack people like that." "Of course it's wrong. Those people tonight didn't think so, your father didn't think so. Why should we treat you the same as them when you're clearly different?" The little girl was now clinging to Harry and breaking her heart, her sobs clearly racking her body. "Look at Draco and Pansy. They made their own decision on what they want to do. Pauline not will be given the same chance." Through her sobs, Pauline began to tell Harry of her fears. "I thought I would have lost all my friends after tonight. It just hit me what my father is. How was I supposed to face Natalie again?" Harry held her and let Pauline cry it out. "There will be people lying dead out there who will have sons and daughters at Hogwarts. Those sons and daughters will be hurting, but we have to be the brave ones. We have to be the ones holding out the hand of friendship. We have to keep holding out that hand, no matter how many times it gets slapped away. Accepting that friendship means, like you, they are safe in here with us. The alternative is for them to be the ones left lying on the grass somewhere. Pauline's tears had all but stopped. She was so entranced by Harry's words. If you, Draco and Pansy can see that, then I'm going to ask for your help to let others see what you do. Can you do that for me? I don't want there to be any more bodies lying on the grass. The young girl looked into those pleading green eyes and was lost. The self-revulsion from earlier that had been eating away at her soul was banished for good. Harry had not only given Pauline back her self-respect, he'd also provided a focus for her to actually help him. Pauline not only accepted, she silently swore never to let him down. Pansy stepping in and leading Pauline away to freshen up let the now embarrassed pair see that most of the room had been listening to their conversation. Hermione stepped forward, the sword still at her side, so at odds with her furry slippers and housecoat as to be comical. She was also wearing a large smile as she jokingly shook her head at her mate. Harry Crow, what am I going to do with you? She may not have been expecting an answer but received one from Padma. See Barchoke about building an extension onto Crow's Nest in Kingusi. Your mate seems determined to fill it with family. This was certainly greeted with chuckles, but, as Hermione now sat beside her mate, most were still touched by his words. Amelia and Amos thought he'd summed up what the ministry needed to do beautifully, while Harry's words had a profound affect on Rita. The now freelance reporter had earlier hitched a ride with Barchoke and witnessed the entire battle. Amelia had also offered to give her an account of what happened inside the house. Now that Rita actually thought about it, she embodied everything Harry had just said. When she'd worked against them, Rita had soon been out of a job and shunned by everyone. She may not have been bodily lying on the grass, but her career was certainly as dead as those who currently were. Working for Barchoke had brought her not only riches but respect too. Respect enough for Director Bones to seek her out and offer an interview. Tonight had the potential to change their world, and Rita Skeeter would be the one to tell that story. Rita might not have joined up for all the right reasons, but she was a convert now, and certainly glad to be along for the ride. Anyone who could do things like that to Edmund and Bertha deserved everything that was coming their way. Rita witnessed the first proof tonight that justice might actually be served on the Dark Lord. Chapter 75, Open Hand or Clenched Fist. Their new calendars might have informed the wizards and witches of Britain they had woken that morning to the first day of 1994. A more important publication cast doubt on that fact. The entire front page of the Daily Prophet might not have said so as such, but a new millennium had just been entered irrespective of trivial things like the actual date. Their morning paper may have been delivered slightly later yet. Since this edition actually made history, there would be no complaints about its tardiness. There, on the front page of their daily newspaper, was irrefutable proof that Voldemort had returned. The only reason that people weren't running screaming from their homes, after being presented with a picture of the clearly not dead Dark Lord, was they were rendered mesmerized by what happened next. A curse left the boy who lived and blasted the supposedly invincible Lord Voldemort clear out of the picture. With that one act, the boy who lived was literally golden. The Prophet's readers just had confirmation of their worst fears, only for their savior to prove he was once more up to the job of taking care of their Dark Lord problem. From this moment on, the boy who lived could call himself Marvin the Martian, and people would be queuing to add an emblem of the Red Planet to their robes in a show of their support for their hero. The second picture on the front page may not have moved, but it was every bit as iconic: dead Death Eaters lying on the grass at Bones Manor. The headline proclaiming Battle of Bones Manor told everyone where these events had happened. The pictures alone were enough to inform them what the outcome of that battle was. Rita's detailed accounts of both battles drew the readers right into the conflict, having them live every spell cast on this most momentous of nights. Her interview with the head of the DMLE, though, proved almost as iconic as those two pictures. Amelia didn't mince her words. This was an assassination attempt against me by this self-styled Dark Lord and his masked terrorists. It took over 24 of them, including Voldemort, to bring my wards down. Even then, a squad of goblin warriors arrived on my property before these attackers could take advantage of the situation. Centurion Crow was a guest in my house and reacted immediately as the alarm was sounded. He, his mate, Miss Hermione Granger, and the ministry Auror assigned as his protection detail, Auror Tonks, led a few more of my guests against the group of Death Eaters deliberately left behind to stop reinforcements reaching the house. Harry taking out Voldemort at the start of the battle certainly swung it heavily in our favor. I led the defense of our home myself and offer no apologies for the bodies on the grass. There were approximately 20 current Hogwarts students attending this party, including my niece. We did what we needed to do to protect them. Amelia's words saw every parent reaching the exact same conclusion as the defenders. Had they been lucky enough to gain an invitation to Madame Bone's party, they wouldn't have held back with their spells either. It was the next part, though, that sent shivers down spines. Whether those were shivers of fear or even pride depended on if the witch or wizard reading had been branded by Voldemort. The ministry has held forward the hand of friendship and forgiveness to people who made a serious mistake over a decade ago. That same hand, though, can easily be clenched into a fist, ready to protect our friends and smite our enemies. Those who attacked my home clearly declared themselves enemies and paid the ultimate price. It was more than their blood that ran out onto the grass. Their families will face a heavy fine from the ministry for these treasonous acts. 16 families are waking up to the news one of their members was killed. We have 4 wounded, all of whom will be tried for treason using truth serum, and a maximum of 5 who escaped. There can be no forgiveness for any of those 5, and the full weight of the ministry will be brought to bear in the hunt for Voldemort, Lestrange, Rookwood, and the as yet unknown other 2 masked Death Eaters. There it was in black and white what the future held for Death Eaters in Britain. This had a profound effect in homes the length and breadth of the country. Thomas Avery had barely escaped last night with his life. It would appear his father wasn't as lucky. He would be heading to Gringotts, not to ask for forgiveness but to empty his vault. He hoped to be in France by the time the ministry came knocking on the door. John Gibbon was the other Death Eater the ministry were looking for. He, though, had been badly injured in the fight, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he managed to apparate home. That was the last miracle for John. Despite his family's frantic efforts, he slipped away just before the dawn. They would now have to rush and cremate the body, denying the ministry any evidence and hopefully saving what little wealth the family had. Every other marked Death Eater, who hadn't already done so, headed for Gringotts to throw themselves on the mercy of the ministry. A competent ministry of magic and the Dark Lord being defeated again by the boy who lived made it look increasingly likely that they had picked the wrong side. It was time to change sides before it became too late. It was later than he'd hoped when an exhausted Bill reached the burrow. His family all knew he was attending the Bones party last night, and he'd planned on arriving there before the story broke. His work in Gringotts, though, had kept him busy all night. He was almost attacked by Ginny as she threw herself at her eldest brother. Molly wasn't far behind her daughter. Only when she'd confirmed for herself that her son was indeed fine did the lecture begin. "Since when did your new job include battling you-know-who? I almost had a heart attack when Skeeter mentioned you'd taken part in that charge against the Death Eaters." "Mum, my job is to train Harry so that one day he'll be able to face Voldemort." "Doing a hell of a job there, brother." "Sure is, Fred. Our Bill should be in line for a bonus after last night's efforts." It was a tired Bill who sat down at the table and helped himself to a cup of tea from the pot. Ginny was as close as she could get to her favorite brother, reassuring herself that he was okay while still desperate for news. "We got lucky. The Death Eaters thought they would heavily outnumber those in the house. They didn't know Amelia was holding a party. When Harry took Voldemort out of the fight, they didn't know what to do next." Percy was still studying today's paper in disbelief. "Did Harry really do that?" "I was there, Percy. I understand where you're coming from, but I saw it for myself. Harry is an extremely powerful young man. I think he might even rival Dumbledore by the time he's ready to leave Hogwarts." Molly felt her question was being ignored, not something she was used to, so Bill found himself being interrupted. "I still don't see why that meant you had to be there too. The 4 students I tutor raced into battle. What was I supposed to do? Hide?" Trying to change the subject, Ginny asked the question she really needed to know the answer to. "Are they really all okay?" Hermione and Padma had some cuts and scratches on their feet. The shoes that would have been fine for dancing the night away weren't suitable for running across the grass. Both girls charged the Death Eaters in their bare feet. Harry might have a few bruises, but nothing more serious than that. Once the warriors got close enough to use their weapons, the battle was over seconds later. I don't know how I feel about goblins attacking wizards. Listen, Mom, if the Death Eaters ever attack the burrow, I promise you'll be glad of their help. They arrived well before the Aurors, and it was their own director who was being attacked. This finally saw Ron speak out. Why would the goblins protect us? Ron, you of all people should know how goblins react when one of their friends or family is being attacked. Why do you think Dad was woken and had to leave for Gringotts in the middle of the night? He's the Ministry's contact with the nation. You better believe the warriors would come running if he was attacked. I still don't understand why Arthur had to be dragged out of bed. His exhaustion was shortening Bill's temper. Mom, the Ministry can't take any marked Death Eaters past their wards, even dead ones. All the bodies and the injured are currently inside Gringotts. Of course, the Ministry is going to need its own contact with the nation's ambassador for that. Dad is having to liaise between all the witches and wizards summoned to Gringotts, as well as those relatives who will be heading there after reading this morning's paper. You always wanted Dad to get a better job at the Ministry. Now he's got one of the most important posts there is. You probably won't be seeing much of him over the next few days. There is a lot of work to do. This piqued Percy's interest. What is it Dad is actually doing? Each of those who attacked the Bones residence last night are seeing fines of 80% of their family's wealth levied against them. The goblins will be doing the collecting. Whose job is it to work between the two governments? I'm going home to grab a few hours sleep before I need to return to Gringotts and help. There must be about half the Ministry currently working inside Gringotts dealing with both of these problems, and Dad is overseeing the entire Ministry side of the operation. Why do you think he got such a rise in salary? He's earning every canute of that salary today. The effects of this measure wasn't lost on the current Hogwarts head boy. This could see some of the wealthiest pure-blood families stripped of their wealth and power. As Percy's words sunk into all the Weasleys, Bill not only confirmed that would be the case but gave his backing to the policy. The Ministry is taking the action it said it would. Voldemort and his cronies are trying to overthrow the legal government of our country so he can rule as a dictator. There is only one real punishment for that. Their response against the attackers last night was swift and hard, just as they said it would be. After posting the warnings about what following this madman would cost them, the Ministry can't then take it easy on the Death Eaters' families. In Kingussie, the family was certainly taking it easy. Hermione was lying back on a sofa with a book in her hands. Her feet were currently resting across Harry's lap. With his left arm liberally coated in a cream to help reduce bruising, the still painful-to-touch limb was currently resting in a sling. Dan was fussing over his pregnant wife while Tonks quietly chatted to Remus. What does it feel like to know Peter is finally captured? The werewolf took a moment to think before answering his girlfriend. I'm relieved he can no longer do any harm, but I'm having trouble equating that thing we saw lying on the floor last night with the boy I attended Hogwarts with for 7 years. I know the Ministry were desperate to get information out of him. I just want to know why he betrayed his friends. Noticing their conversation wasn't as quiet as they thought, Remus directed his next remark to the two teens who were obviously listening. I know you'll find this hard to believe, but the Marauders were as close as you four are. Peter to us would be like Neville or Padma betraying you too. Harry was quicker than Hermione to defend their friends. She clearly agreed with his opinion though. Never going to happen, Remus. Neville doesn't have a dishonest bone in his body and Padma is a true friend. We trust those two with our lives. Just like we trusted Peter with ours, and your mom and dad paid the ultimate price for that trust. That's why I can understand Sirius chasing after Peter. It really was a betrayal that cut to the bone. Sirius was really fond of Moa before this happened. You can bet he loves his mother-in-law now. The other couple present then joined what had now become a discussion. Lucas and Moa are leaving for Sweden in the morning, aren't they? Tonks was nodding her agreement to Emma as she answered. Yeah. They'll be returning to Britain though as Henrika gets closer to her due date. This was something Harry hadn't thought of. Will Henrika be able to teach until the end of term? It was her fellow professor who answered that one. No, the baby's due right at the start of the holidays. I know she's hoping to make it up until the exams, but the baby might have something to say about that. Hermione then turned to her parents, asking the question the couple really wanted to know the answer to. Mom, Dad, have you decided what you're going to do yet? Your mom and I spoke about it last night before we went to sleep. Today it still seems like the right thing to do. After we see the pair of you onto the express tomorrow, we'll both be heading for the island. It was only their injuries that stopped both teens springing right over there. The wide smiles of relief now worn was almost as good as a hug to Dan and Emma. She then picked up where her husband had left off. We plan to take Harry's book of properties with us and sit studying it in the sunshine. Barchoke has promised to get us portkeys to wherever we want to go, and Dobby will of course be looking after us. We'll keep in touch through Barchoke, so send any letters to us there. Dobby will be collecting and passing on any mail from us. Harry was delighted with that news. No one should be able to trace the Grangers because even they wouldn't know exactly where they were. He just wished his parents had adopted the same approach. That's a brilliant idea. You saying you'll be traveling to my house in Spain won't mean a thing unless someone had access to the property book. Since you will have the only copy, you should be perfectly safe. Father will know how to reach you in case of any emergencies. That was picked up at once by a concerned Dan. Are you expecting there to be any emergencies? If so, I vote you both come with us. I'm not expecting any. To be honest, Dan, I don't think Gringotts or the Ministry know what to expect next. Remus was quick to agree with that. In the last war, getting a few families out before the Death Eaters attacked was about the best we could have hoped for. Winning a major battle, never mind hitting Voldemort with a spell, is unprecedented. What happens next is anyone's guess. I do know that Tonks and I, the Blacks and Augusta will all be keeping an eye on them at Hogwarts. With Bill and Mad Eye regularly popping in and out too. There should be enough of us there to deal with any so-called emergencies that come along. While not completely happy with that answer, Dan and Emma thought it was the best they were going to get. No one likes to think their children could be in danger, but they also had to take into account that the 14s had proven once more that they could look after themselves when they needed to. Talk drifted onto this year's summer holidays, but there really was little enthusiasm for making any plans. Harry was going to become a godfather and a brother this summer. Any plans made would have to work around those two massive events. Henrika and Emma would be the important ones this year. All other arrangements would revolve around them. Harry floated the idea of having a good-sized swimming pool attached to the property, rather than a tiny one at the end of their new training room. Enclosing it in some kind of weatherproof structure was also cited as a must, as a few other amendments were added to enhance the original idea. The six spent a pleasant afternoon just chatting as friends and family do, trying to put the horrors of last night behind them by looking forward to more pleasant things. Rookwood and Bella didn't have that luxury. They didn't have any luxuries at all. They only had time last night to grab the biggest tent and a few supplies before fleeing to another part of the country. They were also exhausted by having to transport and care for their master, his familiar and everything else they could take with them to Dartmoor. Peter's pet didn't count as an essential. She didn't count at all. They left her sitting on the grass. Bertha might even live if the Ministry got to her before she froze to death. They were currently sitting in their one remaining tent. The heat from the flat stones Bella had placed a warming charm on keeping more than the snake warm. Their master was still unconscious, and they had tended to his leg as best they could. Bella, though, had been on a constant rant ever since they had settled down with nothing to do but wait. They had protective wards up. A summoned and then prepared rabbit was now gently simmering away in a pot while the tent and a few warming charms protected them from the elements. Bella, though, was still stuck in a revenge groove, where everyone was soon going to suffer when their master returned to power. Augustus had been listening to this for hours before finally reaching his breaking point. It was time his mate started living in the real world. Bella, we're going to have to spend the next few months struggling just to survive. I keep saying things have changed, and last night showed that. I would guess that we are the only two Death Eaters left in Britain, the only two that support our master anyway. We all made mistakes last night, and now we're paying the price. Are you saying our master made a mistake? We would normally have known exactly who was inside that house, we would probably have been able to get a few of our supporters in there too. I understood what our master was attempting last night, but committing all his followers to attacking while blind to what we were facing was a desperate play. A desperate play we didn't need to make at that moment. Then the error was compounded. What did I do wrong? The edge now on Bella's voice was unmistakable. Augustus knew, though, that he had to get his point across. Otherwise, they would all soon be dead anyway. They couldn't afford any more mistakes. When Potter attacked our master, we were left facing less than 10 witches and wizards with about 20 goblins. Those were certainly not insurmountable odds. Even when you left to check on our master, we still had a chance. Pressing ahead with the attack on the house doomed us all. That cowardly bastard Peter couldn't wait to get away from the fight. If they could spare that many people to attack us, did the fool think he was going to face better odds inside the house? You had rightly chosen all our best fighters to attack the Bones residence. When they left, though, so did our chances of winning the battle. And what mistakes did you make, Augustus? His master's voice may be weak, but Rookwood still felt the menace it contained. He hadn't noticed their master regaining consciousness. Augustus had hoped to work on convincing Bella first. Both at the same time meant his life was in real danger here. Master, I should have offered my counsel but held my tongue. I could have countermanded Bella's order to attack the house, but that would have sown confusion amongst us and perhaps been just as bad. I didn't even signal a retreat, though I knew we were lost. I let them fight to the end to buy the three of us enough time to get away. I failed you, Master, and will accept my punishment. Voldemort so wanted to kill him, to kill anyone. Bella gently lifting his head to administer some hot sweet tea gave him a moment to think. That he was lying in a tent sipping tea instead of tucked up in a bed with a pain relief potion to ease his injury told its own story. He knew bringing down those wards last night had taken a lot out of him. Even at full strength, though, his shield would have had trouble dealing with a spell of that power. This saw Tom's thoughts shifting in another direction. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. He'd certainly felt Potter's power last night. If this was all that he was left with, then punishing Rookwood really wasn't an option. He needed the man to help him figure out how they could recover from this. After they had killed Bones last night, Tom's intentions were to grace one of his followers with his presence in their home. Then it would have been time to start killing the traitors who'd refused to answer his summons. Instead, he found everything Tom Riddle had worked for since his days as a Hogwarts student being turned to ashes, ironically by a current Hogwarts student. Tom Riddle had nothing, no breeding, money, or political power, yet he'd charmed, coaxed, and cajoled his way to the very top. Lord Voldemort was only a whisker away from having it all, only for the prize to be snatched away that terrible Halloween. Now, over 12 years later, the same boy had effectively destroyed him once more. Lying injured in a tent, with only 2 followers left in the country, and all his anchors destroyed, was not how his life was supposed to proceed. Rookwood, there will be no punishment coming from me. The mistake I made last night was in choosing the wrong target. While Bones is undoubtedly a thorn in our side, the dagger in our heart is Harry Potter. I see now that we will never be treated as anything other than criminals while that boy still lives. While Potter lives, the witches and wizards of Britain think they are safe from Lord Voldemort. Our task will be to show them they are wrong, before we then kill the boy. Bella was almost drooling with excitement at that. She never even got to kill anyone last night. Do you have a plan, my master? Patience? Bellatrix, patience. That will have to be our new watchword, as it will take time to regain all that we have lost. The first thing we need to do is find better dwellings. These are fine for an emergency, but certainly not suitable for a pregnant witch. Can I assume you dealt with our guest from the ministry? No, master. Augustus advised me not to. The Dark Lord's gaze once more pinned Rookwood, leaving him hastily offering an explanation. If we had killed her, it would have been simply a case of the ministry burying the body. Should they find her alive, not only will they have to care for her, it will be a constant reminder of what can happen to those who oppose you, master. Very well. Along with a new residence, we also need intelligence on what is happening around us. This rise of the beasts can't have pleased everyone, and that is something we can surely exploit. We will pay them reminders that we are still a threat while working toward getting our hands on Potter. Killing him is the key to all of this. No one in the tent was saying so, but all three were thinking that might be easier said than done. Anyone who could blast through the Dark Lord's shield had to be treated as a serious threat. Dolores seriously considered giving up drinking when she read the New Year's Day edition of The Prophet. She must have drunk a lot more last night than she'd thought. Dolores had to be hallucinating because this couldn't be true. This wasn't a new year, it was a descent into chaos. A chaos their world might never recover from. Goblin warriors were featured on the front page, graphically depicted by skeeter-hacking pureblood witches and wizards with their swords and axes. Instead of announcing a call to arms, getting ready to wipe out these bloodthirsty creatures and all their kin, those very same murdering creatures were publicly being thanked for their courageous and heroic efforts by the ministry. Dolores had never been a Death Eater, but that was mainly because she had never been asked to join. She certainly could be classed as sympathetic to their cause, this latest atrocity making her even more committed to restoring the magical community back to its former glory. Their entire society appeared caught in a race to declare their proud and ancient heritage of blood purity as worthless. She was now going to have to use the successes this new year would bring to see herself elevated to at least the position of a departmental head. Only then would she have the power to start applying pressure in order to start reversing some of these changes. There were a lot more witches and wizards out there, though, who thought the same as she did. Dolores Umbridge was going to be quietly courting their support and building a platform for herself so she could attain her ultimate goal. Dolores Umbridge, Minister of Magic, had such a nice ring to it. Dumbledore had rung in the new year the day before he got that historic issue of The Prophet. Unlike Dolores, Albus found himself in need of a drink. Unlike the majority of the British magical community, the sight of Harry blasting Tom right out the picture was not a cause for celebration, far from it. How the hell was he supposed to make a triumphant return to a Britain controlled by Harry and his goblin masters? Albus was now certain Godric's sword had taken on the properties of the Elder Wand, giving considerably more power to that teenage boy and making his blade an even more formidable weapon in those skilled hands. He had also seen the evidence that the goblins could destroy Horcruxes with his own eyes. Harry had marched proudly up to Filius and handed over Rowena's diadem right in front of him. If they had destroyed all Tom's Horcruxes and Harry was able to vanquish the Dark Lord, what was there left for Albus to do? Since his timetable for returning home was already set, Albus would just have to keep a careful eye on the Prophet for further developments. It was rather ironic that both Dumbledore and Voldemort were reduced to reading the Prophet to discover news on the country that each had thought they controlled. The Prophet's front page the following day would certainly be of interest to both wizards. Not only were those who died or had been captured in the attack named, the Dark Lord's hideout also made the front page. That it was a Muggle tent ended any hope the Dark Lord Voldemort had of regaining his former pureblood followers. Bertha Jorkins was also in the picture, with blankets draped around her shoulder as she was led away from the scene. Initial reports had her being tortured into insanity, but the family got the full story from Barchoke. They had used Harry's portkey from Kingussie to Gringotts. This was their only chance to speak to him before they left for King's Cross and Hogwarts. Barchoke had been incredibly busy and hadn't made it back up to Kingussie since Amelia's party. We can't help that poor witch. She wasn't tortured using the Cruciatus. Voldemort shredded her mind. There's simply nothing left of Bertha Jorkins to repair. Pettigrew told us everything he could, including how his master got a new body. The good news, though, is that we've disposed of all of his Horcruxes. Voldemort can now be killed. Barchoke hated deliberately withholding information from his children but felt it was a necessity in this case. If Harry were to come face to face with Bellatrix Lestrange, knowing the witch was pregnant might cause him to hesitate in doing what he needed to. The Lestrange bitch wouldn't hesitate, though, nor would she hold back. Gringotts and the Ministry were quietly celebrating the news Voldemort was mortal once more. Neither had much spare time to do anything else. The Ministry's new facility would be ready for business later on today, swinging into action with at least 4 trials. The goblins also had never been busier, chasing down Ministry fines and erecting their wards on premises all over the country. The 6 said their goodbyes to Barchoke before heading through the alley on their journey to King's Cross. Remus was going to be traveling on the train with them. This, though, was not just an excuse so he could spend more time with his girlfriend. There would be some grieving and hurting students on that train. Remus was going to be there to ensure nothing came of those emotions when faced with the reasons for their missing relatives. If some of the looks coming in their direction as they walked through the alley were any indication of what they might face on the train, Remus just might be needed. They had barely set foot on the platform before being surrounded by friends, surrounded as much as the tight platform and crowd would allow, that is. The tightness of the platform played no part, though, in the large male student who very deliberately barged into Harry. "Crow, you killed my father. You and your friends better watch your backs in Hogwarts." The sound of ripping cloth signified the end of that little speech. That and the golden gauntlet grabbing the large Slytherin by the throat. "Flint, here's some free advice. You tell a goblin you're going to harm him later, presumably when the conditions and numbers suit you better. That goblin won't watch his back. That goblin will think, 'Why the hell should I wait?' and just kill you where you stand." Marcus Flint was helpless as this golden-clad figure lifted him off the ground by the throat with one hand. Hermione, Padma and Neville were quick to draw their wands in case this was a prelude to a larger attack, their eyes now scanning the crowd for any signs of aggression as they guarded Harry's back. Tonks had done the same, while shaking her head at Remus not to become involved. This matter needed settled, and she trusted Harry not to take the situation too far. "Your father turned up at Bones Manor wearing a mask, and was there with the intention to murder innocent women and children. Are you okay with that, Flint? If you think that's acceptable behavior, then surely, by your same warped logic, it must be acceptable for me just to kill you now. I don't need a mask. I am Hogwarts champion and will do my best to protect everyone inside her walls. You or any of your friends start anything, I'll be there waiting." Since the large Slytherin's face was beginning to take on a distinctly Ravenclaw color, Harry let him drop to the ground. "I don't care what your parents did, Flint. I only look at the person in front of me. You now have to go away and make a decision. Do I want to be like my father or do I want to live? You threaten me or mine again, I'll assume you've already made that decision and act accordingly. I have no fight with you, but I won't back down if you come looking for one either." Amelia had been on the platform and headed straight for the disturbance, arriving as Harry dropped the 7th-year Slytherin to the ground. She waited until Harry had explained what was happening to the Flint boy, knowing that the story would soon spread throughout the platform and train, before she interceded. "Everything okay here, Centurion Crow?" "Yes, Director. Mr. Flint was just under the misconception he could threaten me and mine without facing any repercussions. He and everyone else now know that's not the case. I was afraid this might happen. That is why there will be 6 Aurors on the express, 7 counting Auror Tonks. I think I will contact Madame Longbottom and offer to base a squad inside Hogwarts for the next few weeks. That should give tempers time to cool, allowing rational heads a chance to take over." Amelia was able to do this because of the large number of Death Eaters who had approached the Ministry seeking protection. She was only having to send teams out to arrest 3 outstanding names, and had heard whispers that one of those names was already dead. The 2 remaining would be arrested and tried today, along with the 4 prisoners from the attack on her home. News of the crimes these Death Eaters had committed should appear in tomorrow's Prophet, hopefully aiding them in their case for branding these scum as nothing more than terrorists. The Ministry was determined that, by the end of today, there would only be Voldemort, Lestrange and Rookwood still to be brought to justice. The McDonalds had been standing beside the Grangers and the Creevies when the incident kicked off. Roy had trouble believing what he just witnessed. Harry lifted that bigger boy as if he was nothing. Little Natalie was quick to spring to her hero's defense. Harry is a centurion. That makes him an officer in their army. If he can blast Voldemort right of the page, he can easily deal with a Hogwarts student. The Creevy parents only smiled at the young witch, knowing their eldest son had rather a large dose of the same hero worship. When we read what happened in the Prophet, we were actually glad that we missed this year's New Year party. Not half as glad, though, that our house has the same wards as Amelia's. Roy certainly agreed with being thankful their houses were protected by the same wards. He also offered his sympathies to the Grangers. "You've had quite the time of it over the holidays. First the Dursleys being murdered and then getting attacked at the New Year party." Dan was watching as Emma ensured Harry was okay while Hermione carried out some running repairs to his ripped shirt. Harry maintains the Dursleys were not his family. He only met them once, and that was by accident. As for the party, the whole thing was over in seconds. Harry's team had the harder task. Train troops against unorganized terrorists was only going to see one winner from that battle. The Ministry, the Hogwarts staff, and of course Harry will make sure your children remain safe inside the castle. This drew a sigh of resignation from Roy. I know, Natalie spent most of yesterday saying the same things. She was terrified we would stop her returning to Hogwarts. Children just don't realize how hard it is for a parent to let them go, especially to a world they know nothing about. This is the hardest decision we've ever had to make in our lives. As Hermione raced over to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, before taking Natalie by the hand toward the train, Dan knew exactly how the McDonalds felt. The Creevies would also see their second son, Dennis, making the same journey come September. It suddenly hit Dan that one day he and Emma would have to go through all this again with their own son. As that revelation hit, an even bigger one followed right behind it. While Emma fussed over Harry and Hermione as they climbed aboard the train, Dan suddenly realized that he wouldn't change a thing. Even after the horrors they'd faced recently, Hermione still smiled more than she'd ever done. Then there was the fact that he was about to head off to a tropical island with his pregnant wife, and Dobby would be there to take care of them. Magic had certainly brought some bad things into their lives, but as a pregnant Emma returned to his arms, Dan couldn't help but think the good far outweighed the bad. They, like the rest of the parents on the platform, waved to their children as the steam engine pulled them on their long journey to the Scottish Highlands. He held his wife close, and Dan was sure of only one thing. Whatever challenges 1994 brought, they would face them as a family, an ever-expanding family. Chapter 76, Ghostly Intervention. It was a very quiet return train journey back up to Hogsmeade. What did you do at the holidays? Being rarely asked. It was also noticeable that the Slytherin contingent of their friends was missing. Draco, though, had stuck his head into their compartment earlier to offer an explanation. Vince's father was killed, while Greg's is one of the 4 the Ministry captured that night. They're not in a good place at the moment, so we're trying to help. It's also not going down too well with some in our house that there were Slytherins at the party who drew their wands. Apparently, we were supposed to let the Death Eaters kill us. I'm just really pleased Amelia has stationed Oris on the train. Remus decided he too would patrol the train. Tonks, though, wasn't leaving Harry's compartment until they reached their destination. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, you would have needed a spurtle to stir the atmosphere that was as thick as porridge, though nowhere near as good for you. The atmosphere was so oppressive that Madame Longbottom stood to address the students before the feast began. On New Year's Eve, I, along with a number of Hogwarts students, attended a party held by Director Bones. I don't think there is anyone here who doesn't know what happened during that party. It saddens me more than I can say that this madman Voldemort was allowed to manipulate a rift in our society that resulted in wizard fighting against wizard, in some cases brother against brother. While the Ministry is working hard to ensure that situation will never happen again, and hopes to arrest all those still at large, we mustn't let this conflict take root inside this castle's walls. Augusta's steely gaze swept over everyone present. She deliberately didn't linger on the Slytherin table, though everyone knew that's where the trouble would come from. These terrorists have already had an impact on some of our students. These sudden deaths have filled me with sadness, but also a hint of pride in seeing the dignified manner with which the individuals have handled their situations. Should any student feel the need to talk about what has happened with their family, please see your head of house and know also that my door is always open to you. The sins of the parents will not be visited on their children, but any of those children seeking revenge or retribution will be dealt with most severely, whichever side of the so-called divide they claim to support. This is a school. Feuds or fighting will not be tolerated here. Have I made myself clear? Augusta indicated each table in turn and didn't move on to the next house until she received a positive response from the students sitting there. Only then was it time to eat. There were no smart comments coming from Roger at the Ravenclaw table. There was hardly a comment to be heard in the entire hall. Everyone just ate their meal and got out of there as fast as they could. Harry intended to have a chat with Helena later tonight. The Hogwarts ghosts, portraits, and house elves could very effectively monitor exactly what was happening inside the castle. That information might allow them to nip things in the bud because there was no way there wouldn't be students out for some retribution. The ministry were also looking for retribution, though through due legal process. Their new facility would certainly have been appreciated by any goblin. Spartan was an apt description. Since it was only going to be used for the short-term holding and then the resulting trial of Death Eaters, there was no need for anything more. Cornelius would settle for functional. It was here to fulfill a function, and it was time to get down to that function. Pettigrew was the first prisoner brought before the court. There was no need for chains to restrain the prisoner. With a broken neck, Peter couldn't even support himself to sit up. He would face justice while lying unmoving on a bed. Amelia limited the evidence to the Death Eater's actions since first leaving Britain in search of his master. The crimes he committed in assisting Voldemort regain a body, his actions afterwards against Bertha Jorkins and attacking her house, were easily enough to see Peter Pettigrew sentenced to death. The Spartan appearance of their temporary courtroom lending itself to the stark reality of what happened next. With no access to the ministry for Death Eaters, they couldn't be sentenced to the Vale. The alternative option put forward was accepted by all, and administered in front of the sitting court. Veritaserum was carefully controlled because, if the maximum dose were to be accidentally exceeded, there was no antidote or way to postpone the inevitable. This potion targeted the brain and stopped a person from lying. An overdose, though, was a completely different matter. An excess of Veritaserum started working on those parts of the brain that function quietly in the background, keeping the heart beating and the lungs drawing breath. The person would soon slip into a coma as their body's automatic functions were disrupted so severely they would be dead within 10 minutes. Since they were in a comatose state so quickly, it was considered a relatively painless way of administering a death sentence. Once Peter entered that comatose state, he was wheeled away to die alone in his cell. It was time to bring the next one in. Gregory Goyle Sr. was a sorry sight as they wheeled him into the new courtroom. The reason he was wheeled in was that Goblin Steel had removed his right leg above the knee and the same arm from just behind his wrist. Again, his questioning left the court with no other option than to convict. He had been pleased not to be chosen to attack the house because they only expected a few targets there. Gregory had been looking forward to picking off the goblins when they arrived. No one missed the irony that it was the goblins who'd done the picking, a battle-axe removing both wand arm and leg in one powerful swipe. As he was sentenced to death, the Death Eater broke down in tears. The tears, though, proved not to be for himself but rather his son, the Veritaserum in his system letting everyone know Gregory was genuine in his request. He begged those present to help his family, to ensure his son and heir would not make the same mistakes his father had. Gregory was certainly smart enough to know what his fate could be when he once more donned his Death Eater regalia. He also recognized long ago that he was a follower rather than a leader. With no one there to tell him not to attend at the solstice, Gregory had followed the habit of a lifetime and responded to his master's summons. He had become a Death Eater with dreams of easy pickings, riches, and power. If he had to kill a few muggles or blood traders along the way, that was something he was quite prepared to do. Gregory then discovered a universal truth. In a situation like this, the rich got richer and only the powerful gained more of what they craved. Since he was neither wealthy or powerful, he didn't exactly benefit from the spoils of their terror campaign. He was a good Death Eater who followed orders and kept out of trouble, at least up until now. His biggest asset all throughout his life had been his physical appearance. He was considered a hulking bull of a wizard. With no wand arm and most of a leg missing, he was ready to accept his punishment, thankful that at least it would be painless. They had all dreaded being faced with a Dementor. This method was certainly preferable to that horror. Hearing the condemned wizard's pleas for his family just reinforced Amelia's determination to see things change. They all knew that the problem would never fully go away, while one section of their society thought they were superior simply by their accident of birth. Her own extended family was actually now placed firmly at the other extreme of that argument. Goblins, muggles, Vila, and a werewolf would certainly struggle to be accepted by those promoting pureblood supremacy. There must be a middle ground, though, that should be acceptable to all. Calling a family blood traders and turning up unannounced to kill them certainly wasn't it. If they could deal with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, then Amelia was confident their society would be in a much better place. The younger students coming through Hogwarts would certainly help see to that. The younger students certainly knew which side they were on, and it wasn't Flint's. Of the lower 3 years of Slytherins, Only Crabbe and Goyle were unsure of which side to join. Everyone else was aligned firmly behind Draco in his stand against the Seventh Year's attempt to drum up Death Eater support inside Slytherin. When someone blows off the door of your house and races in firing killing curses, are we just supposed to stand there and let them kill us because your father might be amongst them? No self-respecting Slytherin would have been there in the first place. The Bones are blood traitors, which is nothing more than a term coined by a half-blood bastard to encourage purebloods to kill each other. Pansy was livid with this arsehole, and the opinions he was spouting. The still grieving which wasn't for holding back either as she sprang to her mate's defense. It wasn't the ministry who killed my father. He was tortured to death because he made sure his wife and daughter were safe from the people you seem so keen to support. The angry which was now really turning the screw. The prophet announced there was a battle at Bones Manor. They got it wrong. There was no battle, the attacking Death Eaters were slaughtered. The exact same thing will happen to anyone else who tries to support the same stupid shit you're promoting here. You will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Flint looked ready to take matters further when a voice stopped him reaching for his wand. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Harry had quietly entered the Slytherin common room. With all eyes on the escalating confrontation, no one had seen him until he spoke out. This isn't Ravenclaw, Crow. No one gives a shit what you say in here. These traitorous bastards must have given you the password to get in. I am Hogwarts champion. Flint, no doors inside the castle are barred to me, even the Chamber of Secrets. It was a frightened Pauline who asked the question that most of the house wanted to know the answer to. What are you doing in here, Harry? The Baron contacted me about a disturbance in his house. He's been pleased with the steps his house had been taking to once more embrace their great history, and didn't want to see Slytherin slip back into the mire. The Baron is giving me the chance to sort it before Professor McGonagall or Madame Longbottom need to become involved. And just what has this got to do with them? We're having a house discussion here. Flint, you may be even stupider than I originally thought. You've lost your father and 80% of your family's wealth. Do you really want to make the situation worse by getting kicked out of Hogwarts before sitting your NEWTs? The High Inquisitor made her position on this matter crystal clear. Calling your attempt to bully students into accepting Death Eaters or even human a house meeting just won't wash. Who are you to talk about human? You strut about claiming to be a goblin when everyone can see you're not. This drew a gasp of breath from a lot of the watchers, fearing Flint had gone too far. This, after all, was the individual who had bested Voldemort in battle. Harry's answer might have been cold, but no one could miss the fire in his eyes. Flint certainly couldn't, since that's where those blazing orbs were directed. I'm well aware that, biologically, I'm not goblin. It is kind of hard to miss the physical differences. You strut about claiming to be a pureblood. How does your pure blood make you different? Does it make you stronger? Smarter? You tell me how being a pureblood gives anyone the right to wear a mask and kill people without any retribution. Flint didn't really know how to answer that, but Harry kept pushing. My grandparents' pure blood didn't protect them when the Death Eaters came calling. Neither did my dad's when Voldemort himself killed him. Draco and Pansy's fathers were both purebloods, and both Death Eaters. They were still killed by these murderers. Tell me why your father was any different from ours. Harry had been moving until he was now directly in front of the large Slytherin. In the last couple of years I've seen troll blood, basilisk blood, goblin blood, muggle blood, and so-called pure blood spilled. You want to know what all of these had in common. No matter who or what you are, lose enough of your blood and you die. That's what blood is there for, to keep us alive. Not so one group of society can use it to claim they are better than the rest of us. The seventh-year Slytherin felt he had to do something, but when Crow kept pushing, all he was left with was taking a step back. Not an effective counter-strategy, but Harry didn't leave him any other option. Harry then explained that to the entire house of Slytherin. Flint here would love to prove everything I'm saying is lies, but he can't. He would also like to pound me into the ground, but again, he can't. This half-blood who calls himself a goblin may be 4 years younger than Flint, but I'm faster, stronger, and more powerful in every way. How does your pure blood supremacy account for that? The person who started the entire war isn't even a pureblood. His father was a muggle. Harry had the larger wizard now backed up against a wall. He then turned his back on Flint to talk to the rest of the house, knowing Draco, Pansy, Blaze and Daphne would keep an eye on the troublemaker for him. At the very least, giving him a warning if he needed to act. The Death Eaters that night were expecting a slaughter. They just thought they would be the ones carrying it out. Instead, they found themselves facing trained goblin troops and some highly skilled witches and wizards. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and too afraid of their psychopath of a leader to do the sensible thing and get the hell out of there. This is war, it's not heroic and certainly not pretty. Every one of us there that night only wanted to dance and have fun while bringing in the new year, not be fighting for our lives instead. He then made an appeal directly to them. This war will see us all having to make decisions. I'm not going to do a Flint though and try to bully you into seeing things my way. If I needed to do that, then I would have already lost the argument. Harry looked toward some of his Slytherin friends, silently apologizing for what he was about to do. Theodore Nott Sr. attempted to murder my father, yet I call his son and daughter friends. They don't share their father's beliefs, so why shouldn't they be my friends? Draco falls squarely into the same category. You all need to reach decisions of your own, but not tonight. Not when you're still hurting. Talk to your friends, professors you trust. Don't let anyone bully you into something that will affect the rest of your life. It's your life. Take your time and reach the decision that's right for you, because you are the one that needs to live with it. His appeal appeared to be having some effect, if only because his technique was different from Flint's demanding of their support. Harry decided to quit while he was ahead. Voldemort and his Death Eaters became my enemies from that Halloween night he murdered my parents. I sincerely hope I have no enemies here tonight. Well said, Centurion. The entire Slytherin common room turned to see Slughorn, McGonagall and Longbottom standing at the door. McGonagall, though, wasn't as lavish with her praise. While I might agree with Madame Longbottom's sentiments, I feel I must take 10 points from Ravenclaw for you being out past your curfew. If it happens again, it will mean a detention with me. I shall issue you with a pass to allow you safe passage back to your own house. Harry could see by the twinkle in McGonagall's eyes she was secretly pleased with him, and he would also be getting those points back in her next class. He decided to use the situation to his own advantage and interrupted the Hogwarts deputy. That won't be necessary, Professor. I am Hogwarts champion, and the castle's portraits and ghosts would never let me be caught out past curfew. I also have certain other advantages. With a flick and a swirl, his dad's invisibility cloak was around his shoulders, leaving only his head floating there. Good night, everyone. With that, Harry raised his hood and disappeared. The effect on the Slytherins couldn't be missed, as another page was added to the legend that Harry Crow was quickly becoming. Why would you want someone who was quick as lightning and every bit as powerful as an enemy? Factor in that he possessed a spy system inside the castle that was second to none and could also be standing right beside you without you even knowing, that left you with an individual who was not to be messed with. Marcus Flint went to bed an angry young wizard. He deliberately sought out Theo not first thing next morning. Your father is in Azkaban, yet you don't seem to want revenge on the people who put him there. What kind of a son are you? The kind who knows his responsibilities. I have a responsibility to my family, my mother and my sisters. My father would have us all paupers and shunned by society. My responsibility is to try and prevent that, not seek pointless revenge. My father committed crimes, was caught, tried and sentenced. That's why he's in Azkaban. Not because he was a believer in some higher cause. Of course it's a higher cause. These people enter our world and need to be taught their place in it. Theo had been waiting on Pauline, and the little witch had heard what was said as she approached. She rounded on Flint with a bravery any Gryffindor would have been proud of. Well, Voldemort certainly sailed through the air when Harry hit him with that curse. Does that count as a higher cause? I was at that party, me, the daughter of a convicted Death Eater. Not only was I treated the same as everyone else, they made sure I was protected when those murderers blasted through the doors. My father deserved to go to Azkaban, and I fully support what my head of house is doing now. A raging Flint was further taunted by the little witch. Their confrontation had drawn a lot of attention, and both knew this would prevent him taking this any further. Go on then, draw your wand and fire on a first year. You want to follow your father so badly, then that's a sure way to achieve it. Harry would certainly come after you for attacking someone on a Potter scholarship. If a Slytherin earning one of those doesn't tell you things have changed, then Harry was right. You are stupid. Theo then dragged his sister out of there. He knew Pauline was right, but Harry wasn't actually there at the moment, and Flint might just decide to risk drawing his wand. The large Slytherin wasn't forced to repeat a year because he was clever. That the 4 surviving attackers were found guilty and then sentenced to death was what everyone expected. The Daily Prophet reporting Goyle Sr.'s last words was not. Gregory was distraught as his friends led him from the hall. Slughorn rose to follow, but Augusta stopped him. His friends will look after him. They know exactly how he's feeling since a few of them have already suffered similar bereavements. Penny is also following the group out the door. She'll see he gets to Madame Pomfrey if he needs to. If you think that is best, Madame Longbottom. Her head of Slytherin's tone clearly indicated he thought she was wrong, but Augusta wasn't for budging. I do, Professor. We make ourselves available if they should need us, but I think this will work best in the long run. Gregory will be far more likely to open up to his friends than any member of staff, especially since Draco and Pansy have experienced the same loss recently. The bonds of friendship will help him heal far better than any member of staff sitting down to chat to the lad. She knew Sluggy was desperate for a way into Harry's company and was practically courting Draco Malfoy. Augusta just didn't want to give him any opportunities to make inroads. The fact that Slughorn was a superb potions teacher was the only reason he was still in the castle. She found his behavior of trying to befriend the influential students distasteful. That her grandson was one of those students and had told him where to go from day one was particularly pleasing, though. They watched with heavy hearts from the Ravenclaw table while Gregory was led from the hall, their breakfast being forgotten. Harry was basically thinking out loud while sitting with his friends. There are bound to be some families that can't afford to send their children back to Hogwarts after the summer. I think the Potter Scholarship program is going to have to expand to cover that. This earned him a gentle kiss from his mate before Hermione added to his idea. You might want to speak to Sirius about the Malfoys too. They are denied access to their vaults but just took on a load of house guests. They were already hurting for money. This time it was Harry's turn to give Hermione a quick kiss in thanks. Some of their friends had been watching this, and it was Morag who summed up most of their feelings on the matter. Their parents attack you and now you're thinking of paying for their way through Hogwarts? I'm sorry, Harry. I just don't get it. It's really simple, Morag. They are not their parents. The best way to stop them embracing the same views and beliefs that saw their parents become Death Eaters is to let them see there is another way. We need to drag bigotry kicking and screaming from the shadows and shine a light on it so everyone can clearly see what it is. Once you do that, no sensible person can support the unsupportable. Are you saying we're all the same, Harry? Exactly the opposite, Cho. We are all different, each and every one of us. What I'm hoping for is that we can learn to embrace those differences, not claim one particular difference makes us better than everyone else. If that can be achieved, then things like Susan and Amelia's party being attacked will never happen again. If me spending some gold to keep students in a school that teaches this is the cost, then it's a cost I'm willing to pay. Oh, Hermione, there just might be a diplomat in there after all. Well said, Harry. I would embrace you, but my Neville is the jealous type. Padma was wearing a wide smile as said Neville made a show of embracing his mate. While her best friend's words had lessened the intensity, Hermione ramped it right back up again. Over the holidays we visited the goblins who are now living at Kingusi. It was wonderful watching the young goblins sledging down a snow-covered hill, until Harry pointed out this was the first time they'd ever had the opportunity to do that. Yes, it was something I had never thought of before, but those youngsters were having as much fun sliding down that hill as I had when my mom and dad used to take me. Nearly as much fun as Harry and I had when I coaxed him onto a sledge. Coaxed? She pushed me down and then grabbed me from behind. Hermione's finger on his lips stopped him saying any more. She wanted to finish what she started. I'm going to have a baby brother this summer, and we already know he's a wizard. I want my brother to grow up being comfortable playing with other children of a similar age. Whether those children are goblins, muggles, or wizards won't matter to him, unless someone tells him differently. I sat in a goblin home with a little goblin girl on my knee and we chatted away. All I saw was a little girl. excited because she had been out playing with her friends in the snow. You could have heard a pin drop as there were now more than just Ravenclaws hanging on Hermione's every word. That image will keep me going when Professor Weasley pushes us to our limits, or when Mad Eye pushes us past them. That is why we train so hard. That is worth fighting for. A hand gently settled on Hermione's shoulder, indicating just how much everyone had been wrapped up in her words. Not even Harry had noticed Master Pitsley enter the Great Hall. "Very well said, Miss Granger. So well said, I will overlook your tardiness. But just this once." This got everyone moving. Keeping Master Pitsley waiting was not a good idea. They were soon all hurrying along to their potions lesson. Ron watched cluelessly as Ginny wasn't the only person wiping her eyes after listening to that. He hadn't understood a bloody word. Instead of saying this out loud, though, the youngest Weasley boy decided to get some help. He had a quiet word with Percy. Why did Granger's story about having a goblin on her knee affect everyone? Does she expect Crow to give her a goblin child? Or is she sorry because he can't? Nothing like that, Ron. Hermione used the situation as a metaphor to describe what she would like to see happen. That, if you take away the bigotry, the situation would become normal enough that people wouldn't even comment on it. You mean like having a goblin at the Merlin ball and no one said anything? Fred and George even danced with her, if you could call that dancing. Yes, Ron, that's exactly right. Even going back to just my first year at Hogwarts, something like that would have been unthinkable, never mind allowed to happen. It was a thoughtful Ron who walked down to the dungeons for potions with Slughorn. That it was no longer Snape was just one of the changes he'd been taking for granted. Defense was so much better now while no one slept in History of Magic anymore. McGonagall's class was different too. His year had seen all the changes happen, but for someone like Percy, who had been here since BC, before Crow, the changes must be remarkable. The change in Mad Eye was frightening, and he wasn't holding anything back. You should never have charged those Death Eaters. You were ordered to stay put and provide cover and fire. Their tutor's attention then switched from Hermione to Harry. You're a centurion. What would you do if a warrior under your command broke one of your orders? Hermione is neither a warrior nor under my command. She is my mate and sees her place as by my side. Why do you think she's here bursting a gut every week in training? So she can sit at home and bake cakes while I go off to fight. Without a command structure, you've already lost. That's what happened to the Death Eaters. That was a step too far for Harry. Do not compare us to Death Eaters. Okay, you want to play it that way, then let's get busy. I'll break you both of this habit. Moody was stopped by Neville and Padma standing beside their friends. Miss Patil was not a happy witch. If you're going to punish them, then you need to include us too. It was only the fact Harry can run faster than us that stopped Neville and I charging right beside these two. If that's the way you want it, Missy, then let's go. 2 hours of grueling and punishing work later, the shout of stop was really welcome, except for Mad Eye. There was more than his eye mad at the unwanted interruption. Just what do you think you're playing at, Tonks? They're mine for almost another hour. Get yourself out of here and never interrupt my training session again. The young Auror was so angry. She had her wand in Mad Eye's face. If you think they have another hour left in them, then you are off your head. I know they don't have another hour in them. I intend to break them and then start rebuilding the 4 of them into. Stop right there. You're talking about breaking 3 13 and 1 14-year-old. You fucking lost the plot, Mad Eye. So much so that the Lady Ravenclaw was worried and came to get me. Take a look. Take a good look at what you've done here. The instant Tonks had yelled stop, Hermione, Padma and Neville had sank to the floor. Harry was also done in but just wouldn't give Moody the satisfaction of seeing him beaten. The gaze he was directing at his tutor, though, was pure hatred. Hatred for what Moody had put his mate and 2 best friends through. You're leaving now, Mad Eye, and don't test me on this. You've been working hard for 2 hours while I'm still fresh. I'm also willing to bet Hogwarts will assist me inside this room. You want to take me on? The battle-scarred old Auror could see how serious Tonks was. There was no way she would back down. If he challenged her here and now, things could easily get out of hand. He decided to retreat, but Tonks wasn't finished. I will be contacting Barchoke and Bones over this. I would also advise you to stay out of Augusta's way for a while too. As Moody left the room, the door quickly disappeared, denying him the chance to re-enter. Harry shuffled over to where Hermione lay, sinking down beside his mate before gently lifting her head onto his lap. Harry, no more. No more, love, that's the end of Moody. The man is just too much of a fanatic for my liking. What's the point of destroying Voldemort if we also have to destroy what we have between us to achieve our goal? That price is too high. I didn't chew you out that night because, in the same situation, nothing would have kept me from your side. If I want you to be an equal partner, then I have to take the good with the bad. If that means you are facing the same danger as me, then that's how it has to be. The room slowly changed around them. A bed grew out of the floor right under the couple. Harry glanced over to see the exact same thing happening to Padma and Neville, forcing Tonks to take a step back as she was casting scans on the couple. The Auror then approached their bed. Those two are physically and magically exhausted. I suspect you both are the same. Moody really put you through the mill today. Man's a maniac. Hermione's comment was no more than a mumble. She was exhausted, lying in Harry's arms on a very comfortable bed, the knackered young which couldn't keep her eyes open. Harry was gently running his fingers through her hair, trying to put into words how he felt. They wouldn't quit, they were dead on their feet but still wouldn't quit. I should have stopped it. Harry, I almost wet myself pulling my wand on Moody. He's a legend at the Ministry and has been doing this since well before I was born. Mad Eye knows exactly what buttons to push to get people to do what he wants. Stop beating yourself up and just rest. Harry, I'm not going anywhere. An armchair and an occasional table with a tea set already on it appeared. Tonks made herself comfortable as she settled down to wait on them wakening. It was some time later a door appeared in the wall. Tonks was reaching for her wand before realizing she didn't need it. Hogwarts would never let anyone enter who meant them harm. Parvati and Luna would certainly never do that. What happened to them? They're exhausted, Parvati, nothing more. Moody forgot he was dealing with 4 people barely into their teens. They may act a lot older, but their bodies just can't take the punishment he was dishing out. Shouldn't you be in class? It's dinner time. They missed it and we were worried. Another pair of chairs appeared, as did a table with dinner for the 3 of them. Both girls checked the couples sleeping on the beds before sitting down to eat. Hogwarts will look after them when they wake. She always looks after her champion and his friends. Parvati knew Luna was right. There was something else to be taken into consideration, though. I hope she's ready to deal with Padma's anger. Her first time sleeping in a bed with Neville, and they're both too exhausted to even know about it. Far less enjoy it. Moody wasn't enjoying Amelia's anger. She was ripping him a new one as he tried to justify his actions. They were questioning my authority. You know what needs to be done then? I taught you the drill. What you fail to realize, Alastair, is that you have no authority over them. Between being a Baron, Order of Merlin, First Class, Holder, and a Centurion, Harry probably outranks you. That aside, you forgot you were basically dealing with children. Had you treated my Susan like that, you would currently be missing your balls. Augusta Longbottom might still castrate you next time you meet. Those 4 have just slept for over 15 hours straight. After Tonks stopped your lesson. She should never have interrupted. You still don't get it, do you? Those 4 are exceptional students because they share bonds that go beyond friendship. I saw Padma as an 11-year-old after she'd stepped in front of Hermione and deliberately taken a curse to the face to protect her friend. We all watched Tonks' memory of the chamber. These kids would literally die for each other. She was struggling to make the Master Auror see his mistake. That she was losing her temper didn't help. That the 2 couples are blood-bonded only exacerbates the problem. You saw their greatest strength as a weakness and tried to break them out of it. Harry would kill you before he would allow that to happen. I don't care what the fucking book says about the situation. We're throwing the book away on this one. It was never written with these 4 in mind anyway. Children their age aren't supposed to be able to do the things they can. I'm guessing there won't be a lesson today then? They won't be taking any lessons today. Remus has already excused them from his class this afternoon. That should hopefully give them enough time to recover for Friday's classes. I haven't officially heard that your services won't be required next week, but I'm pretty certain that will be the case. I still had quite a few things I wanted to teach them. I could pass it on to young Weasley. I suppose he's still going to be teaching them? Barchoke will want to contact the Patils and Longbottoms before taking any action. I'm expecting Alice to be on the Floo shortly. Moody took that as his cue to leave. Rookwood knew they had to leave the tent. He'd been racking his brain while trying to think of what to do next when his eidetic memory pulled out something that had crossed his desk not long after he'd started working at the Ministry. Around the turn of the century, the Muggles had built one of their lighthouses on Flannan Isles in the Outer Hebrides. Their fancy flashing light, though, attracted some unwelcome visitors. A pair of Hebridean blacks soon made short work of the 3 keepers left there to man the lighthouse. The magical reversal squad had eradicated all traces of what happened and then warded the island to stop any dragons returning, leaving the Muggles with nothing more than the mystery of their 3 disappearing keepers. What had jogged his memory was the report that the Muggles had automated the lighthouse, meaning the wards didn't need to be maintained. That's what it might have meant back in the 70s. Today it meant there was a warm, dry structure on an uninhabited island. A structure where they could live undiscovered and in relative comfort while planning their next move. It was time to approach his master with this idea. Chapter 77 Marvelous Marauders. When Hermione spied who had arrived with Bill that Saturday morning, there was no stopping her. She was out of her seat and rushing to greet their unexpected visitor. Their friends had all seen this behavior before, but for the rest of the school, seeing a witch hug a goblin and refer to them as father was absolutely shocking. "It's good to see you too, my daughter. Are you 4 recovered?" "Yes, father. Moody worked us to exhaustion, but there was no other damage." Moody is a warrior used to working with and training other warriors. In hindsight, it was a mistake to leave your extra training in his hands. That is one of the issues we need to discuss today. The 4 friends left with Barchoke and Bill, making their way up to the room Hogwarts provided. This time there were 2 large sofas facing each other, the room understanding that they needed to talk first. The goblin got the cart rolling. I spoke with Augusta and Amelia. Both very much liked the idea of the students who couldn't afford Hogwarts next year receiving sponsorship. Both were very much against those sponsorships interfering with the Potter Scholarship program that is currently running so successfully. I suggested sponsorship from the Lily Potter Foundation and they agreed. What conditions would you like to set with these sponsorships? As few as possible. Harry knew that controlling the purse strings gave them power over those who were granted the award. It was a power he didn't want hanging over the recipients' heads. "We expect all the students to do their best, and any Hogwarts punishment of an agreed-upon severity sees their sponsorship getting reviewed. I don't want to have anything to do with setting the level of severity, and certainly won't have any input into the review procedure. How about Augusta, you and Draco's mom on the panel? That keeps everything separate from the scholarships yet still has a fair balance. If you counted Barchoke and Narcissa Malfoy as the opposite ends of the spectrum, then the panel was reasonably fair. Bill, though, could sense there was really more going on here than was being said. "Harry, why are you pushing this so hard?" Edmund Parkinson barred his daughter from the Parkinson family for her own protection. That's not something the prophet just surmised. That left Pansy without a name, but Draco immediately claimed her. The Malfoys, though, won't have the gold to send Pansy to Hogwarts for the remainder of her years here. With this scheme up and running, it gives Draco the option of accepting a sponsorship for Pansy or borrowing the gold from Elspeth Parkinson. The 4 of us already know what Draco will choose. Neville quickly agreed. He would choose the sponsorship, rather than be beholden to his mate's former family. While Draco knows why Edmund did what he had to, accepting Parkinson gold to put Pansy through Hogwarts would be adding insult to injury. This left Hermione comically shaking her head. Pure bloods and goblins. One day I might figure out which set of politics is crazier. Her mate joked right back at her. Oh, and having a head of the country who's not really the head but everyone still bows to isn't crazy? The Muggles have a queen who rules over the country, but can't say anything unless her government tells her to. Now that's just plain crazy. Padma and Neville were waiting on the punchline. When it never came, they had to agree with Harry on this one. Barchoke got the meeting back on track. After Amelia and the Longbottoms had calmed down somewhat, all admitted the problem with Moody should have been foreseen. He trained Amelia, Alice and Frank, so they were well aware of his methods. I can't really have my assistant ambassador spending 4 days a week at Hogwarts, so Amelia is going to provide a senior auror starting next Wednesday. He's actually going to come tomorrow and watch your session with the 4 boys. Give him some kind of idea what level to pitch your training at. Harry knew what he was about to say would be controversial, but still felt he needed to mention it. If we're serious about taking down Voldemort, then Master Auror Moody has knowledge we really need. I don't think any of us can dispute that. It's just his methods of imparting that knowledge we object to. His mate was learning not to charge blazing into an argument before checking her facts. Hermione held her temper as she questioned what Harry was proposing. Just what are you suggesting? I really don't think he's going to change the way he teaches, and I'm certainly not prepared to be worked into the ground every time he feels the need to prove a point. I know he was right, just as I know I'll probably do the exact same thing again when you're in danger. Having me practically dying on my feet as a form of punishment isn't going to change that. After having said her piece, Hermione then gave them some information she hadn't mentioned before. From the slight depression Tonks and I were standing in, neither of us would have been able to provide covering fire for the last half of your charge. We were too low down for our curses to pass over the warriors and still hit the Death Eaters. This news upset her best friend. Why didn't you say so to Mad-Eye? That sounds like good tactical reasoning to me. Something he was always shouting at us about. Sorry, Padma. It might have prevented what happened the other day, but it just sounded like an excuse to me. We all know I was going to charge along with Harry, so I accepted the criticism. It's Moody's idea of punishment that I have a problem with. Harry had his arm round Hermione as he offered a compromise to the group. What if we had a lesson from Master Auror Moody once a month, with Auror Tonks in the room with us? Would that be something we could give a try? The steadying influence of the quartet offered his opinion. We know Tonks will look out for us. She'll certainly curb Moody's more fanatical tendencies. I like the idea, but could we treat it a month at a time? Let's have another lesson at the end of January and see how that goes before mentioning February. Neville's idea found agreement amongst the group. They were in effect only committing themselves to one more lesson, and Tonks would be there with them. They certainly trusted her far more than they did Mad-Eye. Barchoke had one more bit of news for them before heading off to meet with Augusta. They wanted the sponsorship deal launched as quickly as possible. Despite not imposing major conditions to the sponsorship, any parents of students that qualified would know this life-changing finance could just as easily be withdrawn. They wouldn't be slow in passing that information on to their children currently inside the castle. That should help ease the tension currently felt in Hogwarts, as some students didn't know if they would be returning to the castle come September. The goblin's smile told everyone what he had to say was good news. The director really couldn't be more pleased with the way things unfolded that night. Pictures of wizards, witches and warriors fighting side by side against a common foe has electrified the nation. The squad commander's memory of the event makes for compulsive viewing. That our side survived unscathed while our enemies were crushed could see songs written about that battle. There will be awards presented by a very grateful nation to all those goblins and friends of the nation who took part that night. I would like to do something for the warriors who protected Hermione. Already done, son. I sent the squad 2 kegs of the finest grog I could find for looking after our girl. You might actually find yourself seeing another girl soon. This news has generated a flood of applications from goblins wishing to come and work in Britain. Goldskin was one of them. Sapphire's coming home? It certainly looks that way. I think you'll have a visitor over the summer. She loved her time in Kingusi last year. Hermione was as excited about that news as her mate. She's welcome anytime. We all know our holidays abroad this summer are dependent on the Granger and Black babies, but with the new pool going in at the house, we can still have a lot of fun there. Barchoke didn't think he could be prouder of his daughter. Then she would say or do something to prove him wrong. Master Pitsley had her comments from Hogwarts all over Gringotts, pleasing the director no end. Now she was proposing to swim in the same pool as a goblin and treating the event as nothing special. Was it any wonder their nation had taken this wish to their hearts? With that settled, the goblin left to see Augusta and allow them to get on with their lesson. Sunday's lesson saw them being joined by their potential new tutor, Senior Auror Shacklebolt. All 4 thought he was a colorful character. That color appeared to be emphasized more by the fact his skin was as black as Hermione's familiar. The rich color and ethnic design of his robes were obviously African in origin, as was the brimless hat that was perched on his head. His earring had Neville once more thinking it would be cool to have the same done. Bill Weasley had one too. The Auror's voice was deep but warm and friendly. There was no dramatic entrance from Shacklebolt. While Kingsley was amazed at the room they would be training in, he was astonished at what these students could accomplish. The 4 older boys would easily ace their OWLs this summer, yet still got their arses handed to them by the 4 younger students he was now going to train. The director had told him exactly why Mad Eye was no longer teaching these 4, and, just by observing them during the lesson, Kingsley knew Madam Bones was spot on. They reminded him of Aurors who had been partners for years, appearing to know what the others were going to do in any given situation and also trusting them implicitly. This was something that should certainly be nurtured and encouraged, not ripped apart to establish a command structure they didn't seem to need. He had been in the chamber when they'd shown Tonk's memory of that fight against the basilisk, that had impressed the hell out of him. Kingsley knew he could have handpicked any 3 Aurors and, dropping them into the same situation, they would have struggled to do as well as these 4 teens against that giant creature. That they weren't even teens at the time just made the entire incident all the more remarkable. Training these 4 was something that was going to be a challenge. It was a challenge Kingsley was looking forward to. Crow's Marauders were enjoying their dueling challenge. They were in teams of 4 and using everything they had learned so far to try and defeat their opponents. They had established the 4 top teams on the night when Harry called a halt and had them sit. Normally, as you all know, we would play the duels out to a finish tonight. We've had a request, though, a request we're now going to put to you. There has been an apprehensive atmosphere developing throughout the castle ever since we all returned from the Christmas holidays. It's hoped we can perhaps lift that spirit and also help satisfy some curiosity about what we do here every week. The proposition is that the semifinals, and then the 2 winners, fight it out in front of the school on Friday night. What do you think? The questions came thick and fast, and all were answered. The fights would be in this room, with the terrain similar to what they were used to dealing with. All the usual rules would apply, and the first years would be given the same offer tomorrow night. The clincher, though, was when Sirius mentioned that the 4 trainers from Crow's Marauders would be taking on the quartet of 5th-year trainers from the other Marauders. Who would want to miss that? Harry, though, had a final warning for the 4 teams who had just agreed to compete in front of the entire school. I expect everyone to do their best on Friday. What I don't want is the fact that there will be an audience watching to affect how you behave. We've done this often enough to know that 3 of the teams must lose, and the winners will be gracious to their opponents. All quickly agreed to that. Boasting usually saw you getting your arse kicked the following week. The teams were constantly shuffled to stop any rivalries developing, and any one team dominating. The 4 teams that would be competing on Friday all knew they had a chance. It was no accident they were evenly matched. News like that was never going to be kept quiet. By breakfast time the entire castle knew about it. Since each house had at least 3 second years involved, with the first years being determined tonight, all were looking forward to Friday. Any pressure the older students tried to put on their young housemates was instantly rebuffed. There was no house honor at stake here since the teams were all mixed. Roger, though, was taking a bit of good-natured ribbing at the Ravenclaw table. Aren't you worried that the whole school is going to see you getting your arse kicked? Oh, I'd hate to be in your shoes. He wasn't bothered in the slightest. Can I just point out that these 4 defeated a basilisk and kicked Voldemort's arse again? Then there's the fact that my extra training, and the experience gained from fighting against 4 orders of Merlin, first-class holders, should stand me in excellent stead for my defense practical exams in May. If we get beaten on Friday, it won't be the first time, nor the last, but we're learning more and more all the time. I'm actually more worried about our Marauders. Imagine having to perform with the whole school watching when you're still in first year. Now that is pressure. The first-year Ravenclaws very quickly confirmed they were looking forward to it. Their friends always shouted encouragement every time they fought anyway. They were learning to tune that out and concentrate on what they needed to do. Dinner that Friday certainly saw an improved atmosphere inside the castle. The school was buzzing with excitement. Augusta had actually invited Amelia to dinner, and of course to see the fights. The director of magical law enforcement was looking forward to watching the young students perform. She was also looking forward to seeing Susan work with them. Apart from the two club staff sponsors, the students would actually be running the entire event tonight. It was two other students, though, who caught Minerva's eye. There were some members of staff who thought she'd lost her mind by giving Fred and George Weasley prefect badges. Minerva was certainly enjoying proving them wrong on all counts. The twins were idolized by her first-year lions, and school discipline had never been better. She would also freely admit Cedric and Roger enjoyed the same status in their own houses, and were doing just as good a job. The difference was, though, that neither of them came with the previous baggage that the Weasley twins did. Ever since they started taking potions lessons from Master Pitsley, both had turned over a new leaf and blasted through their potions OWLs with outstandings, a whole year early too. Minerva had seen them work with Crow's Marauders last year. She was really looking forward to what was going to happen tonight. The entire school was in for a treat and appeared to know that. The atmosphere inside the hall was similar to that before a Quidditch match, except there were no house rivalries to spoil anyone's enjoyment. Their house might not win, but they wouldn't be beaten either. The room opened to a large space in the middle, surrounded on every side by spectator grandstands. There were seats set aside for each year's Marauders at opposite ends of the open space, and that's where the teams who would be competing headed, along with their tutors and staff sponsor. As the first years were opening the event, Crow's Marauders got to sit and watch the first bout before they would need to get ready. When their lesson got to the semifinal stage, each pair of tutors would take responsibility for one of the four teams. They would carry out the safety checks while discussing tactics before the fight. Afterwards, win or lose, they would sit and go over what worked and what went wrong. Harry watched as Cedric and Morag got their team of four ready to compete, delighted to see Natalie in the team. They would be facing off against a team mentored by George and Draco, a daunting prospect. As each team took to opposite ends of the open area, the room as usual came into play. The floor shifted to become a terrain that each team only had 30 seconds to form their tactics around before the fight would start. Henrika had been explaining every move to their captivated audience, even the need for the dueling robes and protective headgear. The idea was to help the students learn how to fight, not to get them injured. That each team of first years now stood there trying to adapt the plans they had made with their mentors to the new situation impressed those watching before a spell was cast. Their staff sponsor explaining that the room would alter the setup differently for every fight, and they had no idea what they would be facing, was also an impressive piece of magic on Hogwarts' part. The arena had a scattering of large boulders and parts of walls here and there. When Henrika called, "Fight!" all 8 students competing dived for cover before firing a spell. Trying a rush too far saw one of George/Draco's team hit with 2 of 3 spells fired right from the off. The accuracy needed to do that was not lost on the now captivated audience. The second those teams stepped forward to compete, they were on their own. This was to try and get them to think for themselves. Now having a numerical advantage saw Cedric/Morag's team take the initiative. 3 members would be firing while the 4th made their way forward to the next piece of cover. They would then open up at a target and allow another member of the team freedom to move to a better position. The trio knew if they didn't act soon they would be outflanked and then picked off. In a hastily planned move, one of them made a dash for another piece of cover. This move drew all 4 of their opponents' wands, just as they'd hoped. The remaining 2 members of the team stood and took aim at those firing at the easier target, both hitting their mark. As the decoy's shield withstood 4 hits before succumbing, the teams were now locked at 2 apiece. The crowd were now loving this. Yes, the spells being cast weren't really powerful, but they had never expected that from first years. The accuracy of those spells and the whole tactical side of the contest was enthralling. Considering their favorite games were Quidditch and wizarding chess, seeing the tactical side of this battle was something the audience really appreciated. Natalie found herself alone when her remaining teammate got hit on his protective headgear when trying to get a spell off of his own. She fought on bravely, managing to take out one of her foes before getting hit herself. Those hit during the fight knew to stay down until the contest was over. The arena once more becoming a flat floor was the signal for that, a signal that was greeted with tumultuous applause. Amelia was sitting between Minerva and Augusta while trying to put what she'd just witnessed into context. Now I understand why every one of those students stood ready that night. If this is what the first years are capable of, I can hardly wait to see the older students perform. This had Augusta smiling at her old friend. You know the best part, their mentors are now sitting down with them and going over every move they made. They'll be accentuating the positive while highlighting their mistakes, all in the hope of making sure those mistakes get less and less. They do this at the end of every lesson, and that's just how they're treating tonight. As the second semifinal got underway, the first two teams from Crow's Marauders were getting prepared for their bout. Harry/Daphne's team were up against the one being mentored by Padma/Terry. Harry had Ginny in their team, and she'd managed to control her blush anytime she was near him. It was soon back though when Harry asked who was the leader, and the other three all looked at the redhead. Remember, your minds are your best weapons. Trying for too much from the off almost cost that last team the match. Only their inexperience saw all four falling for that move. Something that won't happen again if their tutors have anything to say about it. Just play to your strengths and keep doing the things that got you this far. The cheering indicated the second match was over, with the team being mentored by Roger and Hannah making it through. Harry was pleased to see there was little celebrating amongst the contestants. They helped each other off the floor and headed for their mentors to talk the fight over. Sirius then came forward to address the crowd. I don't know about anyone else sitting here, but I certainly couldn't fight like that when I was in first year. This was met with a roar of approval and applause for those who had just fought. Now, things are slightly different for the second years. They have an extra year of magical growth and training under their belts. Therefore, they are expected to dodge or shield more. Their arenas will usually have a lot less cover, making any that is there all the more valuable. Teams, to your marks. Your 30 seconds will start after the room reveals its form. Occasionally, the room's form would dictate the tactics required. This was one such time. Apart from a few large boulders, a section of wall in the middle of the space dominated the fighting arena. When time was called, Padma/Terry's team all raced toward the wall. Ginny and one of their team headed left, while the other two broke right. By the time the four reached the wall, they realized what the other team was up to and opened fire with everything they had. They managed to bring down one member before finding themselves outflanked. The wall that had seemed such an advantage beforehand was now a liability. Their movement was severely restricted as they were stuck with it at their backs. The team of three were utilizing whatever cover was available while they poured spells into the group with their backs against the wall. Ginny's team eventually won, but even then it was close. They had last man standing though, which, under the rules they were fighting with, saw them through to the final. Again the applause was thunderous, and again there was a lot on display to earn that applause. Their movement, rate of casting and accuracy of those same spells was unbelievable for second years. Amelia couldn't think when the future of their community had ever looked brighter. Here were children from all four houses working together to overcome problems they had been set. That this was a voluntary club with a 100% attendance from their targeted students, just made this all the more remarkable. She watched as Susan and Neville got their team ready to compete, and then cheered as loud as anyone when their team won. Henrika then stepped forward and once more restored order. Our first years are just as excited as you after watching that last match. They are now all thinking that will be them this time next year and can't wait. Calling the two teams competing in the final to their marks, she started the 30-second countdown as the room revealed its form. The final was cheered from the first spell cast right up until the last, and the entire school were on their feet by then. The winning team received slabs of Honeyduke's finest chocolate, and no one missed that. After a quick chat with their mentors, the chocolate was shared around as the 16 looked forward to the second-year final. That the team Susan, along with Neville, had been mentoring won their final saw Amelia shouting like a first-year whose house had just won the Quidditch Cup. She was immensely proud of her niece and could easily see the confidence she was gaining from this. Susan had told her the aim was they would have a Marauders Club of their own this September, and Amelia wholeheartedly approved of that. She was now thinking the Marauders Clubs were playing an even more pivotal role in making Hogwarts a school to be proud of than the Potter Scholarships. It would be fair to say that the next match was the one they had all been waiting on. This in no way diminished their appreciation or enjoyment of what had gone before. It was just the audience expected this fight to be in a different league. Having witnessed Harry fight in the pit against four opponents, Amelia already knew he was in a league all off his own. It would be the other three the focus of her attention would be on tonight. As usual, it was Fred and George who came up with a plan. Since neither Cedric or Roger had anything better, they decided to give it a try. Their arena, as expected, had very little cover. When Sirius called fight, all four cast the Starburst charm. They had their eyes tightly closed as they cast. On opening them a few seconds later, they saw nothing. That wasn't quite true. They could see the arena, and also that the dueling shield had turned opaque for a few seconds to protect the spectators. It was just their opponents who were nowhere in sight. Ah shit, it's hard enough to fight these four when we can see them. Any more bright ideas? That Roger had slipped into sarcasm mode told the other three he was worried. As they all felt the same, it really wasn't necessary to decipher his mood. Cedric cast Aquamenti and began spraying water everywhere. The other three soon followed his lead. Water sprayed off a disillusioned figure, and the spells were soon raining down on a now wet Padma. She was shielding and dodging the spells from Fred and George while Cedric and Roger prepared themselves for the intervention of the other three. They didn't have long to wait. Neville and Hermione had gotten so close to both Weasleys that there was no time for them to react to their stunners, other than to fall unconscious on the wet floor. Harry had engaged Cedric and Roger, stopping them from interfering in the takedown of the twins. The pair of prefects were now outnumbered when the other three switched their attention in their direction. Ravenclaw may have just watched Roger being handed his arse, although we're honest enough to admit they couldn't have done any better, or even as well. His defenses were awesome, but after Cedric fell, the outcome was inevitable. The quartet of third years were relentless and moved as one. Their accuracy, speed of casting and sheer power behind those spells appeared easily NEWT level. The team of prefects never really had a chance. All four were revived and realized the noise wasn't anything to do with lingering spell damage. The spectators were cheering like mad. The teams shook hands and Harry had a quiet word. "Thanks, guys. Seeing that should discourage any disgruntled students who were thinking about having a go at us. Does anyone else feel we've just been used like dueling dummies? That's because you are a dummy. I told you that idea wouldn't work." "My idea? It was you who came up with it." The twins felt a hand settle on each of their shoulders. "Don't worry about it, guys. The Halloween of their second year, they took down Mooney and me. You're in good company. Speaking of which, he's going to take over from Henrika as your staff sponsor at the end of the month. I don't want her overdoing it. She wants to teach as long as possible, but there aren't usually spells flying about in her history class." All would be sorry to see her stop, but they understood serious reasoning behind it. Remus was also a very capable understudy. Fred now had a gleam in his eye. "We now have both sets of Marauders with an original Marauder as a staff sponsor. Cool." As the spectators left the room, the entire school knew the evening had been a great success. Even Flint understood the message this demonstration had just given out. There was now not a hope in hell of him being able to recruit anyone inside Hogwarts to extract retribution for what happened at New Year. That was a very powerful back-off everyone had just witnessed. The Grand Hall in Gringotts was packed to capacity with people wanting to witness the awards ceremony. Only the first couple of rows were still waiting to be filled, and those seats were reserved for family. They had brought Parvati and Luna with them from Hogwarts, meeting their families in an anteroom that also held the warriors and their families too. After his hugs from Emma, Smita and Alice, Harry made a point of approaching every warrior and thanking them for their assistance that night. All knew what was really being said and, while the warriors didn't think it was necessary, they appreciated the gesture. Barchoke then arrived with a young female goblin who proceeded to attempt to hug all 6 of her friends at the same time. Seeing this for themselves meant more to the warriors than their centurion's thanks. Here was something worth fighting for. A young goblin being treated as an equal by her witch and wizard peers. That this was then followed by the centurion's mate embracing Ambassador Barchoke and calling him father had them standing proud. Proud that they had protected this extraordinary witch that night as she fought alongside them. All the families were soon led away to fill those reserved seats at the front of the hall. The trio of friends had been unsure how to dress for this occasion. Harry was of course in his centurion dress uniform. Barchoke had suggested their dueling robes, since they were receiving an award for bravery in battle. All 4 were required to wear their Orders of Merlin, first class, and had them clearly displayed. The entire group then followed the director and his entourage into the grand hall. Over 1,000 people greeted them with applause and much banging of weapons on shields from the warrior guards. Harry had asked that the warriors be the main focus of the ceremony, so he followed them in, with Hermione on his arm and Neville, with Padma also on her mate's arm, right behind them. The director now addressed the audience. "We are all here today to partake in a ceremony that hasn't been seen inside the London branch of Gringotts for generations. To be awarded for bravery in battle is a great honor. I want you to witness the squad commander's memory of this event, and see for yourselves that these awards were truly earned." Harry's attention immediately switched to his family. They had no idea this was going to happen, and he was worried about Emma's reaction to watching it. Dan was already holding her hand, and Luna silently took her other one. Sapphire had Luna's spare hand and reached out for Parvati. In a matter of seconds, all of the family were joining hands, determined to face this ordeal together. They knew what they had faced inside Bones Manor, but here they were going to witness what their children, siblings, or best friends had to deal with. Every goblin had weapons training and studied at least basic tactics on how best to use those weapons. All could immediately see the trouble their squad of warriors had portkeyed into. They were faced with a group of at least equal size, but the enemy had a longer reach and were behind cover, handing them a huge advantage that many warriors would perish in trying to overturn. Then, out of nowhere, a very powerful spell blasted the enemy's leader deep into the woods as a command rang out loud and clear into the night. "Warriors to me, warriors to me." The roar that came from 1,000 throats was a pure organic outcry of relief and joy as their centurion led the charge while pouring spells into the enemy. That his mate and Beauregard were mere seconds behind started to swing the battle back more in their favor. There was also a large outswelling of pride as the warriors acted as one unit and swallowed both females up to offer them protection. Neither which let this maneuver affect the rate at which they continued to fire spells into the enemy ranks. Harry cringed as the 3 killing curses were zooming toward him in the memory. This was accompanied by screams that were distinctly female and certainly human in origin. He knew there would be questions on that to be answered later. The battle was still delicately balanced until spells started flying over the warriors' heads. Turning, the squad commander's memory showed Neville and Padma running as fast as they could while pouring spells into their foe. Both now ran every morning and were easily outstripping the other members of their company as they charged to aid their friends. The cheering reached a new level of intensity as all watching could now see the battle had just swung in their favor. When half their enemy then disappeared, it soon became a slaughter. The memory showed Centurion Crow jumping into the woods with his blades flashing before the group commander had to concentrate on his own fight. His shield knocked the wand aside before his battle-axe sliced right through the arm and also the Death Eater's leg. The warrior spun around looking for more foes, but the battle was already over. He shouted orders to establish a perimeter, and the memory ended with the warriors cheering the 4 teenagers holding onto each other in the middle of the carnage. The director let the crowd go. He knew the spectators would need to get this out their systems before he could hope to proceed with the ceremony. The group awaiting their awards were standing in a column that stretched halfway back up the aisle. They were now the focus for all the cheering and jubilation. Ragnarok eventually raised his battle-axe, and there was silence once more. "As our customs dictate, I must now ask everyone present if they would like to challenge any of these awards." The silence this time was total, a mark of respect to those about to be honored here today. As Ragnarok lowered his great axe, cheers once more rang out. Only when 4 centurions made their way forward with the awards did the celebrations halt, for now. The warriors stepped forward in pairs to have the director attach their awards to their tunics before splitting alternatively right or left. The 4 friends eventually found themselves wearing their new awards in the middle of the line of warriors. The twinkle in Ragnarok's eye telling them he had more to say. The battle was ours that night because everyone played their part. That is why the decision was taken to make all these awards the same. I feel I must point out, though, that not only are the 4 teenagers here the youngest ever recipients of this award, they are the only 4 people in history ever to hold this award along with their Orders of Merlin, first class. Their intervention that night was the reason our victory was such a resounding one, and for that they have my, and the nation's, gratitude. This resulted in even louder cheering before Ragnarok led them out to the real celebration. a massive party in honor of the 24 heroes. Harry found himself surrounded by witches and a female goblin, all who had tears in their eyes. He was relieved to see Emma wasn't upset, but that relief was short-lived. Okay, I'm obviously missing something here. Why is everyone so upset with that memory? It was left to Smita to answer Emma's question. Those green spells were the killing curse. You can't shield against it, and if it hits any part of your body, the curse lives up to its name. You're dead. Only one person has ever been hit with it and lived. He was only a baby at the time. Harry, we all saw that curse hit. How are you standing here? It hit my shield, Luna. The curse shattered it and nearly broke my arm, but that was all. Emma was now fiercely hugging Harry, glad she didn't know that fact when she watched the memory. It was Barchok who rescued his son. We're here for a party, and to celebrate we're all still here and able to party. You have my assurance no Death Eaters will be crashing into this one. As usual, it was Padma who summed the situation up rather well. There are hardly enough Death Eaters left to pull a Christmas cracker. I don't think they'll be crashing any parties again for a long time. The image of that tent Voldemort had been living in appearing on the front page of the Prophet had totally destroyed what little credibility he had left amongst his pure-blood supporters, not even the poorest of whom would ever consider a piece of canvas manufactured by Muggles to be suitable accommodation. The small accommodation block attached to the lighthouse was perfect for their needs. A few cleaning and repair charms soon had the place not only livable but comfortable. An abundance of rabbits and a sea full of fish also ensured they wouldn't go hungry. Their master's leg was recovering, but he would be left with a limp until they could get their hands on a healer and the appropriate potions. Not everything was going so smoothly, though. Bella's temper appeared to be growing to match her now expanding waistline. What was the point of escaping one island prison only to find ourselves virtually prisoners on another piece of rock? This wasn't what I had in mind when I agreed to leave Azkaban with you. Bella, this isn't a prison. It's our base of operations. From here we can plan how to make all those bastards pay for turning their backs on our master. What good is planning if we never do anything about it? This isn't a base, it's a hideout. We're hiding here like those frightened rabbits you're so fond of cooking. We need to strike back, make the bastards fear us again. They won't do that with us stuck here in the middle of bloody nowhere. They'll just forget all about us because we don't matter anymore. Even the dragons now leave this bit of rock alone. It's not worth their time. If they're smart enough to figure out there's bugger all of any worth here, why can't you? Voldemort limped into the room and the argument. You are both correct. Augustus has provided USS with a fine base from which to launch our attacks. Bella, you too are correct. We must respond or all ISS already lost. Our reaction must be big though, big, brutal, and strike right at their hearts. Otherwise, we will be relegated to the role-less of mere criminals. That ISS not something I am prepared to accept. The mere mention of striking back was enough to placate Bella's mood. Fear gripped Augustus, though, at his master's next words. Hogwarts traditionally holds its Hogsmeade weekends around the time of Valentine's Day. That will be our signal to strike. Master, forgive my interruption, but they will be expecting us then. And that ISS why we will strike. After all, it wouldn't do to disappoint them. Augustus knew that further argument would be putting his own life in danger. Their master had made his decision and nothing was going to change that. His mate, though, appeared ecstatic. Bella's hormones didn't have her craving unusual food in sickening combinations. That was far too tame for the former Mrs. Lestrange. She wanted to see blood spilt, with preferably her being the one who was doing the spilling. It was now apparent she was soon going to get that opportunity. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Fall's audiobook, signing off.